Hunter x Hunter, I became Killua brother. Chapter 41. Although the sound was small, it ignited the entire martial arts hall like a fuse. Everyone looked at the young figure on the stage, with number signs appearing on their heads. What are you saying, you little brat? Do you want to die? How could such a small child be so arrogant? If it weren't for the sect master, we would have taught you a lesson today. If Liu Yin hadn't been here, they would have already climbed the peaks. Hearing this, Yun Yi's eyes flashed with disdain. It's garbage. What did you say? Those people thought they heard it wrong and asked again. I say everyone here is garbage. Come to the square and fight me if you don't agree. Yun Yi said loudly. His arrogant look made everyone grit their teeth and look at Yun Yi angrily. I'll wait for you outside. Yun Yi walked out of the martial arts hall with an expressionless face. Along with him, there were hundreds of strong men with the ability of mind. They followed Yun Yi with anger. This amazing scene made the people outside the venue look unconsciously, and their training also stopped. What kind of thing would make hundreds of people with the ability of mind go out collectively? An idea appeared in their minds at the same time. Big things are coming. Hee hee. Liu Yin, who had been watching, smiled stiffly. He did not stop all this from happening. Being in the Union school, they could not see the strong people from the outside world, so they naturally developed arrogant personalities. Yun Yi's arrival was just the right time to hit their arrogance. This was the ending that Liu Yin wanted to see. Boy, it's not too late for you to take back what you said before. The leading strong man reminded him at last. But Yun Yi turned a blind eye to him. He quietly waited for the challenge on the ring, and his eyes closed were the biggest mockery of them. Many people couldn't bear the anger and jumped onto the ring to fight. But without exception, they were all experienced babies who sent equipment to Yun Yi. They are all trash, let me take over. Suddenly, a figure leaped onto the stage. His body was entangled with lightning, and there was a crackling sound. Just by looking at it from a distance, one could feel the feeling of being electrocuted, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Haha, kid, today I'll let you see what mind power is. Yabi's face was full of arrogance, as if he didn't care about anything. He ran forward at a very fast speed, and the lightning trailed behind him. In just a blink of an eye, he came in front of Yun Yi. Without any consideration, he punched Yun Yi in the face, without any mercy. The disciples on the training ground closed their eyes when they saw this scene, unwilling to see a child turned into a bloody meat paste. Bang! The huge force stirred up a wave of dust and wind, causing clothes to rustle. Smoke instantly filled the entire ring and enveloped it. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Only 4 people on the scene had calm faces. Lei Ke, Gra, Lai Huyan, and Minjian, who was almost scared to death at the beginning. He had felt Yun Yi's true strength up close and knew the final outcome of this battle best. Sure enough, when the smoke dissipated, a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Yun Yi only used one finger to resist Yabi's full strength attack. He used his little finger. This unbelievable scene happened in front of them. They had to believe it. I'm not interested at all. Yun Yi said boredly. He kicked Yabi in the waist, and the terrifying force made him fly to the other side of the ring in an instant, but was forcibly stopped by the spring belt. You little brat! Yabi seemed to have been completely burned out by anger, and said with gritted teeth. He had always bullied others, but today was the first time he was bullied by someone. And the person was a new kid. Lightning! Instantly, lightning attached to Yabi's entire body, activating his muscles and internal organs, greatly improving his performance. This was not over yet. A spear condensed from lightning appeared in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear flashed a dazzling white light. You have some strength. Yun Yi praised. But it was just a little bit. Damn it! Faced with such praise, Yabi became even more angry. The speed of lightning is naturally imaginable. A white line flashed and came in front of Yun Yi, and the electric spear in his hand pierced Yun Yi's heart. For a moment, the whole square became silent, and everyone was nervously watching this moment. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Yun Yi said expressionlessly. He slightly moved his body to the side and dodged the attack. Yabi continued to attack due to inertia and accidentally saw Yun Yi's eyes. Those were a pair of eyes that never took him seriously. It was as if everything he did was in vain. Today I will let you see the real Thor. As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow attached to Yun Yi's body. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds and black thunder was entangled. The roaring sound resounded throughout the sky, as if someone had caused the wrath of heaven. I saw a black thunder strike the ring and hit Yunyi. The next second, Yunyi's body was entangled by the manic black thunder and suspended in the air. A creation spear that was completely different from Yabi condensed in Yunyi's palm, exuding a heart-pounding sharpness. From a distance, it seemed like the Thor had descended to the world, and the terrifying pressure swept across the entire land. Just a glance, I vaguely felt that my eyes were a little stinging or even burning. I represent the thunder and lightning and judge your disrespect. The emotionless voice fell into the ears of the crowd. A unified idea appeared in their hearts. God has come. Yunyi looked at Yabi throwing the spear of creation in his hand. Bang! The black thunder in the sky seemed to be announcing the death of Yabi, making a series of roars. The spear covered by lightning pierced directly into Yabi's chest. Although the spear eventually dissipated in nature without leaving any scars, the terrifying power it caused wiped out Yabi's will and he knelt on the ground. Like a sinner being punished. The situation is not good. Lu Yin appeared on the stage to check on the unconscious Yabi. His will was almost broken, and it would take a long time to recover. At least 1 or 2 years, at least 7 or 8 years. Let me do it. Chapter 42. Yunyi saw Liu Yin's dilemma and took the initiative to step forward and said, "Can you do this?" Liu Yin didn't distrust Yunyi, but the extent of Yabi's injury was too great. "It's okay, find me a quiet place," Yunyi said calmly, without any of the arrogance he had just shown. Like and Gra, who were standing by, were very considerate and lifted Yabi up and followed Liu Yin. They went straight to the lounge in the Cloud Palace and put Yabi on the bed. Yunyi stepped forward and gently touched Yabi's forehead with his right hand. Buzz! The next second, everyone present seemed to hear the angel's whisper. Suddenly, a phantom of an angel full of sacred breath appeared behind Yunyi, with his hands crossed as if in compassion or prayer. As the angel appeared, Yunyi released a holy light from his hands. In a trance, countless white feathers emitting light floated down from the sky, landed on Yabi's body, and merged into his body. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed throughout the room. Yabi, whose pupils were originally dilated, gradually became bright, and after a few seconds he blinked his eyes, looking around blankly. Is he really a human? This miraculous act made Liu Yin's pupil shrink. He clearly remembered that Yunyi's ability was not like this. But the reality was already in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. It's done. Yunyi said softly. Yabi's shattered consciousness had been forcibly integrated by him using the angel healing technique. It was perfect, without a single flaw. Master. Seeing Lu Yin, Yabi quickly got off the bed and said respectfully. Yunyi's attack not only shattered his consciousness, but also shattered all his arrogance. Well, this is a lesson for you. Next time you go out, keep a low profile. Lu Yin did not reprimand Yabi for his arrogance, but instead warned him. Yes. After hearing such concern, Yabi, who was an 8-foot-tall man, still shed a tear. Then he turned around and nodded gratefully to Yunyi, and left the room. His strength is not bad. Yunyi praised. If the thunder transformation is used well, it is also a rare and powerful mind ability. Since ancient times, thunder has been a very powerful force. Once mastered, it will have a place in this world. But if you want to become like him and directly become the god of thunder, you still need to work hard for decades. Hehe. Do you want to continue the challenge? Lu Yin continued to ask. But Yunyi shook his head. The previous battle probably caused many people to not dare to fight him or even look him in the face. And gaining the ability of Nen is enough. In that case, do you want to go to the 3rd floor to have a look? Seeing Yunyi refused, Liu Yin made an appropriate suggestion. Hearing this, Yunyi immediately became interested. As a hidden sect, Yunyin Lu must have collected many precious books that are not available in the outside world. If it is really possible to read, it will be a new wave of filling and upgrading for the world library. Okay. Yunyi nodded. Without hesitation, several people went straight to the 3rd floor, the library. Inside, there were still many disciples reading. After seeing Yunyi coming, they buried their heads in books, fearing that he would drag them to the ring. Yunyi didn't care about these, but randomly picked a seat and sat down. In response, Lai Kai took the books on the bookshelf to Yunyi for him to read. Grace stayed beside Yunyi to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Are you prepared? Liuyan watched all this from the side. Then he disappeared from the spot and stopped disturbing Yunyi's reading. Let's get started. Yunyi took a deep breath and turned the first page. In an instant, everything around him became extremely slow, except for the speed of flipping through the book. In just a few minutes, he had finished reading a whole thick book. The content in it naturally entered the world library and became a part of it. For a while, the whole library became lively. Lake had been wandering around looking for books and holding books, and in the later period he joined Grakai. The rustling sound of flipping books made the people around a little confused, but they didn't have the courage to disturb. In this way, from the sun hanging high to the stars in the sky, Yunyi had been soaking in the library without feeling the passage of time. The rapid operation of the brain caused his face to look a little red. It seemed that steam would come out of his head in the next second. It was not until almost dawn that Yunyi stopped this state and returned to reality. Is it so late already? Looking back, there was no one around. Only Lei Ke and Gray were still with him. Let's go. Let's go back and eat. Yunyi closed the book and said gently. Gra, who was drowsy, became energetic instantly after hearing about the meal. Lake showed a knowing smile on his face. The three of them walked in Yuntai. Although there was no one to lead the way, Yunyi had already seen through it, as if there was no one in the world. With the support of cicadas and fireflies, they quickly returned home. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a familiar figure. Ting Ian was waiting in the living room with his head down. The way he kept bowing made Yunyi laugh helplessly. As if hearing laughter, Ting Ian raised his head and looked over. Finally you are here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ting Ian said with some grievance. What are you waiting for us for? Gara asked curiously. This question made Ting Ian feel a little embarrassed. It was not until the rumbling sound in the stomach that everyone understood what was going on. Sit down and wait for a while. Yunya said with a smile. He turned and went to the kitchen and began to show off his cooking skills. Soon, a series of exquisite and fragrant meals were served on the table. Looking at these delicacies, Gray and Ting Yin could not stop drooling. Began to eat. Just as Yunyi was preparing to eat, another figure appeared in the room. He sat next to Ting Yin and waited as if nothing had happened. Master, good evening. Yunyi responded quickly. That's right, this person is Lu Yin. Yes. Lu Yin nodded calmly. He was not surprised at all by his sudden appearance. Then let's get started. Yunyi finally said that. Everyone couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and began to show their hand speed. The big family of 5 people quickly swept away all the food on the table. Let's rest here tonight. There are still many rooms available. Seeing that it was already early in the morning, Yunyi asked politely. Is that really possible? Then I won't be polite. Ting Yin agreed without thinking. Liu Yin, who was standing by, looked at his silly apprentice and finally decided to stay for one night. Lai Ke was very fast. He not only cleaned up the messy dining table but also cleaned up the empty room. Soon, everyone started to practice in their own rooms. Yunyi was no exception. Chapter 43. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yunyi began to calculate the nin abilities he had acquired today. In addition to the familiar substitute technique and lightning transformation, there were several other different nin abilities. They were sealing techniques, immobilization techniques, and escape techniques. These were all abilities that were useful to him at this stage, and there were also several abilities like Qi transformation into Shuriken that were useless to him. Let's try it. As Yunyi thought, several different types of black shadows instantly attached to his body. His fingers gently gathered, and a piece of Qi Fu paper appeared in front of him. It was painted with ancient exquisite patterns, symbolizing the seal. Let's see how it works. Yunyi threw the talisman paper on a cup. The talisman paper instantly merged into the cup, and the next second it was covered by countless runes, forming a wall. Yunyi stepped forward to pick up the cup, and found that his hand would penetrate the cup, as if the cup in front of him was just a phantom. Seal it directly to leave the world. This powerful power made Yunyi look at it with new eyes. When he was hit by this mind ability, he did feel that his consciousness was leaving this world. But the next moment, this feeling was shattered. It can be seen that the power of the seal becomes stronger with the user's control over the mind. Can it still be controlled? Yunyi clearly felt the extent to which he could control the seal. For example, the ability to seal the cup, making it unable to be used to collect water or anything else. In a larger sense, it can directly seal the enemy's ability and strength, making it return to the pre-liberation era overnight. A more powerful use is to directly seal the other party's consciousness to an unknown place. An ability. Yunya muttered to himself, looking at the talisman paper in his hand. The power of an ability really depends on the strength of the user and the degree of development. There is no rubbish Nin ability, only rubbish Nin masters. Even if Nin ability is fishing, as long as it is developed to the extreme, one day you can control the entire ocean. This is the power of Nin ability. Although the threshold is high, according to statistics, there are only a few hundred people in the world who have Nin ability. But there is no end to the upper limit. If you practice to the end, you can even master the rules of one side. Let's try other ones. Thinking of this, Yunyi began to use several other telepathic abilities. The first one was the immobilization technique. As long as you step on the opponent's shadow, you can freeze them and they can't move at all. For Yunyi, this ability is a perfect match with Phase Shuttle. After all, he can travel to the shadows at will through the inner world. Naturally, he can also shuttle into other people's shadows. With the immobilization technique, he can directly come up with an unexpected attack. Matching based on strength. Yunya came to a conclusion based on the original battle. The immobilization technique is very simple, with only one ability, that is, immobilization. But it will determine whether the object of immobilization meets the conditions based on the strength of the user. If the difference in strength between the two parties is too big, even if it can be immobilized, it will only last for a few seconds or even a moment. But if you are strong enough, you can even immobilize the gods. For example, when Sun Wukong immobilized the 7 fairies. This is the best example. It may be very useful in the future. Yunya saw the potential of the immobilization technique. Any mind ability, as long as it is in his hands, will not be just ordinary stuff. It is no exaggeration to say that even a mind ball can be used to make you play with it. From the ring battle with Yabi, it can be seen that his lightning transformation and Yunyi's lightning transformation cannot be said to be exactly the same, but it can be said to be a world of difference. It is completely in a different dimension. Let's take a look at the next one. Yunya said with some anticipation. Using a new mind ability is like opening a blind box. You never know what surprise it will give you. Escape technique. As Yunya used it, his figure disappeared in the room. The view turned, and the surroundings were all black soil, and a musty smell hit his nose. This is it. Yunya sensed it and found himself under the room. He swam around and found that although there was mud in front of him, he seemed to have transformed into a spirit and could dance anywhere. It felt like swimming freely in a sea of mud. He swam forward and soon saw Like who was practicing. What happened to him? Suddenly, Yunyi noticed that Like's face was in great pain. It seemed that he was trapped in a nightmare and couldn't get out of it. This made Yunyi end his short exploration journey and emerged from the mud in Like's room. Strangely, there was no dirt or dust on his body, and he was as clean and tidy as ever. But Yunyi didn't care about these and went straight to Like. Looking closely, he found that Like's brows were furrowed, his forehead was full of cold sweat, and his hands were clenched tightly. No matter how you look at it, he looks like he is in great pain. It's okay. Yunyi muttered slowly. As if hearing this voice, the expression on Like's face eased a little, but he was still eroded by pain. Seeing this, Yunyi did not hesitate, and released a holy light from his right hand, gently stroking Like's head. The angel phantom behind him also stroked Like with the same action as Yunyi. The loving look seemed to be comforting his own child. Full of maternal love. In an instant, a steady warmth swept over Like's body. In Like's dream. Brother, this is all my fault. Lake knelt on the ground with a face full of pain, as if he was repenting for his actions. Opposite him was a blood-red figure, who did not speak, but raised the long knife in his hand and pointed it at Lake's neck. Buzz! Just as the blood-red figure was about to make a move, a beam of light came in from the pitch-black sky. Then the entire dark sky shattered, and countless lights illuminated the earth. The moment it was illuminated, a golden flame shone on the blood-red figure's body. Burning fiercely. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ball of black ash. A pair of white feet entered Lecter's sight. What's this? Lake looked up and saw a scene he would never forget. In a trance, a figure looked at him with a smile on his face. Behind him, 6 pairs of pure white wings bloomed, and the holy light made them even more hazy and warm. There were only 2 of them in the bright space. Lei Ke tried hard to see clearly, but it was no use. It was not until the dream was broken that he finally saw the face that gave him salvation. That was the person he had been following. Yun. Lei Ke muttered a word, tears falling from his eyes onto his body. He was completely unaware of this. After the treatment, Yunya left the room and went back to practice. Chapter 44. Yunyi opened his eyes and looked towards the door. He felt that Lei Ke had been pacing at the door and was reluctant to come in, as if he was hesitating about something. In the end, he did not disturb him and returned to the room. Is that a demon in his heart? Yunya thought. At the moment of treatment, he clearly saw a blood-red aura on Lei Ke's body dissipating into the sky. Even though it had turned into ashes, it was still struggling to death. Fortunately, the angel healing technique was powerful enough. If it were ordinary mental treatment, it might cause Lei Ke to suffer more or even collapse. Forget it, let's start practicing. Throwing all this behind, Yunya began a new round of practice. In the following time, Yunyi kept wandering around the library and the room. It must be said that the collection of books in the Union School is very large, and many of them are unheard of books. Even similar books are empty in my mind. It can be seen how old these books are. But this also successfully brought a new breakthrough to the World Library, and the scale has really changed. Just one step closer. Yunyi muttered. During this period of time, he did not put aside the cultivation of his mind ability. After a month of continuous improvement, he finally felt that he was only one step away from the next ability. Just one step away. Hey! Adjusting his breathing, Yunyi began his final sprint. He focused his energy and used all his strength to practice the mind power, increasing its power to the maximum. He looked inside his body, searching for hidden treasures. The chi was running wildly in his body, trying to break the last barrier. Bang! A shattering sound came from inside the body. It's done. Yunyi chuckled. The shadow behind him began to wriggle violently. The next second, a burly black shadow appeared in the room. This was Yunyi's first batch of members, Silva. Change. Following Yunyi's command, the black shadow's appearance changed incredibly. Snow-white curly hair shawl, a serious expression on his face, and a blue and white training suit on his body. It was exactly like Silva. Whether it was appearance, aura, or mental ability, they were all perfectly reproduced one-to-one. There was still only one shortcoming. No consciousness. He could only execute some simple commands. He needed Yunyi's control to be revitalized and become the real Silva. Is this the fourth ability? Yunya sighed. This ability seems weak, but it is not much worse than the previous ones. If you think about it in a small way, it is just a layer of skin. If you think about it in a big way, you can directly replace that person and control everything about him. Family, property, friends, identity, and even your daily life. When you come back, you will find that you have become the fake one. What's even more powerful is to control all the top leaders of a country and indirectly control the country. But it is not necessary for Yun yet. The main reason is that these black shadows need his control, and all the information of the person replaced must be found out. So this ability can only be used for deterrence or when necessary. For example, to deal with some disobedient people. Let's call it clone disguise. Yunya said a name. Simple and crude. Ying's fourth ability, clone disguise. I have to start accumulating again. Yunya was somewhat helpless. There was still a long time before the next ability was unlocked. As for how long, it might be 3 or 4 years. Just when Yunya was still suffering, a figure entered from outside the door. Who is this? The current patriarch of the Zaldik family. Lu Yin looked at Silva with disbelief in his eyes. He didn't understand why Silva was here, and he didn't understand how Silva got in. And he came all the way from Kukulu Mountain. Haha. Yunyi smiled and snapped his fingers. The next moment, Silva merged back into the shadows, as if he had never appeared. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. I have something to ask you. Ryuan did not ask about the appearance of Silva. What happened? Yunyi was a little confused and followed the steps outside. In the living room, Like, Gara, and Ting Ian sat quietly. Liuyan came to the table and picked up a memory card. This is Greed Island storage card. Yunyi's eyes became interesting. Greed Island, Greed Island. Combining the initials of 11 creators. A game released by a subsidiary of Maryland Company. Centered on Jin Fulishi, one of the top 5 hunters in the industry, it was created by 11 non-users for the purpose of making money as a hunting game for hunters. It was officially released in 1987, the same date as his birth. The mechanism and rewards attracted countless strong people to go hunting. But there is a bloody rule in it. If you die in the game, you will die in reality. Where did you get this thing from? Yunyi took the memory card in his hand and looked at it. I saw it when I went out to buy games, so I bought it. Lu Yin said stiffly. He was embarrassed to say this. I see. Yunyi didn't care about Lu Yin's interest. Who doesn't have a hobby? But it must be said that Lu Yin is really rich. You know, software is quite difficult to get. If you buy it, you need at least tens of billions of dollars. What's more, it's something that is now out of stock. It's already a very lucky result to find a seller. Do you want to play? Yunyi asked. Yeah. Liu Yin nodded. If he didn't want to play it, he wouldn't have bought it. I'll explain in advance that this game will be played with real body. If you die, you're really dead. And if you can't pass the game, you can only leave temporarily with special props unless you die. Yunyi told the truth about the game. Hearing this, Lu Yin's eyes became sharp. This type of game was also the first time he encountered it. Can't leave. Forget it then. Lu Yin shook his head. As the head of the Union school, he couldn't leave here for a long time. If he was alone, maybe he would really try. I'll go. Ting Yin suddenly said. You can't do it either. Lu Yin immediately rejected Ting Yin's request. If you leave, who will help me train my disciples? Okay. Ting Yin pouted and said sullenly. This is a good deal for Yun Yat. You don't want to play, right? Then I will play. In that case, I will go through it for you first. Yun Yat said with a smile. In addition to playing, there is another more important purpose for entering Greed Island. You must have bought more than one of these memory cards, right? Yun Yi asked Liu Yin. Yes, there are also 4 memory cards and a game console. Lu Yin put everything on the table. As a senior game fan, he naturally bought a whole set. No problem. Yun Yi came to the table and inserted the memory card without hesitation. Then he turned his thoughts into scent and input it into the game console. The next second, a stream of light covered Yun Yi's body, took him away from the spot, rushed into the sky, and headed towards an unknown place. Seeing this, Lake and Grey did not hesitate at all, inserted the memory card, input thoughts, and were also covered by 2 streams of light, following Yun Yi's steps. Go to the real killing game. Chapter 45. Flying in the sky, Yun Yi clearly felt that he was moving in one direction at a very fast speed. In a trance, he saw himself standing in a closed space and successfully reached his destination. It is indeed this. Looking around, countless flowing codes formed barriers, and in the center was a device similar to a reception desk. Inside sat a sweet-looking girl wearing a headset, smiling at Yun Yi. This girl was the guide who taught the novices. She was also one of the creators of Greed Island. Welcome to Greed Island game. Are you Mr. Yun Yi? Next, I will explain the game. Do you want to continue listening? The guide asked softly. Tell me about it. Yun Yi decided to listen. In order to avoid any changes, he didn't know what had happened. The ring you wear on your index finger plays an important role. With it, you can use 2 magics, one is book and the other is gain. Please try it. The guide looked at Yun Yi with a smile. Book. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange-looking book appeared in front of Yun Yi. The book was purple in color, with a strange eye in the middle. There is a card frame in the card book. The purpose of the game is to collect cards 000. 099 specified by the frame. Game records will be automatically stored in the ring. The card collection book is divided into designated pockets and free pockets. Please note that there are only 45 free pockets, please use them with discretion. If you die in the game, the card collection and ring will be destroyed. The guide explained all the rules. As long as you collect all 100 cards in the designated pocket, you will be considered to have passed the level. Then, I wish you a pleasant journey. After that, the guide stopped talking. That was all it did. No changes. Yun Yi muttered to himself after hearing these rules. There was no difference from the rules he remembered, they were exactly the same. Then, it's time to test my conjecture. Yun Yi looked at the guide. The shadow behind him began to wriggle violently, giving birth to a new black shadow. The next second, a man with a green cloth wrapped around his head, a firm face and a slight smile on his lips appeared beside him. "Welcome to Greed Island Administrator, Mr. Jin Fulishi, what can I do for you?" The guide suddenly asked respectfully. Yunyi summoned the shadow based on Jin's template and cloned it. It can be said that Jin himself was standing here. Sure enough. Yunyi smiled. As one of the creators of Greed Island, Jin must have certain administrator privileges. And the black shadow he created can perfectly replicate himself. Then he created a bug that only he could use. Directly have administrator level privileges. Book. Yunyi manipulated Jin to use magic. The next moment, a red book floated in front of Jin. This was the book that symbolized the identity of the administrator. Yunyi opened the collection book, and his eyes showed understanding. As expected, all the cards with the designated numbers 000 to 099 were intact in the collection book. This meant that as long as Yunyi wanted, he could now complete the Greed Island game. Becoming the first player in history to complete the game. Collect. With a command, the gold merged into the shadow. Yunyi did not intend to clear the game directly. This would miss a lot of fun and waste this game that took a lot of effort to make. What's more, Greed Island is a super phenomenal game that symbolizes the metaverse. It is a treasure that many people can only dream of. If you can clear the game so easily, it will be too boring. Do you have any questions? Seeing Jin leave, the guide repeated what he had just said. It was like a machine running. No more. Yunyi shook his head. Asking again would just be repeating what he had just said. At the moment of rejection, a staircase extended from the corner. Without hesitation, Yunyi went down the stairs and really stepped into the game. The wind was howling, and the corners of his clothes rustled. Looking around, there was an endless grassland and countless identical novice houses. It was very empty and quiet, but in the near future, an exciting killing game would be held here. Boss. Just as he was about to leave, a voice resounded across the plain and entered Yunyi's ears. Looking back, Gray was waving his arms to greet him. "Why are you here too? Where is Lai Ke?" Yunyi asked. "He came in with me, but I didn't see him." Jella scratched the back of his head in confusion. He clearly remembered that Laker came in with him. "They should be here soon," Yunyi said calmly. As expected, Lai Ke's figure soon appeared in the distance. After seeing Yunyi and the others, Lai Ke instantly walked with the wind and came to Yunyi. "Very good, everyone is here. You should have understood the rules." Yunyi looked at the two and asked. "Clear. I know a little bit." Like nodded clearly, but Gray obviously still didn't understand the mechanism. Maybe he is more suitable for combat knowledge. "You explain it to him, let's go to the first place first." Magic City. Masadora. Yunyi said a direction. He summoned the book and took out a card from it. This was a card he had taken out from Jin's collection. Detailed Map D70. A map showing the detailed situation of Greed Island, with detailed information on towns, routes, etc. This way, my mother will no longer be afraid of me getting lost. Let's go. With Yunyi's order, the three of them headed in one direction. On the way, Like explained the game mechanics of Greed Island to Gray. Although he still didn't understand it very well, he at least understood most of it, such as the use of magic and the next goal. Greed Island is very vast, and it was already evening when they arrived at the location. They found a random mountain top to rest. "Let me see where Greed Island is." Yunyi closed his eyes and began to sense. He left shadows all over the world, and could determine the current location by the nearest shadow. Almost in an instant, Yunyi opened his eyes. Found it. The nearest shadow is in Meteor Street and Yokiksen City. This proves that Greed Island is not far from the Ulubian continent, or even right next to it. As long as we search within this range, we can find the current location within a day. This also confirms one thing very well. Greed Island really exists. Chapter 46. Maybe I can go look for him when I get out. An idea suddenly popped up in Yunyi's mind. Then I can check on Wu Xi's situation and go to Yuk Xin to have some fun. "Boss, are we just going to wait like this?" Gara seemed to be unable to bear the loneliness of the night and said boredly. Compared to him, Lei Ke seemed calmer, sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing. His face was very stable. He no longer looked painful. "There are many monsters here," you can challenge and train yourself. Remember, keep the cards safe. Yunya made a plan for them. The wilderness outside the city of Masadora is full of monsters, and cards can be dropped by defeating them. Those cards can be sold to earn money, and then buy spell cards with auxiliary effects such as attack and defense in the card shop. Not only can you make money, but you can also train your actual combat ability and experience. It's really a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Great, I haven't fought for a long time. Gaara's eyes were full of fire. Hearing this, the cultivator also opened his eyes, eager to experience the next battle. Then go ahead. Following Yunyi's command, the two of them instantly disappeared from their original position and rushed in opposite directions. Gradually, they disappeared from Yunyi's sight, and no trace was left. Looking at the time, it was almost early in the morning. Dawn was when the three of them would gather here. Yunyi did not hesitate, and the shadows behind him began to wriggle violently, and a series of black shadows rushed out from it. In a moment, they covered the area within a radius of 3 kilometers. Against the backdrop of the night, the shadow army looked even more mysterious and dangerous. Anyone who saw the dark mass would break out in a cold sweat. Kill at night and return at dawn. Yunyi commanded from the top of the mountains, like an emperor on a noble throne. With one order, all the shadows merged into the shadows, and a real killing game began. Roars continued to sound throughout the wilderness, but soon disappeared in the infinite darkness. Yunyi sat there waiting for the first ray of sunshine in the morning. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he continued to practice the supreme visualization diagram and the mind ability practice method. The chi circulated back and forth in the body. A silent pressure swept across the wasteland, and all living beings looked in that direction unconsciously. The sky and the earth rotated, and the sun, the moon, and the stars moved. In a blink of an eye, the light of dawn shone on Yunyi. He slowly opened his eyes, and his dark pupils looked forward, overlooking the long-awaited shadow army below. Lei Ke and Gray sat aside and waited quietly. "Boss, there are no monsters on this plane anymore." Gaara stepped forward and handed a thick stack of cards to Yunyi. According to a rough calculation, there were about 1,200 cards in total, which was the total number of the two people in the Shadow Legion. At the price of 50,000 J per card, it could be sold for about 60 million. This was a considerable fortune, which could ensure that they would not lack money during their time on Greed Island. "Let's go." Yunyi put the card into the card collection book, stood up and walked towards the prosperous city behind him. As he left, the Shadow Army also disappeared on the spot and merged into the shadow behind him. "Yes. Okay." Lei Ke and Gray followed Yunyi's pace. Along the way, they didn't see a single monster, not even a living creature. This place is quite far from Masadora, in the center of the wasteland, and there are many kinds of monsters everywhere. But now there is not a single one to be seen, which shows how horrible the massacre last night was. This is it. The group soon arrived at Masadora's card shop. Looking at the peculiarly shaped house in front of him, Yunyi stepped in. As soon as he entered, he was warmly welcomed. A fat man hurriedly came to them and began to introduce his products. There was no doubt that this was the owner of the card shop. "We are here to sell cards." Yunyi said his purpose. Then he took out a thick stack of cards. The shopkeeper saw these and did not hesitate to start calculating. After all, he was an NPC, so he quickly calculated the final selling price. 72.5 million J. About 10 million more than expected. It was probably because some of the cards were extremely rare or powerful, so the selling price was also extremely expensive. "Would you like to buy some cards?" the shopkeeper said reluctantly. "What's wrong?" Yunyi asked curiously. Logically speaking, shouldn't he just give the money? The amount is too huge, and the store doesn't have that much money yet. The store owner told the real reason. No one has ever sold so many cards at once, and this move caused the store's finances to collapse directly. This is the first time such a thing has happened since the game was launched. "I see. I also want to buy some cards," Yunyi said with a smile. "Okay, you can take whatever card you like. To express my apology, I will give you another rare card." After saying that, the shopkeeper handed the card in his hand to Yunyi. "Risk dice B30. There are 20 sides of the dice, one side is very bad, and 19 sides are very lucky. If you throw a very lucky side, good things will happen. But if you throw a very bad side, the previous good luck will be completely turned into misfortune." Good luck is often given to gamblers who dare to fight. Death is also a natural thing. Haha, thank you very much, shopkeeper. Yunyi did not choose to put the card into the collection book, but directly materialized it. The card turned into an octagonal black dice with a bang. Various blessings were clearly written on it. Among them was the most dangerous blood-red one. Under the shopkeeper's gaze, Yunyi threw it casually. Good luck. The luck is not bad. Yunyi smiled. But compared with good luck, he wanted to see what the bad luck would be. Shopkeeper, let me see the cards you have here. Yunyi took back the dice and turned to ask the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper directly turned the card list into a virtual screen in front of Yunyi. There were various spell cards on it. For example, auxiliary cards such as Peep, Perspective, and Divine Eye were all necessary for future battles with others. Without any hesitation, Yunyi bought all the spell cards very arrogantly. In an instant, the card store's inventory was emptied. A red alert sign also appeared on the screen, indicating that the goods were sold out. In response, the shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. After all, these were all his goods. Suddenly, his face showed extreme surprise. Congratulations to this guest, you are our 1000th guest, and we are giving you another card. Another free card. This sudden benefit surprised Yunyi a little. This reminded him of the lucky number he threw before, which seemed to have worked. Guest, please take care. This is your card. Chapter 47. The shopkeeper first handed over the card Yunyi bought, and then gave him a rare card. A15. This nearly endangered beast has a tendency to stuff objects into its belly bag, and in many cases, it stuffs multiple extremely valuable items into it. Is this Doraemon? Looking at the card in his hand, a figure appeared in Yunyi's mind. It was the blue fat man who was very popular in his previous life. His cute and confused appearance was loved by countless people. The treasure in the bag made people yearn for it. This customer is really lucky, this is one of the most precious cards in our store. The owner said with some distress. Grade A cards are second only to S grade cards, and are already extremely precious treasures. Thank you, boss. Then we'll go first. After Yunyi put the cards away, he said hello to the shop owner and left with the two of them. He looked at the cards in his hand, there were about 600 of them. The three of them shared 200 cards, which was enough to enter Greed Island again. Let's try it first. Arriving in the wilderness, Yunyi took the jingle card in his hand. With a bang, a fat cat with a yellow body and a king on its head appeared in front of him. There was a bell hanging around its neck, and it looked very cute. On its belly hung something similar to a kangaroo's pouch. The only strange thing was that it was walking on its feet. Almost identical. It's amazing. Yunyi looked at Ding Dang and muttered to himself. Sometimes things are so amazing, things that are obviously separated by two worlds can meet here. I don't know if it's fate or inevitability. Meow. Ding Dang saw Yunyi looking at him and called out in confusion. Obviously, he didn't have the ability to speak. This caught Gray's attention and he began to mutter. Chirp, chirp. But Ding Dang ignored her and went straight to Yunyi's side to act coquettishly. Can you collect precious items? Yunyi stroked Ding Dang's furry head while looking at the introduction on the card. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. If they left, would Ding Dang follow his instinct to collect precious items? If so, then every time he came back, he could get a lot of things. After all, Ding Dang is a level A card, so it's natural that he has the ability. But now, it's better to stay by his side. Let's go first. Let's go to the next place, Dulas. Yunyi decided the direction. The gambling city, where the most crazy gamblers of Greed Island gathered. It can make people rich overnight, but it can also make people lose everything. Gambling is the only word for Dulas. Gambling? I don't know how to do that. Jella was immediately upset when he heard that he was going there. With his intelligence, he didn't even understand the rules of Greed Island, let alone gambling. It's okay, sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. Yunyi smiled mysteriously and tossed the risk dice in his hand. The next second, it fell to the ground. Good luck. Another good omen. There are a total of 20 sides, and 19 are good luck. If he still throws a bad luck, you can imagine how bad his luck is. Let me try. Seeing this, Gray was a little itchy and moved closer. After taking the risk dice from Yunyi's hand, he couldn't wait to throw a handful. Good luck. It seems that Gray's luck is not a problem. Give it to me. Like stretched out his hand, wanting to see how his luck would be. After taking the dice from Gray's hand, he gathered his energy and threw it fiercely. Buzz! The risk dice began to spin violently on the ground. The three people and the cat watched the scene nervously, waiting for the final result. Finally, as the dice continued to spin, they finally stopped. Very bad. Seeing this answer, Gray and Ding Dang unconsciously retreated and kept a distance from Lake. Looking at him, it seemed as if he was saying, what kind of luck can throw out the only bad luck from the 19 good lucks? It's okay. Yunya picked up the dice and said with a smile. Although it is a bad omen, it should be no big problem under the protection of 2 good lucks. When Lai Ke saw this answer, he said nothing and stood quietly aside, becoming taciturn. Even quieter than usual. Oh, it's just bad luck, I'm just lucky. Gray laughed and comforted. But this comfort made Lai Ke even more depressed. Suddenly, the originally clear sky suddenly became dark. Dark clouds gathered, heavy rain was about to fall, and the rain curtain of the world was about to fall. The situation is not good. Seeing this scene, Yunyi's eyes became solemn. Is the effect of the great evil coming so quickly? Meow. Ding Dang seemed to sense something, and her hair stood on end. She hid behind Yunyi and trembled. Lake, cheer up. The playful smile on Gray's face disappeared, and he took out the 2 swords at his waist. You don't need to say more. Like looked around sharply, holding the hilt of the knife tightly in his right hand, ready to attack at any time. Bang! White light flashed in the dark clouds, followed by a rumbling thunder. As the thunder and lightning appeared, a figure slowly emerged from the sky, exuding an evil aura. He had a crown on his head, a scepter in his hand, a yellow robe, and an old bearded face. Behind him were 2 pairs of transparent wings, and his dark pupils exuded a captivating murderous aura. Is this S-level card Fairy King? Yunya said uncertainly. Advice of S-level card Fairy King. Both the size and appearance are very similar to the Fairy King. I didn't expect that Lai Ke's big beast could attract this level of monster. It's really powerful. In a sense, Lai Ke's luck is very good. Is it based on strength? A conclusion came to Yunyi's mind. The risk dice's big bad is not a single result, but is determined based on the user's strength. This explains why the Elf King appeared here, and has such a strong killing instinct. Your death may be better for the world. The Elf King pronounced the fate of everyone in a low voice. He looked high and mighty and didn't take them seriously at all. Humph, what kind of person is worthy of shouting at me, Gray? Jella said disdainfully. Apart from Yunyi, he has never been submissive to anyone. Since you don't want to die, let me send you off. The Elf King had a strange smile on his face. He waved the scepter in his hand gently, and something strange suddenly appeared on the ground. The rocks under Gray's feet began to wriggle, and then broke out of the ground and surrounded him, squeezing him. Bang! A cold light flashed, and the rock was completely cut open like tofu. Is this the limit of your strength? Chapter 48. The moment the Elf King attacked just now, Yunyi judged its strength. It is a strong enemy for ordinary non-users. But unfortunately, no one present was just a bystander. If you can't even solve this, you don't need to follow me anymore. Yunya stepped aside and said to the 2 of them. After 2 years of training, if you can't even beat a card created by mind, let alone challenge the subsequent Dark Continent. Good boss. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the 2 of them looked more serious than ever. The transformation in the past few years has also made them reborn. They are no longer the wanderers they were a few years ago. Left and right. Lake said this briefly and rushed to the left. Okay. Hearing the voice, Gray rushed to the right and surrounded the Fairy King, killing him in one fell swoop. Humans, your stupidity has already surfaced. The Goblin King saw through what the 2 wanted to do. He activated the scepter in his hand, and suddenly a dark light burst out. Countless black goblins appeared out of thin air, holding knives, hammers, and bows and arrows to attack the 2. Suddenly, arrows rained down on the 2. Raindrops slid down from the sky and dripped on the 2. Looking at the black rain of arrows in front of them, there was no panic in their eyes. There was a great momentum of being invincible in the world. Wall of wind. Waltz of death. Suddenly, the 2 men burst out with unstoppable aura and used their own moves. A huge wind wall appeared in front of Lai Ke, adding a solid defense for him. No matter how fierce the rain of arrows was, he sat on the high platform fearless. Bang! 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 Compared to the comfort of Lek, Grey seemed more ferocious. With his spinning body and blade, he cut down all the arrows one by one. In just a moment, the arrows under his feet piled up into a small hill. Seeing that bows and arrows were useless, melee goblins appeared. Their bodies were like little giants, and every step they took caused the earth to tremble violently. Holding a 2-meter-long hammer in his hand, he looked very aggressive. "It's time to end it," Yunya reminded. In an instant, the two men's eyes became sharp and fierce, and they rushed straight into the sea of goblins. In the blink of an eye, they were completely submerged, as if they had lost their life. "After all, they are just humans," the Goblin King said disdainfully. But the next second, monsters in the goblin group were cut in half and fell to the ground. The green blood night mixed with raindrops filled the entire land, bringing a new state to the wilderness. A real oasis gradually formed here, adding a sense of beauty to this uninhabited land. Die! Both of them were covered in blood and rain, and the murderous intent in their eyes was exposed. In this almost crazy killing, the number of goblins became fewer and fewer. With the fall of the last bow goblin, the goblin group completely disappeared in the wilderness. In its place was a large area of blood full of vitality. "You actually killed my people, damn you!" the Goblin King shouted with red eyes. These goblins were sent here by him using his space transfer ability. He was originally planning to rule the whole world, but he didn't expect to die here. "You're next, old man!" Grey taunted. This made the Fairy King even angrier, and he waved his scepter and tried to use magic. Puff! Suddenly, the arm that was about to swing slid from the body to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Green blood gushed out instantly, spilling onto the withered earth. "You!" Puff! Before the Goblin King could continue speaking, another ruthless knife flashed by. This time, it chopped off its head. Until its death, its eyes were still glaring. The end of the battle is always over in an instant. The Goblin King seems powerful, but in fact he relies on the Goblin army. His own fighting power is useless except for showing off. Bang! At the moment when the Fairy King died, its body turned into a card and shone. It was the designated card, Fairy King's Advice S6. Lake stepped forward, took the card in his hand and came to Yunyi's side. "Not bad, your strength has improved," Yunyi said with a smile, and then took the card. His eyes looked at the introduction of the card, telling you your shortcomings, how to improve, and other excellent advice. Hiss, something is wrong. Yunyi's intuition told him that there was something wrong with this card. The shadow behind him began to move, and Jin appeared beside him. He took out the same Elf King's advice from his book and looked at it. It was good advice to tell you your shortcomings and how to improve. Sometimes he would come out even if you didn't call him, which was a bit troublesome. The case was solved. It seems that he is scared after being beaten. Yunyi smiled. The Fairy King was completely afraid of the blades of Lei Kei and Grey. What would happen if it appeared? Yunya was very interested in this. He chose to use the card directly. The next second, the figure of the Fairy King appeared in front of him. But compared with the previous evil, this time it was full of vitality. When Lei Kei saw the Fairy King reappear, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This made the Fairy King who had just appeared feel a chill on his back. He asked reluctantly. "Is there anything you would like to ask me for?" Looking at the timid Fairy King, Yunyi nodded. "Why did you become like that before?" After saying that, Yunyi gave like a look, asking him to return to a stable state. As expected, after the murderous aura dissipated, a smile reappeared on the face of the Goblin King. "I don't know why I became like that. It seems that there is a will in the dark that is tampering with everything about me, so I came here." The Fairy King is also unaware of his own situation. "So do you have any advice for me?" Yunya used the real function of the card. "Okay." The Fairy King agreed to this request. He began to mutter an unknown language, as if preparing for the next advice. Suddenly, a little starlight bloomed from his eyes, and then he opened his eyes and looked towards Yunyi. Boom! Puff! An accident happened. With just one glance, the Fairy King's eyes completely exploded and turned into countless gas that dissipated into the air. "You! Who on earth are you?" Chapter 49. Even though his eyes were shattered, the Goblin King still insisted on asking. This unexpected scene surprised Yunye a little. It seemed that his future fate was a bit bumpy, so much so that the Goblin King was so angry when he saw it. I'm just a nobody. What did you see? Yunye told the truth. I saw your future mixed with darkness and light, and just a deep look caused my ability to be disrupted. It's too scary. The Fairy King said with lingering fear. The exploded eyes also merged again with the help of the mind. Is that so? Yunye thought about it. It is very likely that the shadow in his body and the angel healing technique hindered the Fairy King's exploration, leading to its failure. But this also indirectly shows the power of the self-protection function. In the future, if anyone dares to peek, the final outcome will be like the Fairy King. Then you give them some advice. Yunye turned and looked at Lei Ke and Gray, who was teasing Ding Dang. All right. The Goblin King perked up and checked again. The starlight covered its eyes again, and this time its eyes did not explode again. You should make a break with what happened in the past. The Fairy King first said to Lake. This sentence made Lake's calm eyes waver, and then he nodded in agreement. No rebuttal is the best answer. Should you contact your relatives? The Fairy King said with some doubt. Gray's advice was the strangest one he had ever seen. Really? I'll call my mom when I get out. Gray nodded in agreement. No more? Yunye asked speechlessly. It was an S-level card after all, but it only had this little effect. It was not as good as Ding Dang's A-level card. Not only could it be cute, but it could also collect treasures and give them to the user. It was simply the only choice for going out. Interesting. I can give you what you want in return. The Goblin King also realized that what he said was useless. He waved his scepter and conjured up a glittering card. On it were 7 puppets of different colors. You actually have this? Yunye took the card with some surprise. 7 working dwarfs, A20. Dwarfs who will work for their masters when they sleep. But they will not respond to requests that exceed their master's abilities. What if I am the limit? Yunye looked at the card with some curiosity. It clearly stated that it would not respond to requests that exceeded the owner's ability. In simple terms, the effect of this card is defined by the user's ability. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. The Fairy King asked cautiously. He could see that the person in front of him who looked like he was being protected was the most powerful. What do you think? Yunye said with a smile. Seeing this, the Fairy King had no choice but to transform into a card again and return to Yunye's hand. Greed Island has been running for so long and has never encountered a materialized thing that can be transformed into a card again. But this unprecedented thing happened in Yunye's hands. Let's go. After putting the cards into the collection book, Yunye headed towards Dulas. On the way, Yunye kept throwing the risk dice in his hand, hoping to get a bad luck. But every time, without exception, he threw a good luck. This led to people constantly giving him cards or treasures. Before he had walked far, he had collected more than 10 designated cards. There were everything from C to A grades, and the treasures were all accepted by Ding Dang for safekeeping. During this period, Lei Ke threw again without believing in evil. A bad luck. This once again proved Lei Ke's luck against the sky. But the consequences have not come yet, and a silent storm seems to be brewing. Lake, you need to be careful. Yunye said with a serious expression. He still clearly remembered a characteristic of the risk dice. If you throw a good fortune, good things will happen. But if you throw a bad fortune, the good fortune will be completely turned into misfortune. Along the way, Yunye threw 8 good fortunes if not 10. In the end, they were all transformed into bad fortunes in Lake's hands. It is really hard to imagine how powerful this time is. Yunye even vaguely saw a breath of death behind Lake. I understand. Lake said with a serious face. With Yunye's warning, the crisis this time can be imagined. It is very likely that he will lose his life. It's fine. Anyway, I'm here. Yunye said easily. He told Lake just to remind him to prepare for the coming bad luck. In the end, it was him who caused Lake to be so evil. Boss, we are here. Suddenly, Gray looked ahead and said. At a glance, the bustling city was full of gambling. Slot machines, poker cards, dice, big and small. Any gambling method you can think of can be experienced here. Let's go. Entering the city, there are 2 kinds of people everywhere. The energetic and radiant gamblers. The extremely decadent and dull-looking gamblers. The former won the bet, while the latter became the leaks on the gambling plate. They were slaughtered naked. Looking around, there are still countless gamblers with crazy faces waiting for the finalization of victory and the announcement of death. Do you want to try it? Yunya asked sideways. Since we are here, we must experience it. I want it. Gray raised his hand excitedly and agreed. Ding Dang beside him also excitedly followed Gray's example and raised his hand to signal. Compared with these two guys, Lai Ke seemed quieter, even silent. The big beast just now really scared him. Take this capital. If you meet someone causing trouble, just kill him. Yunyi said with a smile. We are all in the game, how can we be bullied by others? Can't beat him? I will use the administrator's authority to force you to die. Love you, boss. Gray took the money and ran to the nearest casino. Ding Dang followed with his legs wide open, just to join in the fun. Come with me and deal with some blind people. Yunya looked at Lai Ke and finally decided to let him follow him. If a big evil happened here, he could stop it in time. Yes. Lai Ke nodded and followed Yunyi. Let's go there and try it first. Yunya looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the slot machine. This thing is the simplest and crudest, relying on luck. How about trying my luck first? Sitting on it, Yunyi put the money in and pressed the button. As the button was activated, the slot machine began to spin wildly, and ordinary people were dazzled. But in Yunyi's eyes, it was moving frame by frame. But he didn't look at it, but pressed the button randomly. Buzz. Gurgle. Ding. I won the jackpot. The slot machine congratulated, and money fell from the machine like rain. Someone won the jackpot. 0.00023% chance of winning, is this true or false? He is a little kid, and he probably used up all his future luck. Chapter 50. As soon as he won the jackpot, there was a lot of noise. Everyone was looking in Yunyi's direction, and some people were even ready to make a move. Ka. The sound of the knife being unsheathed resounded throughout the casino, causing these people to extinguish their inner thoughts. Lai Ke stood beside Yunyi, solemn and dignified like a guardian angel. Still so dishonest in the game. Looking at these players, Yunyi thought speechlessly. Ordinary NPCs would not have any thoughts about him, and might not even look at him. They would only follow the procedures that had been set in their hearts. Then the only ones who would have evil intentions towards him were those players who also entered the Greed Island. If you want to know how to get cards the fastest, then plundering would be a good way. Money is also. Sir, let me introduce myself. My name is Boji. Instead of protecting this little devil, how about joining our team to clear the game? As long as we work together, we can quickly collect all the cards and complete the final mission. Just when everything was calm, a voice stirred up a storm again. A player who looked like an NPC threw a flag to Lai Ke, wanting him to become a member of the team. He had a confident smile on his face, as if he was sure of victory. Get lost. Lekko said softly, without even looking at him. But Boji was not angry at all, and his face was still full of smiles as always. Since you don't want to, then give me your cards. As soon as he finished speaking, his body released thoughts, and a pair of invisible big hands rushed towards Lai Ke. Phew! Bang! In the eyes of everyone who was incredulous, Boji's head fell to the ground. Until his death, he still had a smile on his face, not realizing that he was about to die. Don't waste time talking nonsense in the future, just act directly. Yunya was still playing the slot machine, and he educated Lai Ke. Just now, he controlled the black shadow to kill Boji instantly, and the speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Yes. Lake also realized how inappropriate his behavior was. Thinking of this, his eyes became sharper, and he stood up and looked at the people around him. As if struck by this gaze, all those who had stopped to watch and wanted to take advantage of the situation returned to their seats and gambled. Just kidding, even the leader of the team was killed, so they would just be sending themselves to death if they went up. Won the jackpot! Won the jackpot! I won the jackpot! Time passed by, and the slot machine in front of Yunyi never stopped making noises. Money kept dropping out like gold coins, and soon it piled up into a small mountain. This was just the money Yunyi earned by his own ability. If he had relied on the risk dice, he didn't know what kind of reward he would have gotten. Oh, I remember there is a card here. Suddenly, Yunyi thought of a way to get the card. There is a famous gambling king in Dulas. Legend has it that he has never lost a battle. If you find the gambling king and fight him, you can get a B-level card as long as you win. The egg of the gambling god. Although it is useless, it is a designated card after all. Let's go. After making the decision, Yunyi stood up and walked out the door. The originally piled up hill was also swallowed by the black shadow and entered the inner world. This miraculous scene made those people completely dispel their inner thoughts. Boss, the money is gone. As soon as I got outside, I saw Gray coming back with a frustrated look on his face. It was obvious that he had lost all his money. It's okay, Ding Dang is here. Yunyi consoled him and then asked. He had expected that Gray would lose all his money. After all, Gray's main battlefield was still in combat, and it was a bit too difficult for him to use his brain to make money. Because there was not enough money, it was mortgaged. Gara said a little embarrassedly. He felt a little ashamed when he said this. It would be fine if he lost, but he also mortgaged the cat. I'll go check it out. Yunyi said helplessly. Following Gra, he came to the place where he was gambling. The first thing he saw when he entered was Ding Dang, who was forced to act cute. Anyone else want to play? If you beat me, you will be the new gambling king of Dulas. One who beat Gray was the famous gambling king. It's really easy to get it. I'll follow you. Yunyi stepped forward and bet 50,000 J. Meow. The moment she saw Yunyi, Ding Dang burst into tears and hid behind him. Were you sent by that guy to take revenge? The gambling king took off his sunglasses and looked at Yunya arrogantly. That's right. Yunya nodded and admitted it. Haha, this is my first time betting with a kid. Okay, I promise you. But your capital is not enough. The gambling king put on his sunglasses again and said contemptuously. Hearing this, Yunya put all the money he had just earned on the table. The heavy pile of gold almost collapsed the table. This. Okay. Seeing so much money, the gambling king silently took off his sunglasses. The gambling game began. Here are 3 cards. Whoever has the biggest card wins. The gambling king explained the rules and started to draw the cards. There were no fancy tricks or psychological struggles. It was all about luck. Haha, that's how it is. Yunya smiled and understood the trick. Logically, Gray's luck was still very strong, but he kept losing. This was very strange. But at the moment when the gambling king drew the cards just now, he saw the truth. There is no doubt that the gambling king, as the king of Dulias and a person who has won every battle, must have some special abilities. That is the power of authority. Although it is very small and can only control gambling behavior, it is enough. Comparing authority with me. Yunyi had an idea in his mind. The shadow behind him began to move, and the figure of Jin appeared beside him. Hey! When he drew the 3rd card, the gambling king asked in confusion. What's wrong? Yunya asked innocently. Nothing, it's your turn. Although the gambling king noticed something strange, he still said calmly. Seeing him like this, Yunya knew that his special ability had disappeared. Summoning Jin was to take away his authority. As a result, his 3rd card could not be changed. I'm here. Yunyi's voice was like the whisper of a devil, making the gambling king feel a little flustered for some reason. Every time he took a card, his eyes became more solemn. Let's show our cards. As the 3rd card was drawn, Yunyi said expressionlessly. Yes. The gambling king said confidently. Even without authority, he was confident that he could win. As the two flipped the cards, the first card was turned over. Gambling King, A. Yunya, 6. Seeing this, the gambling king breathed a sigh of relief. But as the second chapter turned over, his face became solemn again, even a little pale. Gambling King, A. Yunya, 6. Although the gambling king was bigger, he was still very unconfident. He felt that Yunyi's cards were not as simple as they seemed. Finally, it came to the most deadly third card. The winner was decided at this moment. Let's get started. Yunyi said to the gambling king. As the words fell, the third card was officially turned over. Gambling King, K. Yunyi, 6. Chapter 51. Leopard. The moment he saw it, the gambling king's face turned pale and he looked at the 3 sixes on the table. He originally thought that his pair of A would win. But he encountered a bigger leopard. He couldn't believe that such an almost impossible thing happened to him. Did you cheat? You definitely didn't win by yourself. The gambling king tore off his previous composure and became crazy. It can be seen that the failure of the gambling game caused a drastic psychological change in this ever-victorious general. Cheating. Yunya smiled disdainfully. Then he snapped his fingers, and Jin beside him instantly received the order. The next second, everything on the gambling king began to be analyzed separately. Both his property and his younger brother's gradually turned into nothingness, becoming a series of codes that disappeared in the Greed Island. This is administrator privileges. Seeing this, the gambling king finally understood why he lost. At the same time, he also understood why there was a problem with the privileges during the game. It turned out that his privileges were not as great as the opponent's. From the beginning to the end, he was just a clown. This scene was tantamount to killing someone and breaking his heart, making the gambling king lose completely. You won, this is the reward for the winner. The gambling king handed a card to Yunyi with a look of death. Gambler's egg B30. Warm it in your hands for 3 hours every day, and it will become a real egg in 1 to 10 years. If the warm feeling is strong, the hatching time will be shorter. Although it is of no great use to Yunyi, at least it can be used for collection. After all, the entire Greed Island is already his back garden. What doesn't belong to you will never be yours no matter what. Young man, you still need to practice. After saying the last sentence, Yunya left here. When the slumped gambling king heard this, a beam of light bloomed in his eyes again, and a light was brewing in his deep heart. Boss, your gambling skills are really amazing. Garo looked at Yunyi with sparkling eyes. In his eyes, Yunyi has always been the supreme god, mysterious and powerful. The angel's holy light and the warm healing bath at that time made him unforgettable. Meow. Ding Dang seemed to agree with this statement and nodded vigorously. It's time for us to leave. Looking up at the sky, Yunyi began to estimate his time. It has been about 2 months since he joined the Hidden Cloud School. In the 2 years in the Hunter Association, he had no time to participate in the Sky Arena competition. If he didn't go, he might be kicked out. He was able to keep his record until now because of his 3-star Hunter card and his brilliant record. So the most important thing now is to go back to the Sky Arena. Create a legend. Okay, boss. Although Gray hadn't had enough fun, everything was based on Yunyi. Yet, compared to Gra, Lei Ke seemed even more indifferent. The only thing that concerned him now was the previous big villain. Let's go. Yunyi glanced at Lei Ke and walked in one direction. The place they were going to this time was called the port, which was responsible for the player's departure. According to the map, it was located 50 kilometers west of Masadora. Along the way, Yunyi commanded the killing team to carry out another brutal massacre. It was a true truth. Wherever they passed, no grass grew. Until the dawn, this operation in the dark was completely over. I can't spend it all, I can't spend it all at all. Yunya said helplessly, looking at another large stack of cards in his hand. Sometimes having too much money is also a kind of trouble. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the richest man in Greed Island. After walking for a while again, I finally saw the endless blue ocean. The sun was splashing, making the sea sparkle as if decorated with a layer of gold powder. The cool sea breeze blew, rolling up layers of waves, wandering back and forth on the coast. When I came to the street, the prosperous scene came into view, and the endless stream of people added countless fireworks to it. Those who don't know can't tell that they are just a group of NPCs acting according to the program. It can be seen how powerful the gold that created this game is. Boss, what are we doing here? Gara asked curiously while eating the fried skewers in his hand. There are 2 ways to leave Greed Island. One is to use the spell card leave. The second way is to go to the port, defeat the port chief and get a ticket to leave. Other than that, it's death. Yunya explained the steps to leave. Their purpose of coming here was to defeat the director and get a boat ticket to leave here. Although they could directly use the spell of leaving, since they were here, they must experience the local customs and practices. With this idea in mind, Yunya followed the map to a small castle. According to the instructions on the plaque in front of the door, this is where the port director lives. Knock, knock, knock. Without being polite, Gray went forward and knocked on the door. Bang! The moment the knock sounded, the door opened. A fat man with a shrewd face seemed to have known what was going on and was waiting for them. There was no doubt that this man was the director they had been looking for. Want to leave? Then use something to exchange. the director said with a sly smile, and the fat on his face was shaking. Gray first glanced at Yun Yi, and when he saw him shaking his head, he turned around and looked at the director again. Hand you horse! Bang! With a loud noise, the director, who weighed at least 200 kilograms, was slapped away by Gray. After brushing off the dust on his hands, Gray retreated behind Yun Yi. You want us to hand over something? I've always been the one who asked others to give me things. He sat down in the place where the director used to sit, and said earnestly. Do you know who I am? Without me, none of you can leave here. The director said to Yun Yi with a red and swollen face. He was no longer the same as before, which showed that Gray's power had reached a very strong level. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you. Yun Yi said gently. As soon as he finished speaking, Gray and Lei Ke behind him burst out with astonishing murderous aura, covering the entire castle. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. The director was instantly frightened and handed a card to Yun Yi. As a result, the card turned out to be a ticket to leave. Just one. Yun Yi looked at the two people behind him and said. No, 10 cards, oh no, 100 cards. The director handed a large stack of cards to Yun Yi. That's not bad, you can leave now. Yun Yi said gently. In an instant, the director left here as fast as if he had greased his feet. No one knew where he was going. Let's go. Handing the card to the two of them, Yun Yi said directly. Meow. Ding Dang looked at the three people with a puzzled look. His innocent eyes seemed to be asking, what are you doing? We are leaving, Ding Dang. Yun Yi told the truth. Meow. Hearing that they were leaving, Ding Dang rushed forward and grabbed Yun Yi's trouser legs and refused to let go. I will come back. In the meantime, please keep these things for me. Yun Yi squatted down and whispered softly. Then he put all the precious items in Ding Dang's dimensional pocket. After doing all this, Yun Yi smiled gently at Ding Dang, used the boat ticket to leave, turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the spot, leaving Greed Island. This smile became Ding Dang's most profound memory. Chapter 52. Seeing this, Lake and Gray did not hesitate and followed the steps to leave Greed Island. Whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled in his ears, and Yun Yi felt himself leaving Greed Island at a very fast speed and flying towards Yunyan Lu. When he appeared again, it was still the same room. At a glance, it was spotless, which showed that Liu Yan had sent people to clean it every day. Have you completed the game? Lu Yan appeared in the room within a minute after returning and asked. I didn't pass the level. I used a prop to leave there. Yun Ye shook his head and said. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures appeared in the room with a bang. They were Gray and Lei Ke who left together. It seems that you are already familiar with that game. Seeing the other two people also come back, Lu Yan's eyes showed a gleam of light. Obviously, he also wanted to try the well-known game of Greed Island. During the time when Yun Yi was away, Lu Yan had inquired about everything about Greed Island and also developed a strong interest in this game. It's almost there. Master, you can go in and try. With your strength, you can get a ticket to leave as long as you defeat the director at the port. Yun Yi repeated the way to leave. With Liu Yan's strength, he didn't need to go in and pick him up in person. Okay. Lu Yan nodded. Since Yun Ye said so, he was no longer vague. After inserting the memory card into the game console, a stream of light burst out from the game console and instantly enveloped Lu Yan. The next second, he left the room and rushed towards Greed Island. The room fell silent again. Let's go. Seeing that Liu Yan had disappeared, Yun Yi called the two to leave. He went to the Yun Palace to find Ting Yan and told him that Liu Yan had left. What? That's abominable. I want to go too. Ting Yan said with envy and jealousy. In his heart, he strongly condemned this irresponsible master who went to play by himself. We have to leave for a while. After Ting Yan's emotions stabilized a little, Yun Yi expressed his intention to leave. You guys stay safe, come find me if you need anything. Ting Yan said with a serious face. At this moment, he looked like a real senior brother. After all, as long as you have studied in Yunyan school, then even if you are a disciple, he naturally needs to be responsible. I understand. Yun Ye kept this feeling in his heart. After taking a last look at Yunyan Liu, he turned around and left. As he walked out, the paradise behind him disappeared from his sight, as if it had never appeared. Let's go. Yun Yi walked forward. The shadow behind him began to expand, and a military helicopter slowly emerged from it. The dark exterior was full of color under the sunlight, and from a distance it looked like an eagle waiting to soar. Sitting in the main driver's seat, as Yunyi started the car, the rotor above his head began to spin violently. Huge winds and waves swept through a jungle, swirling a vortex of leaves like a tornado. Seeing the right moment, Lei Ke and Gray jumped onto both sides of the helicopter and drove towards the distance. "I hope you are safe." On the towering tree, Ting Yin looked at the people leaving with a calm gaze, muttering to himself. A few hours later. "This is it." Looking into the distance, the sky arena towering into the clouds came into view. Even though it was still far away, it was still clearly visible. On the helicopter, Lake and Gray looked at the place where they met, and memories flashed in their eyes. It was here that they met Yunyi and were taken away by him as his younger brother. But they never regretted it. Before they could continue to recall, the body of the helicopter shook. "Hold on tight." Yunyi controlled the helicopter and began to accelerate. A dazzling black meteor slid down the sky again and fell towards the sky arena. In the blink of an eye, the 1-hour section was shortened instantly. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, someone pointed at the dark object in the sky. Just as they were still wondering, the figure had already arrived in front of them. The huge wind and waves generated by the rotor forced them to cover their faces with their hands. As the helicopter stopped, a cloud of dust rose from the ground. 3 figures of different sizes walked down from it. "He is the youngest landlord in history. Yunyi. He is back." The moment he came down, someone recognized Yunyi's identity. Even though 2 years have passed, the sky arena still retains his epic. "That's Hunter Lecter and Death Gladiator Gra. Why are they following Yunyi?" The identities of Lei Ke and Gray were also revealed. But they ignored it and quietly followed Yunyi into the hall. It must be said that the efficiency of the sky arena is still very fast. As soon as I entered the hall, a figure hurried over. He was still dressed in a suit and leather shoes that had not changed for 100 years. "Zyke, long time no see," Yunyi said with a smile. That's right, the man in front of him was Zyke, the person in charge who helped Yunyi solve his problems when he first came to the sky arena. "Yes, you are also very lively this time." CK wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief and said. "Haha, this time I want to challenge the owner of the 250th floor." Yunyi said the purpose of coming this time. This time he didn't plan to drag it out any longer, and directly broke through the top floor in one fell swoop. "Yes, but I have a suggestion." CK hesitated for a while and said. "What suggestions do you have? Tell me." Yunyi asked with some doubt. "The Sky Arena will host a biennial fighting tournament, inviting challengers from all over the world to participate. If you win, you can stay at the top floor of the Sky Arena. 251st floor. Zyke said the next important event with a serious expression. Fighting competition. A battle of the strongest held by the strongest people in the world. Live broadcast to all parts of the world, everyone will watch this game. Even the president of the Hunter Association, Netero, will come to watch the speech in person. Once you touch the final battlefield and win, then you will not only become the owner of the building, but also a living legend. Respected by thousands of people. Respected by the world challenger. Become a true uncrowned king." Chapter 53. Fighting competition. Can the winner become the owner of the 251st floor? Yunyi muttered to himself. The total height of the Sky Arena is 251 floors. This means that once you win, you will jump over 250 floors and become the strongest one. This is easier than challenging the owner of the 250th floor. The most important thing is that you can also gain more mind abilities. You know, this is a super large competition for the whole world, and there will be countless challengers coming to participate. There will definitely be no shortage of strong people with mind abilities. When will it start? After making the decision, Yunyi asked. It will start in 3 days. Zyke said a date. There are only 3 days left for this fighting competition. All participants must make adequate preparations for the next competition during this time. 3 days. It's a good time to visit my grandmother and explore the location of Greed Island. Yunyi nodded. Compared with other contestants, he would not use this time to prepare. 3 days is too short for him. It will pass in an instant. Do you two want to join in? Yunyi turned around and asked the 2 people behind him. I want to participate. I want to try it too. As militants, the two naturally wanted to participate in a fighting competition that was hard to come by. Then please help the three of us register. Yunya said gently. Hearing this, Zyke smiled and went to register them. Although he was the person in charge, he was also very much looking forward to this competition. The more powerful people there were, the more interesting this fighting competition would be. Come on, follow me to a place. Yunyi called the two to get on the helicopter. With a whistling sound, the black beast soared in the sky again and headed towards Meteor Street. It was as fast as a meteor falling from the sky, and it only took half an hour to reach the mansion where Wu Xi lived. Yunyi was not sure whether she had left, but since he was here, he must take a look. Knock, knock, knock. Knocked on the door of the mansion. Almost the moment the knocks were made, the door opened. Reina's figure appeared from the door. When she saw Yunyi and others, respect appeared on her expressionless face. I will go and inform the lady right away. After saying that, Reina hurriedly walked into the mansion. In less than a minute, Wu Xi's figure appeared in front of Yunyi. She was still so beautiful and elegant. Long time no see, Grandma. Yunyi said with a smile. It had been more than 2 years since they last met. Even the communication was done through phone calls. Yun, how can you, a busy man, have time to come and see me? Wu Xi smiled and handed Yunyi a cup of coffee. They sat on a chair in the garden and started chatting. Just to play. After becoming a prosecutor, have you encountered any problems that need to be solved? Yunya asked after taking a sip of coffee. Now Wu Xi is a prosecutor of the United States of Saherda, responsible for judging various criminals and cases. It was a special position that Carl had worked hard to get at the beginning, spending all his family property. It is said that it takes at least 5 years for ordinary officials to become prosecutors. If Carl's foundation was not deep enough, he might not have been able to achieve Wu Xi. There really is one. My mortal enemy, every time I want to help Zai Luo, he will come in and interfere. Wu Xi frowned and said helplessly. After Yunyi's integration, Wu Xi already knew Zai Luo's identity and cooperated with him secretly. With the help of Dirk, the current NGL country is different from the past. It is moving closer to a medium-sized country. Its voice, productivity and military strength have reached a relatively strong level. What's your name? Yunyi asked gently. Fini Yalu. Wu Xi slowly said a name. Hearing this name, the lake who had been standing there turned around and left. Wait. Yunyi finished his last sip of coffee and walked towards the mansion. Looking at the leaving lake, Gray followed Yunyi's back. Too scary. Wu Xi whispered. In his perception, Yunyi was just like before. No matter what, he could not see through his strength. Everything was unknown and could not be explored. This feeling was still the last time he met Maha. Back at the mansion, Yunyi was sitting in front of the TV watching a channel. The biennial fighting competition in the Sky Arena is about to begin. Challengers are welcome to sign up. The winner will not only receive a monetary reward of 50 billion unis, but will also become the owner of the 251st floor, truly the strongest. To register, please call the following number, 153XXX567XX. Blue light flashed in Yunyi's pupils, allowing him to glimpse the future. At that time, it will definitely be a grand scene of hundreds of birds paying homage to the phoenix, which is really exciting. Yunyi even heard the heart of Grey standing behind him, which was about to move. Do you want to participate? Wu Xi asked, looking at the TV screen. Well, it looks interesting. Yunyi nodded and replied. I heard that Qi and Yilmi are going there too, so you might run into them then. Wu Xi said happily. It must be fun to see family members killing each other. Hee. Yunyi smiled but said nothing. People from the Zaldik family are indeed a bit perverted. Ding ling ling. Just as Yunyi continued to watch TV, the phone rang. He picked up the phone and heard Lake's steady voice. Mission accomplished. The surrounding corpses were scattered all over the room, some of them even had thoughts left on them. This shows how fierce this battle was. Yes, come back. Yunyi said and hung up the phone. He turned around and looked at Wu Xi who was still immersed in the family's internal strife. Finny is dead. This sentence hit Wu Xi's head like a bolt from the blue, making her sober instantly. Finny is dead. The guy she had spent more than a year trying to deal with was killed so easily by Yunyi. You have to know that the other party is a prosecutor of the same level as her, and there must be powerful non-users ambushing around. Even so, he did not escape the fate of being beheaded. This efficiency is terrifying. If you have any problems in the future, remember to contact me, so you don't have to solve them alone. We are a family. Yunyi stood up and said. Things here have been resolved, so we can leave for the next location. Chapter 54. I understand. Wu Xi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yunye and said. There is an indescribable warmth when someone cares about you. Then we're leaving. Contact me if you need anything. After saying that, Yunyi left the mansion and gradually disappeared from Wu Xi's sight. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in a wasteland hundreds of kilometers away from Meteor Street. The yellow sand was everywhere, the gravel was everywhere, and the dead trees that could be seen every few kilometers gave people a sense of destruction. No one noticed. Everything has been cleaned up. Like said as he wiped the bloody long knife in his hand. Hearing that there was no problem, Yunyi nodded and continued to fly forward. After about an hour of driving, he successfully arrived at the edge of the European continent. According to the location of the shadow left on the greedy continent, the final location was determined to be on an island 500 kilometers ahead. This unknown island has never been marked even on the map. It can be seen that Jin has protected it with his own means. Get ready. Yunyi flew the helicopter towards Greed Island. He cut across the sea, creating layers of violent waves, leaving long gullies that stretched until they were submerged by the ocean again. Looking at the huge island not far away, Lake and Grey were 100% alert and ready to deal with what was about to happen next. Is this the edge of Greedy Island? Yunye officially landed the helicopter on the land belonging to Greedy Island. Bang! Just as it stopped, a ball of light filled with air shot out and rushed straight into the body of the helicopter. Ka! The next moment, Lai Ke pulled out his blade and cut it in half. The remaining power made the ball fly in different directions even after being cut in half, and finally exploded with a bang, leaving a hole several meters wide. If it really hit the helicopter, it would definitely destroy it and even the wreckage would disappear. It seems that today's guest is very powerful. As the ball exploded, a steady voice came from the side. A man with short black hair, squinting eyes, and wearing sportswear came into view. Seeing Yunyi and others, there was no panic in his eyes, and he looked confident. Who are you? Yunyi asked in a puzzled manner. He already had the answer in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, the person in front of him was one of the game producers. Named Liza. He was a death row prisoner caught by Jin, but Jin decided to help him because of his trust. He was responsible for the release system of Greed Island, the movement of spells and the elimination of external enemies. At the beginning, the Phantom Troop also discovered that Greed Island existed in the real world and came to look for it, but was eventually forcibly expelled by Liza using a card. I'm the administrator here, and I'm responsible for dealing with people like you. I would be happy if you would leave. If you don't want to. Liza didn't continue talking, the meaning was already very clear. What else? Expel me? Yunye asked curiously. Bingo! A card appeared in Lei Zha's hand. Without much nonsense, he used it on Yunye and the other two. But after about a minute, the card had no effect at all. Go on, expel them. Yunye urged. Seeing this, Lei Zha frowned and stared at the card in his hand. The card that had always worked in the past was actually ineffective at this time. You know, this is a special card at the administrator level. Who are you? Lei Zha took the card back and asked solemnly. We are just nobody. Come and have a look and then you will leave. Yunye explained the purpose of this trip to Lei Zha. But Lei Zha did not listen at all. The energy in his body exploded instantly, and his hair swayed wildly. It's no fun for you to be like this. Yunyi shook his head helplessly. In an instant, a familiar black shadow appeared beside him. Exile. Yunye slowly pulled out a card from Jin's book and used it on Lei Zha. The next second, in front of Lei Zha's unbelievable expression, he suddenly turned into a stream of light and was expelled from Greedy Continent to an unknown place. Okay, let's start the experiment. Yunye said. Now that they have entered the territory of Greedy Island, they should be considered to have entered the game. So the cards in the collection should also be usable. Book. Yunyi said softly. With a bang, a book floated in front of Yunyi. Sure enough, although they came from the outside world, as long as they had the ring, they could still summon the card collection book to operate. At present, their behavior should be regarded as smuggling, but they were smuggling with documents. Peeping. Yunyi took out the card and used it on Gray. Suddenly, all the cards on him appeared on the screen of the card collection. What if I get out? Yunyi began to walk towards the outskirts of Greedy Island step by step. He used peeping every step he took until the card collection book disappeared completely. Now, he was in a sea that was almost as high as a person. He had truly left the scope of Greedy Island. Is that really the case? Yunyi understood it completely. The reason why the props in Greed Island are so powerful is because they have the same limitation. That is, they can only be used within this range, and will be invalidated once they go out. In the hunter world, the greater the limitation, the higher the strength of the mind. Jin and his 11 companions created these cards with limitations for people to operate, perhaps to experiment with the diversity and true limit of the mind. Judging from the prop cards of various abnormal levels, the limit of the mind is far beyond their imagination. So much so that they created bug-level cards such as Archangel's Breath. Is it because of new restrictions that they can be taken out? A new question emerged in Yunyi's mind. After completing the game, he can choose 3 designated cards to take out, which may have added a new layer of restrictions. But no matter what the final result is, Greed Island will become a legend in the gaming world. The experiment was successful, let's go. Yunyi took out a card from the card collection. F-130. After using this spell, including the caster, all challengers within a radius of 20 meters can fly to the designated place, only places you have been to, or the location of the designated challenger. Only challengers you have seen in the game, close range. Masadora. Yunyi slowly said a location. As the card was used, the group instantly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the sky. Chapter 55. Looking ahead, it was a desolate and silent scene, but green shoots had already begun to break through the soil and grow vigorously. Looking ahead, a figure was wandering aimlessly in the wilderness, seemingly looking for something. I found you. Yunyi smiled. The person in front of him was Liu Yin, who had entered the game before. Why are there no monsters? Liu Yin murmured in confusion. He had been searching in this wilderness for a day, but he didn't see a single monster. It was as if some mysterious force had wiped them out. Master. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside his ears. Turning his head, Yunyi was waving his hand while walking towards him. Lei Ke and Gray followed behind him and paid attention to the changes around them. Why are you here? Liu Yin asked in surprise. I just came to see how you were doing and if you needed any help. Yunyi looked at Liu Yin's dusty appearance and asked. Well, it's strange, I originally planned to come here to hunt some monsters to earn some money to buy cards. But after searching for a long time, I didn't find any shadow. Liu Yin shook his head helplessly. He now has a general understanding of the rules of the game of Greed Island, and naturally knows that spell cards need to be purchased. You should have said it earlier. As he spoke, Yunyi opened the card collection book and took out the 10 million J. In an instant, the gold coins piled up into a golden hill, glittering and very spectacular. So much. Looking at the mountain of gold in front of him, Liu Yin's eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect Yunyi to be an invisible rich man who spent so much money. You're welcome, there's more if it's not enough. Yunyi said with a smile. His own money has reached nearly 100 million, not to mention that he has the administrator privilege. As long as he wants, 100 billion J is just a matter of seconds. Thank you very much. Liu Yin didn't hesitate and put the money directly into the card collection book. With this money, he won't have to be careful when using cards in the future. He can experience the feeling of spending money like water. Master, just have fun. We are leaving first. There are things waiting for us outside. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Yunyi said goodbye to Liu Yin. Well, if you have anything, you can contact me. Liu Yin did not try to persuade him to stay. I understand. After saying that, Yunyi used the companion card. The 3 of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they had already reached the edge of Greed Island. The helicopter was still quietly parked in the same place. It can be seen that the expelled Liza did not come back so soon. Let's go to Yukixin. Yunyi decided on the next direction. It was a super large city full of luxury and prosperity. Yukixin, I've wanted to go there for a long time. When he heard where he was going, Gla's eyes showed anticipation. As a child from a small village, he had not experienced the extravagance and debauchery of big cities. Today I will show you how to do it. Yunya controlled the helicopter and flew towards Yokiksen. Yokiksen is also located in the Ulubian continent, belonging to the same continent as Meteor Street. Even so, it was already night when we arrived. It is indeed a big city, it is different. Yunya flew the helicopter over Yokiksen. Even though it was late at night, the lights everywhere still illuminated the night like day. The damp ground and air made people feel cool. He couldn't help but think of New York in the real world. Countless people walked on the streets, experiencing the nightlife of the moment. But under this prosperous scene, there was an undercurrent. Gangsters were everywhere, wandering around and conducting improper transactions. This place was filled with various auctions and was a gathering place for all treasures. Let's go, let's experience it. Yunyi gave an order, and the two people behind him disappeared instantly and jumped in their own directions. After putting away the helicopter, Yunyi walked on the high-rise building looking for a breath of air. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Long time no see, Yunyi-san. Xi Suo said with a smile on his face. They looked so familiar as if they had known each other for a long time. What are you doing here? Yunyi walked beside Xi Suo and asked casually. I'm here to participate in an underground auction. Xi Suo did not hide the purpose of his trip. Auction. Yunya became interested in this. Underground auction market, auctions held by gangs, where precious items, rare items, illegal goods, etc. are auctioned. You must have a special letter of introduction from the gang to enter the auction venue. All kinds of unexpected things may be seen in it. Do you want to go with me? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Xi Suo invited Yunya. His sincere face made it hard to refuse. Sure, but do you have a letter of introduction? Yunyi agreed to this request. When the letter of introduction was mentioned, a slightly perverted smile appeared on Xi Suo's face. Like a magic trick, 2 letters of introduction appeared in his hand in an instant, but the blood-stained corner proved their origin. Then let's go. Seeing the letter of introduction, Yunyi walked straight forward. Looking at Yunyi's back, Xi Suo licked his lips unconsciously, and the desire deep in his eyes was about to break out. Buzz. Suddenly, an extreme murderous aura enveloped Hisoka, causing him to freeze in place. The scene of his own death began to appear in front of his eyes, and the sound of his head falling to the ground clearly entered his ears. But the next second, this feeling was fleeting, as if it was just an illusion. How terrible! Xi Suo whispered, still smiling. The footsteps of Shang Yunyi. 2 figures, one big and one small, walked on the street, blending in with the crowds of people. Letter of introduction. Outside the auction house, a strong man in a suit stretched out his hand to Yunya. Here you are. Xi Suo handed the 2 letters of introduction to him consciously, like an elegant gentleman. Thank you. Yunyi thanked him and entered the venue. Rows of red chairs were occupied by prominent gangsters. On the stage in front, the auctioneer had already been waiting. Yunyi and Xi Suo were among the latecomers. Is this the auction? Sitting in his seat, Xi Suo looked around with curiosity. As long as he killed everyone present, it would definitely cause a shock to the entire Yokiksen. At that time, countless gangsters would come to hunt him down. Be quiet. Yunyi warned. He had seen through the perverted thoughts in Xi Suo's heart. Although he didn't care, it was annoying to be chased by a bunch of mosquitoes. It's too boring. Seeing that his idea didn't work, Hisoka started playing with the poker cards in his hand. His amazing skills aroused the interest of the gangster boss beside him. Hello, my name is Rightnessra. Chapter 56. This greeting did not attract Hisoka's attention, and he continued to play with the poker cards in his hand. This made Right look a little embarrassed. Hello. Yunya said appropriately. If this person didn't have a status, he wouldn't necessarily pay attention. The Nisra family is also a well-known existence in the entire Yokiksen, second only to the 10 old men. And all this depends not on him, but on his daughter. Nia Nisra has a perverted mind ability that can predict the future. Angel's automatic notebook. Thanks to this feature, Right has successfully risen from a small gang leader to his current position. Are you guys here for the auction too? Right asked curiously. But then he was dumbfounded by his own words. Yes, we want to see what treasures are there at this auction. Yunya said with a smile. As expected, he is a man who relies on his daughter to get to the top. Even his words are so illogical. Haha, I heard that there are some heavy items in this auction. Wright smiled far-fetchedly and said a piece of information. Hearing this, Yunyi, who was originally planning to give up, suddenly became interested. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. Just as Wright was about to talk about something else, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. Only the remaining lights on the stage were left to show the auction items that were about to appear. Welcome to this underground auction. I'm the auctioneer for this auction, Paul. Next, we will officially start our auction. I would like to mention that there will be precious treasures in this auction, so please prepare your wallets. After saying that, Bowl bowed to everyone. As the auction began, a plump woman wearing a cheongsam came up with a plate. On the plate was the first auction item, which was wrapped in a red cloth. This is our first auction item. One of 3 precious treasures created by the famous engraver, Mr. Long's Hideo. The skull of the Crystal King. Bowl pulled off the red cloth. A crystal clear skull came into everyone's sight. Under the light, the skull actually emitted a beautiful colorful glow, which aroused the interest of some people. Starting price, 100 million. Each bid must not be less than 50 million ringgits. Bowl said the initial price. The first item was so precious that it reached a price of 100 million, and that was just the starting price. It can be seen how deep the foundation of the underground auction is. 300 million nuns. 700 million nuns. 20 rings. In just a short while, the price of 100 million rose to 2 billion. Many powerful and wealthy gangsters continued to raise the price without any regret. This shows how fierce this auction is. Little brother, don't you want to give it a try? Wright looked at Yunyi and asked. What is this thing for? As a chamber pot. Well, not bad. Yunyi's thinking was very clear. This kind of craftwork was only useful to him as a chamber pot. If it had any real use, he would not hesitate to buy it. After all, he was not only studying in the Hunter Association in the past 2 years, but also went out to kill people in his spare time to earn some extra money. The clients chosen by the Zaldik family were all wealthy guys, and the commission was rarely less than 50 million yuan. So now Yunyi's wallet already has no less than tens of billions of yuan. I'm quite interested in it, and my daughter happens to like these things. Wright said with a smile, and then started to raise the price. 4 billion ringgits. As expected of a gangster who is second only to the 10 old men, he won the first place with his first bid. As soon as the high price was announced, those who were originally planning to bid began to estimate the value of the item and finally decided not to bid anymore. In the end, Wright successfully won the first auction item with a high price of 4 billion ringgits. Does Ling Jin like this? His hobby is really strange. Yun Yet asked curiously. In the original book, Nian really likes all kinds of strange things, such as the Korko princess mummy. Yes, she insisted, so I had to buy it. Wright said with some trouble. He couldn't stand his daughter being spoiled by him. She's so cute, I wonder if we can meet. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yunyi Zaldik. Yunyi said his identity. Hearing this, Wright was a little shocked. The reputation of the Zaldik family is really too great. Looking at the whole world, few people with a little strength don't know about such a family. This. Light hesitated. You know, he became strong because of his daughter's ability to read, so he would naturally protect her in all aspects. If it was an ordinary person, he would directly refuse, but the difficulty was that the person in front of him was a member of the Zaldik family, and it seemed that he was of high status. Don't be too nervous, I just want to ask Ling Jin to use his telepathic ability to help me with divination. Yun Ye did not force anyone to do anything, and took a step back. If you want to open the window despite everyone's opposition, the first step is to lift the roof. Haha, of course. Hearing that it was just a favor, Wright agreed to the request. After all, everyone knew that Nian could use divination, otherwise Wright would not be looked down upon by other gangs. What's more, he could make friends with talents like Yun Yi, and even have the support of the Zaldik family behind him. It was simply a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I will come to visit you after the auction is over. After saying that, Yun Yi returned to his seat and continued the auction. The following auction items did not attract Yun Yi's attention, not even a little bit of his gaze. The boring things made him a little drowsy. Xi Suo on the side seemed to be waiting for something, his eyes were fixed on the auction table. Please welcome the 6th exhibit to the stage. Everyone, please pay attention. This is a very precious collection. Please seize the opportunity. Bowl said with great emphasis. These words instantly attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at the red cloth covering it, wanting to see what was inside. Bowl did not continue to be mysterious and directly lifted the red cloth. The next moment, a gorgeous crimson eyeball quietly floated in the petri dish and watched everyone. The sixth auction item is the fiery red eye of the Kurita tribe. A peerless treasure known as one of the 7 beauties in the world. The auction price is 5 billion ringgit. The starting price for each auction must not be less than 1 billion. Chapter 57. As soon as this item was unveiled, it caused an uproar at the scene. Those present were all people with a strong information network, and they naturally understood the special bloodline of the Kurita tribe. The Kurita tribe originally lived in seclusion in the deep mountains of Kurita. Legend has it that when they are emotional, their pupils will turn bright crimson. It has attracted countless collectors to yearn for it and even go crazy. Many people present were already rubbing their hands and preparing to bid, and they must get it no matter what. Unexpectedly appeared here. Yunya looked at the scarlet eye on the table with some surprise. This means that the phantom troop still follows the timeline and completely annihilates the Kurita tribe. The Kurita tribe is currently in a state of extinction. There is only one survivor left. Kurapika. It's so beautiful. Hisoka couldn't help but praise the gorgeous eyes. Licking his lips, the desire and murderous intent in his eyes were brewing. Even Wright, who was standing by, became interested in this treasure, one of the 7 beauties, and wanted to compare it with the people present. I want this thing. Yunya suddenly said, as if warning someone. Hearing this, Xisuo narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and then played with the poker cards in his hand again, looking uninterested. Since Mr. Yun wants it, I won't fight for it. Although Wright wanted to fight for it, he gave in like a gentleman when he thought of Yunyi's background. There is no other way, strength always has the first say. Thank you. Yunya thanked him and turned to look. 6 billion yoni. 8 billion GNI, no one can compete with me for it, it is really beautiful. 13 billion ringgits. The bidding was very intense, and the price was finally set at 13 billion ringgits. It can be seen how crazy these collectors are for the Scarlet Eye. Some even threatened to chop off the hands of anyone who dared to bid for the Scarlet Eye. Maybe because the other party was really powerful, after he shouted 13 billion ringgits, the whole audience fell silent, and no one dared to continue bidding. What is this person's identity? Yunya asked curiously. What kind of identity can suppress these gangsters so much that they dare not even fart? He is one of the 10 old men. Neo Kester. Wright said solemnly. Although his position was only one level lower than the 10 old men, there was a huge difference between them. The 10 old men. Yunyi looked at the old man who was bidding. The 10 old men were the 10 highest leaders of the world's gangs. They were the leaders of the gangs in 10 regions of the 6 continents, and they would meet from time to time. They were also the organizers of the Yukiksen underground auction, with thousands of gangsters, among whom the strongest were the 10-member group of yin beasts with nin abilities. In theory, they should be able to buy this kind of auction item secretly, but today they put it up for auction in the open. It is very likely that they have been taken care of by the Phantom Troop, so they dare not operate secretly. 13 billion for Genie, is there anyone who wants to bid? 13 billion to quit Buddhism once. 13 billion to quit Buddhism twice. 13 billion ringgit. 20 billion. Just when the price was about to be finalized, a calm voice made the scene silent again. Everyone's pupils were shocked, and they turned their heads to see who dared to confront the 10 old men. Kid, are you kidding? Didn't you see who's next to him? Right? Does this guy want to die? He dared to intercept the things of 10 old men. The voices of conversation came one after another and reached their ears. When Wright heard that they were involving him, he suddenly became nervous. But when he saw Yunyi who was calm and collected, he relaxed again. It's funny, I am also a person with background now, who is afraid of who? Right, a guy who relies on his daughter to get to the top dares to be so rampant. If it weren't for the Phantom Troop, I wouldn't have been able to hold an auction here. Neo looked at Wright fiercely. 20 billion. Anyone else want to bid? Congratulations to this gentleman on the successful auction. Please go to the backstage to trade after the auction. Although Paul wanted to fight for a chance for Neo, he did not continue to bid. The auction is over, tell Asuka to take the item back. Neo said expressionlessly to the suited muscular man beside him. Asuka is his own yin beast, a strong man who has mastered the power of Nin. The reason why he did not continue to bid is that he wanted to kill Yunyi and take back the Crimson Eye. Haha, it looks like you are in danger. Xi Suo said with a smile. Obviously, he felt the murderous aura coming from Neo. Is that so? Yunya said indifferently. The 10 old men were like gods in the eyes of others, but in his eyes they were like ants. He could kill them with a flick of his hand. Even if he had a psychic like yin beast by his side, he could not escape death. It seems that the commission amount of Illumi will be reduced. Forget it, there are still 9 left anyway. Yunya thought. In the subsequent plot, Kurora commissioned Ilmi to kill all the 10 old men. The final result was naturally that all the 10 old men died. After all, they are just ordinary people. Next is the last treasure. Please cherish this opportunity, because it will be difficult to encounter such an auction item in the future. Bor's solemn voice made the scene serious. Yunyi, who was sitting next to him, looked at Xi Suo and found that his expression had a violent fluctuation. There is no doubt that the last auction item must be very precious. The last lot of the auction is the commission from the world's #1 killer family, the Zaldik family. Starting price, 10 billion. Each bid must not be less than 3 billion ringgits. Bol said loudly. A black and exquisite envelope appeared in front of everyone. The logo of the Zaldik family was clearly engraved on it. The 6-pointed star. Is this true? I must get it. My god, if I really master this thing, who would dare to mess with me? This thing is mine. As soon as he appeared, he aroused the deepest desires in everyone's heart. They all wanted to get this letter of commission and hire the strongest person of the Zaldik family to kill their enemies. You know, the more powerful the person of the Zaldik family is, the more money you need to hire. A strong person like Silvaj Heno needs tens of billions of rings just to appear. Not to mention that he is a priceless existence. That's really good. Xi Suo looked at the letter of commission, and then looked at Yunya beside him. Obviously, the purpose of his trip was to get this invitation letter to hire Yunya to kill for him. Do you want it? Yunyi turned to look at Xi Suo. Certainly. Call Dad. Hearing this, Hisoka was stunned for a moment, then turned around and started to catch prey. He was waiting for an opportunity to hunt and get this letter of commission. Why am I so worthless? Yunya thought. He had noticed long ago that the people he had entrusted to kill were too weak. They were either businessmen or some officials with little power, and they could not make any money at all. This is why he only made a few 100 million yuan now. It was really too little. Chapter 58. Yunyi's keen feeling is that Silva may think that his strength is only slightly stronger than Killua, so he only gave him some easy commissions. The money earned by the Yoni is naturally only about tens of millions. Forget it, I'll send a radio greeting later. Yunyi decided to contact Silva later. Looking forward again, fierce bidding had already begun. I'll give you 15 billion. Don't do anything, let me do it, 20 billion GNI. 100 billion Geni. In a short period of time, the amount has increased from 10 billion to 100 billion. The price has increased tenfold. Each increase in price is almost no less than 5 billion Geni, which shows how popular this letter of authorization is. I didn't expect that the last auction item was actually related to the Zaldik family. This thing will definitely be mine. I'll see who dares to challenge me. Neo said excitedly. The bid of 100 billion rings was what he said. The last item in the underground auction has always been very secretive. There are special people in charge. Even if the 10 old men come in person, they can't check it. Naturally, they can't know that the last auction item is actually the letter of entrustment from the Zaldik family. The 10 old men usually travel around various regions and rarely participate in underground auctions in person. If Neo hadn't come for the Scarlet Eye, he might have really missed such a good thing. No one is bidding anymore. Ball asked the people present. Even so, no one continued to bid. The high price of 100 billion ringgits was already twice that of Greed Island. Even the gangsters didn't have much money to use, most of which was used to run some business in the company. Once it was used by force, it would only be a matter of time before it fell apart. 100 billion times to quit Buddhism. 100 billion monks twice. 100 billion GNI 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman on the successful auction. Please go to the backstage to make the transaction later. Boar bowed to Neo. Then he turned sideways and said to everyone present. This auction is over. Thank you for participating in this underground auction. Please leave in an orderly manner. After that, the curtain on the stage was drawn down, and Bull's figure was hidden. It's time to move around. Yunye stood up, stretched his body, and walked to the backstage. He still needed to pay for the scarlet eye he bought. Why are you here? Yunye turned around and asked in confusion. Since the end, Xi Suo has been following him. I just want to have a good chat with Yunye-san. Hiso said without blushing. Yunye couldn't help but praise him for his unprepared lies. He is indeed a moody magician. It's up to you. Soon, Yunye came to the lively backstage. Luxurious interior decorations were everywhere, giving off a high-end feeling. Many wealthy people and gangsters were trading auction items inside, including Neo who was taking the invitation. At this time, there was a tall man with a feminine appearance beside him. There was no doubt that this was Neo Xian Beast, Fei Niao. This is the guy, take care of him and bring the stuff over. Neo also noticed Yunye and told Fei Niao beside him. Yes. Fei Niao answered sharply. On the other side, Yunye had already found the staff to conduct the transaction. Swipe it yourself. Yunye handed over the black card. As long as the amount in the bank card exceeds 100 million, you can become a Black Gold member and get certain preferential treatment. Please keep the things. After confirming that the money had arrived, the staff handed the crimson eye to Yunye. There was no need to worry about being robbed here, as the reputation of the 10 old men was still somewhat effective. But outside, it was different. It's really beautiful. Yunye looked at the scarlet eyes from a close distance. The pure red color was flawless, and the natural look was intoxicating. It was worthy of the title of the 7 beauties in the world. He should be waiting for me outside now. After putting the things away, Yunye looked at Neo who had disappeared. Looking behind him, Hisoka was still standing there with a smile on his face, waiting for him. Let's go, great magician. Yunye said jokingly, and then walked towards the door. People were coming and going on the wet street, and a light rain was falling from the sky, hitting their faces. Yunye and Xi Suo walked in the empty alley. They chatted about family matters like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and did not realize that danger was approaching. In an instant, 2 feathers condensed by thoughts rushed towards the 2 of them. The speed was so fast that even the rain was cut in half. Haha, it looks like the enemy is here. Hisoka said with a smile, and he casually picked up 2 feathers flying at him. He looked relaxed, as if he was playing with playing cards. Is this what you rely on, kid? Fei Niao came out from the shadows and said softly. He looked at the 2 people with arrogant eyes, as if he was looking at garbage. Are even eunuchs so rampant now? Yunye said helplessly. The next second, a burly black shadow appeared behind Fei Niao, instantly twisted his neck, and took out his heart completely. Bang! Asuka still maintained her original expression, but her body fell to the ground stiffly. No one expected this sudden scene. Even Hisoka did not expect the battle to end so quickly. With a twist of the neck and a pull of the heart, the victory was decided. Basic operations are not 6. Yunye said as usual. With Sylva's strength, it is easy to deal with a bird. Let me see where the things are. Yunye came to Asuka's body, his expression still very arrogant. He casually took out a delicate envelope from his pocket. It was the commission letter from the Zaldik family. As expected. Yunye murmured with a look of understanding. For Neo, the safest place is on the bird with telepathic power and a yin beast. Looking at the thing in Yunye's hand, Xi Suo's eyes showed a balance of pros and cons. After a second of thinking, he finally decided to give up. Because he felt that once he took action, he would die. I am so disappointed that you didn't make a move. Chapter 59. Yunye said with a look of pity. It was indeed the case. Yunye had already planted a black shadow in Xi Suo's shadow. Once he made a move, he would receive the Black Tiger's heart-piercing benefit as a gift from friendship and be sent directly to heaven. Although he would not directly become the next Asuka, it would be no problem to lie down for a while. Mr. Yunye, you still like to joke around. Hisoka smiled and didn't take the words to heart. But his tense body told him that he was not as relaxed as he seemed. No idea, let's go. Oh, I missed one. Yunye snapped his fingers. In a luxury hotel dozens of kilometers away. Asuka should have gotten the things back by now. It's time to teach Right a lesson for being such a fool. He even dared to steal my things. Neo said angrily, and then he picked up the phone beside him to contact. Beep, beep. The sound of the phone echoed throughout the room, and it was eerie and quiet. Neo felt a little flustered and even felt like a big hand was strangling his throat. Hello, who is this? Finally, a voice came from the phone. Yes. Puff. Before Neo could finish his words, his head flew out as if cut by a sharp blade. A beautiful skyline was cut, splashing bright red blood, just like a crimson eye. Neo's old body also fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? Why aren't you talking? The person on the phone seemed to have a premonition that something bad was going to happen and began to urge. Siba sat on the sofa and answered the phone. Neo is dead. As soon as these words came out, the other side suddenly became quiet. No matter who you are, as long as you kill Neo, you will be the enemy of the gangs all over the world. I don't need to know who you are, you're already dead anyway. The other side was very calm and arrogant, and directly announced Yunyi's death sentence. This was true. Neo was one of the 10 old men, and killing him was equivalent to going against the entire 10 old men. As the top leaders of the world's mafia, the 10 old men would naturally arrange people to hunt down anyone who was related to them. Although Neo's death was a good thing for them, Yunyi was challenging their dignity. It must be resolved. Who are you? Yunyi asked curiously. Anyone who can be helped by Neo should be powerful. It's okay to tell you, I'm Melina Brute. A presumptuous voice came from the other side of the phone. Hearing this name, Yunyi's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Melina is the leader of the Aii family in the Kajin Empire's mafia. She has more than 20 non-users under her command, and her strength should not be underestimated. She also has a place in the entire Kajin Empire. And she has come this far thanks to her non ability. Love Etude. Increase the number of patients through Melina's saliva. The infected can upgrade their level by killing people, increasing the total amount of chi and power. Once the level exceeds 20, they can discover their unique abilities. When the level reaches 100, the infected also becomes a level 0 patient and can form a separate infection group. Killing ordinary people increases the level by +1, the ability level by +10, and the prince level by +50. Melina's current level is LV45. Relying on this ability to infect the Legion, Melina successfully possessed and maintained her position, and even formed an alliance with the 4 princes of the Kajin Empire. She is a woman who is willing to do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. It's really dirty. Yunyi whispered. He would never use this kind of mind ability even if it was given to him. For someone with a psychological obsession with cleanliness, it is absolutely unacceptable to transmit the virus through saliva. What did you say? How dare you say I'm dirty? Kill you. Kill you. Just wait for me. As if the pain point was touched, the originally calm Melina suddenly roared hysterically. The sharp voice penetrated Yunyi's eardrum through the phone, making him feel uncomfortable. Want to kill me? Then come on. After saying that, Yunyi hung up the phone without caring what the other party was saying. There were at least 800 people who wanted to kill him. One more would not be too much or too little. Seeing that everything was done, he stood up and prepared to leave. He looked at Neo's body again and found a blood-red number on his chest pocket. This guy. He stepped forward and took it out. The 4 of Hearts. As expected, it was Hisoka who left the mark. It can be seen that he also had the idea of plundering Neo. At the alley. Hisoka. Yunyi, who was standing still, suddenly said. What's wrong? Isuo looked over with sharp eyes. Suddenly, a card flew towards his chest and he caught it. Take the things and don't lose them. After saying that, Yunyi walked out of the alley. The sunlight shone on him, making him look extremely dazzling. Hee. Hiso played with the 4 of Hearts in his hand and smiled, then turned and walked deeper into the alley. The darkness gradually eroded his figure until he disappeared. In the entire alley, only Fei Niao's body was left lying on the cold and wet ground, waiting to be discovered or rot alone. From then on, the 10 old men became 9 old men. Boss. As I walked out of the alley, an excited voice came into my ears. Turning around, I saw Gray waving his arms and running towards me. It's really fun here. I haven't seen many things here. Look at my new cell phone. Gray took out the cell phone he just bought. It was the popular Model 07, which was universally used. It had no call range restrictions outdoors and came with 200 national language translations. It could watch TV and record videos. I bought one for you, Lake and my mom. Jella took out an identical phone from her bag and handed it to Yunyi. Many thanks. With this phone, you can talk to your mother often in the future. Yunyi said gently. Jella's mother lived in a small village and did not have such advanced things as a portable phone, so every time she called, she had to find the village chief as an intermediary to contact. Yunyi could always see Jella standing in the corner holding the phone, as if waiting for something. Yes. Gray smiled, his eyes full of light. Where is Lecter? Where did he go? We have an important trip next. Yunyi asked with some doubt. In the past, Like should have come to him faster than Gray. But now he was late. This abnormal behavior made Yunyi feel a little ominous. More importantly, in order to give them privacy, he only installed some protective devices on the two of them, and did not use the shadow to enter their shadow. This made it impossible to locate them in time. Forget it, let's go first. After thinking for a while, Yunyi finally decided to finish the important things first. With Lake's strength, few people can stop him, so there is no need to worry for the time being. After deciding, the two walked towards the center of Yokiksen. Chapter 60. Walking on the busy streets, Yunyi keenly discovered that many gangsters were wandering around the alleys and corners, looking for something. It was obvious that Melina had informed the 10 old men, and Neo's death had successfully attracted their attention. You are awesome for finding me. Yunyi looked at these gang members with interest. When killing Neo, Silva did not use clone disguise to assassinate him. He also hid in his shadow, making it even more impossible for his true identity to be discovered. Even if Yunyi said that he was the murderer, no one would believe him. Instead, they would think that he was sent by the enemy to cause trouble. Boss, where are we going? Gara also realized that something was wrong and asked carefully. Go to the Nisra family. Yunyi said the destination. The target of this trip was Wright's daughter. Nian. The two ignored the gang members they had been looking for and headed towards the Nisra family's mansion. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the location. Looking forward, a luxurious mansion surrounded by stone walls stood in it, and many hounds were staring at the door. If anyone dared to break in directly, they would tear the intruder to pieces as quickly as possible. Chirp, chirp. Gray saw the hounds and started to tease them. Just like when he first saw Ding. Woof. The hound barked without mercy. Its bright silver fangs drooled, as if it was warning Graham. Bang! Just as Gray was about to do something else, the door opened. An old man in butler's clothes appeared at the door. This is the residence of the Nisra family. Ordinary people are not allowed to approach. May I ask who you are? The butler said with a smile. We are here to look for Wright. Is he here? Yunyi explained the purpose of his visit and took out a business card. This was given to him by Wright before he left. It had a function similar to an invitation letter. So you are guests. Welcome. The butler said with a smile. He took out a whistle from his chest and blew it hard. Instantly, all the hounds sat quietly in place, not daring to move at all. Please come in. The butler made a welcoming gesture and said to the two of them. Thank you. Yunyi didn't hesitate and took Gray into the mansion. As soon as he entered, he felt a chill that went straight up from the solace of his feet to his head. Miss likes a cooler feeling, please forgive me. After that, the housekeeper took the two to the living room. Along the way, Yunyi saw a lot of valuable collections, and many of them only appeared on TV. It can be seen that Wright is not too much to spend a lot of money for his daughter. Please wait here for a moment. After welcoming the two to the sofa, the butler nodded and left. From then on, the room became silent. These things look expensive. I've only seen this on TV. Gray looked around like a kid who had just arrived in the city. He was fresh to everything that was going on. If you want it, you can take it directly. Just as Gray was watching, a voice suddenly sounded. Wright, wearing a suit, walked over with a smile on his face. It's really hard to see you. Yunyi said jokingly. This made Wright a little embarrassed. After all, the most difficult person to see was Yunyi, who was from the Zaldik family. Just the photo was worth hundreds of millions. It's no wonder that Killua wanted to capture all of it for money. You want to see Nian, right? I just asked her to come down. Right changed the subject and said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a figure walked down the stairs. Looking sideways, she had long straight blue hair draped around her waist, and her fair and sweet face was full of liveliness. At this time, her petite body was wearing a light yellow pajamas. She looked like a girl next door. Ling Qunjin. Before Yunyi could finish his words, a soft and fragrant body embraced him. So handsome and cute, I love it. Thank you, father. Nian happily thanked Right. It was obvious that she thought Yunyi was a gift from Right. Let go, this is a guest. Right said in panic. Guest. Nian let go of Yunyi in a panic. Then she sat beside Right with a red face and dared not speak. She looked towards Yunyi from time to time. Ling Jin is really lively. Yunyi said helplessly. It's not a big deal for him, anyway, he is a man. I'm so sorry. Nian, hurry up and apologize to the guests. Right said sternly. Right. I'm sorry. Nian said loudly, her face becoming even redder. It's okay. Please tell me your fortune once more. Yunyi waved his hand and said gently to Nian. Yes. Hearing this request, Nian nodded excitedly. Please write down your name, date of birth and blood type on the paper. The housekeeper consciously placed a blank paper in front of Yunyi. Without hesitation, he wrote everything down. Name, Yunyi Zaldik. Date of birth, July 7, 1987. Blood type, A. Nian took a look, memorized it secretly, and then began to use her mind ability. As if to make up for the mistake just now, her energy was stronger than before. Angel's automatic notebook. An ugly purple shadow demon was attached to the automatic pen held by Nian. Lines of words were clearly written on the paper. This is. In a trance, Yunyi felt that everything around him began to slow down or even stop. A mysterious feeling surged into his heart. The mysterious truth hovered in his mind. The lines of words on the paper floated in the air and were constantly analyzed and understood, discovering the secrets. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. You saw the beginning of the prophecy poem, comprehended the direction, triggered your understanding, and created the supernatural power of prophecy. The power of prophecy. Look back at the past and overlook the future. Communicate with the future through the long river of time and learn about the impending disaster. Even more, use the power of prophecy to control the battle and be invincible. Challenge the gods with a weak body. As the voice disappeared, everything resumed operation. Nian had finished writing at this time and looked at him with a puzzled face. Sorry, I was distracted. Chapter 61. Have you finished the divination? Let me take a look. Yunyi took the paper full of words and took a look. The messenger walking between light and darkness. The friend holding the broken knife will face a decision. The singer dancing beautifully will eventually stop. Go to the body of the whale to meet the destined one of the times. The challenge of the sky brings endless darkness. 1460 day and night cycles. The collision of the world is about to begin. No matter how bad the conditions are, it can't stop you from going to the unknown area. Enjoy the leisure time. The black earth will bring you despair. The big hand of the future will control everything. The synonym of ending with all living beings. The dead will bud again. Everything will usher in rebirth and hope. There are many questions. Yunyi said solemnly. Although the whole poem is a bit abstract, it can still be understood after careful analysis. The messenger in the first sentence is naturally him, who has both the shadow and angel healing abilities, and has two yin and yang balanced forces in his body. The second sentence is most likely about Like, who is facing a life or death decision, which shows that his current situation is not very good. Seeing this, Yunyi did not continue reading, but put the paper away. Thank you for your help, Miss Nian. We have something to do and we will leave first. After saying that, Yunyi walked quickly towards the door. This made everyone present look confused and didn't know what happened. Gray reacted quickly and followed the pace, and had a vague guess in his heart. Woof! As soon as I walked out the door, I heard a dog barking. Get lost! The cold murderous aura instantly made the hound collapse and tremble on the spot. Seeing this scene, Gray was sure that something big had happened. When he came to the door, Yunyi's body burst out with a terrifying aura, and countless black shadows surged from all directions, standing behind him in a uniform manner waiting for orders. Find Like. With one order, All the shadows immediately merged into the shadows and began to frantically search for Likei's traces based on clues. If pedestrians walking on the street carefully observe, they can find that their own shadows are constantly moving. Boss. Hush. Yunyi reminded Gray not to speak. Found it. In just a few minutes, the exact location of the lake was discovered. As long as there is darkness, there is no privacy. Follow me. Instantly, Yunyi entered the inner world and began to travel quickly. Seeing this, Gray used all his speed to follow Yunyi's footsteps. Everything around him began to move quickly, gradually leaving the territory of Yokiksen and coming to a lifeless wilderness. Yellow sand filled the air, the wind howled, and the silent wasteland was only accompanied by the roar of some wild beasts. Boss, is this the place? Gray asked uncertainly. In front of him was the entrance to Meteor Street. Go in, he's here. Yunya walked in without hesitation. There were still many beggars on the street. As he went deeper, he gradually came to a dilapidated church. The white exterior was full of signs of destruction, which showed that it had been deserted for a long time. Walking in, he saw Likei kneeling in the middle, covered in mud and blood, unconscious. In the reflection of the pure white church, he seemed like a repentant sinner. In his hand, he still tightly held the half-broken knife. Seeing this bloody scene, Gray's eyes were full of anger, but he still forced himself to follow behind Yunya. Dong, dong, dong. The footsteps kept echoing. Yunyi walked on the ground of the church with an expressionless face. When he came to the side of Likei and looked forward, a figure was standing in front of them looking at them indifferently. He was wearing a red and white robe, with a cold face, a tall figure and a loose hair. Who are you? The cold voice questioned the two who broke in. But Yunyi did not answer him, but gave Gray a look, asking him to take the seriously injured Likei out. Break. Just as Gray was about to make a move, a blood-red long knife rushed straight towards him. Suddenly, a white hand gently grasped the long knife in its hand, making it unable to move. Buzz. The blood-red long sword trembled violently, trying to break free, but no matter how it swung, it was useless. You are so arrogant that you want to attack me. As he spoke, countless black shadows entered Yunyi's body. Various different mental abilities were instantly attached to him. At this moment, he controlled everything. Give you a chance to tell me who you are. Because this may be your last words. Yunya said indifferently. I never kill nameless people. I am Laker's brother, Alan. For some reason, Alan revealed his name and identity. He is Laker's biological brother. Isn't his brother dead? Yunya was a little surprised. He once heard Likei say that he had a brother, but he died for some reason. Yes, I was killed by my brother himself. Alan said the cause of his death very calmly. There was no excitement or anger. Obsession. Feeling Alan's current state, Yunyi said a word. In the hunter world, there are indeed people who are resurrected after death. Hisoka is a representative figure. In the subsequent plot, Hisoka successfully fought a ring battle with Kuroro Lasiro, the leader of the Phantom Troop, and eventually died of suffocation due to the explosion. But this guy Hisoka relied on his obsession to change his fate, change yin and yang, and forcibly resurrect himself. And started a hunt for the Phantom Troop. Alan didn't say anything, accepting this answer. Okay, it's time to end it. As soon as the voice fell, Yunyi's figure disappeared. The whole church fell into silence, and even the slightest breeze could be heard clearly. Alan stood there with his eyes closed, holding a long knife. Suddenly, a delicate dagger condensed by thought stabbed Alan's neck fiercely. Bang! The sparks from the collision hit the faces of the two men. Alan's eyes were calm, and his arm muscles were extremely swollen, resisting this unexpected and powerful blow. Is the power gained based on obsession really strong? Yunya came to a conclusion instantly. It is not for nothing that the blackened is 3 points stronger. The nature of obsession is the same as that of a vow. It sets a restriction on oneself and swears to abide by it. The stricter the restriction, the stronger the explosive power of the martial arts used. This makes Alan's strength rise rapidly. Otherwise, with his strength killed by Lecter, he would not be able to withstand this attack. Die. Chapter 62. Alan's voice was cold, and his strength grew, pushing Yunyi away. Then, his chi began to surge out crazily. Unlike the pure life essence of ordinary non-users, his chi was pitch black and full of strong death energy, as if the person standing in front of him was a long-dead person. In an instant, the surrounding environment became oppressive. His chi gradually condensed into a black long sword held in Alan's left hand. This was his true form, double swords. One sword cuts the god, one sword devours the soul. The next moment, Alan used the front of his foot to push and instantly came in front of Yunyi. He held the two swords and crossed them to cut. Bang! Yunyi reacted quickly, found the center point and used the dagger to block the two swords. He used the power of one hand to fight against two arms. I will use your brother's stuff to defeat you. Yunyi kicked Alan in the chest. The dagger in his hand immediately turned into a sharp white long knife. Without further ado, let's see the truth with the blade. Howling of the wind. Countless green souls appeared behind Yunyi, constantly struggling to escape. The next second, they all poured into the blade transformed by the thought, adding a layer of emerald green to it. This is it. Seeing this scene, Alan's pupil shrank. He still vaguely remembered that Lecter used this move to kill him. Before he could react, the blade was already in front of him. Bang! 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 The two figures turned into afterimages and intertwined with each other. The sound of iron hammering continued to ring in the church. The intensity of the sound made people outside dare not even approach, but only stand and watch from a distance. For a while, the two were evenly matched and took this battle seriously. A slight mistake could lead to the failure of the entire battle. Not bad, you can withstand so many of my knives. Yunya looked at the knife scar on his arm. A trace of blood flowed out of the scar and dripped onto the ground. Looking across, Alan was now covered with scars, with no intact spot on his skin. You could even see the bones in the wound. The blood infected his entire body, turning him completely blood red. Ahem! Alan couldn't stop spitting blood from his mouth. But he didn't care, his eyes became more and more indifferent and dark. Demon ceiling falling dance slash. In an instant, Alan's figure began to flash and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Just when he was about to approach Yunyi, he disappeared in an instant. Yunyi seemed to have expected it and stretched out his long sword behind him. Clang! As expected, a powerful slash came fiercely. Just as he blocked it, the power generated by the blade disappeared and came from the left. Then it came from the right, and then from the left, as if it was never fixed. If you stand far away, you can clearly see that Alan is shuttling back and forth beside Yunyi at a speed that is almost teleporting, constantly slashing. But every move was blocked by Yunyi, no matter how unexpected he was. How could this happen? Alan finally stopped attacking and stood at a distance. He also found that his attacks could not affect Yunyi at all. The power of prophecy is something you cannot experience. Yunyi's eyes were full of bright stars. This is the power of prophecy. Whenever Alan attacks, he can predict the trajectory of the attack and resist it. He successfully puts himself invincible. Even if Alan really teleports, he can know the traces of his appearance. Communicate with the future and know the truth. There is no other way. Alan's tone was very resolute, as if he was about to make a big move. His eyes became calm, and his hands tightly grasped the two swords. Destroying demons and sealing gods slash. A red shadow of the demon god appeared behind Alan and merged into the blade. At the moment of perfect integration, he used his last bit of strength to slash towards Yunyi. The red sky-high sword energy rushed towards Yunyi, carrying a crazy killing aura. This is something I should take seriously. The wind god roars. Suddenly, a furious gust of wind rose from Yunyi's feet and gathered on the blade. Without mercy, he slashed forward. The emerald green blade energy rushed away with a tornado. Bang! The two terrifying sword energies collided, producing a force almost as powerful as a miniature nuclear bomb. The already dilapidated white church was completely annihilated, raising countless dust. Everything around it was razed to the ground. Fortunately, this was a no-man's land, otherwise who knows how many tragic casualties would have occurred. What on earth happened inside? The person watching from outside asked in a daze. But his long experience made him react quickly and leave the scene. When the smoke cleared, the whole church was left in a mess, with no one left. How is he? Yunyi asked while standing in the ward filled with the smell of medicine. At this time, he had changed into a clean set of clothes. The battle just now really turned everything into a flat ground. He chose to leave directly instead of continuing to chase. If Alan died, it didn't matter. If he was still alive, then he would wait until Like became stronger and kill him himself to fulfill his obsession. But according to Yunyi's guess, he was probably still alive. Because when he left, he vaguely heard a sentence. Maybe you can calm my stupid brother down a bit. Then he was covered in dust. Just some skin injuries. Gray said with a relaxed look. He rushed here in a hurry and told the doctor in the hospital that he was dying. Unexpectedly, after a thorough examination, it was just a slightly serious scar. That's fine, let's wait for him to wake up. Yunya said as he sat on the chair. Where is this place? As soon as he sat down, Lake opened his eyes and looked confused. Ward. Gray said lazily, looking at the sun. It was noon and the sun was shining. How could I be here? Where is my brother? Lake quickly stood up and looked around. When he found Yunyi was also here, his anxious mood suddenly became relaxed. He's gone. Yunyi said slowly. Really? Hearing that Alan had left, Lake lay down on the bed with a relaxed look on his face, enjoying a moment of peace. Try to become stronger, you will face him again in the future. His strength is much stronger than yours now. Yunya said mercilessly. Speaking of the matter, Lake's current strength is indeed much weaker than Alan's. I understand. Lake agreed with a firm look on his face. Lake was very strict about improving his strength. After this ordeal, he might go completely crazy. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone rang. Gray looked around and found that it was his own phone ringing. He picked it up without hesitation. Gage, you've been out for so long, when will you come back? A gentle voice came from the phone. Mom, I will be back soon. Hearing the familiar voice, Gray responded with a happy face. He had not been back to his small village for a long time. After a brief chat about family matters, the call was hung up. Tomorrow is the fighting competition. When the competition is over, we will go back together. Chapter 63. After hearing the conversation on the phone, Yunyi made a decision on the spot. He had seen Gray looking at the moon alone for countless days and nights, with his eyes full of longing. As a humane boss, he must be considerate. Thank you, boss. Gray's smile became even brighter. Let's go now. Like got out of bed and made a suggestion. He moved his limbs and felt no stiffness at all. With his body, it would not take too much time to recover from the minor injuries. Then let's go. Let's go and see the so-called fighting competition. Yunyi threw the book in his hand into the inner world and walked out. The people in the hospital didn't say anything when they saw the three of them preparing to leave. After all, Like was admitted to the hospital as a hunter. Buzz. Coming to the open space outside the hospital, Yunyi's shadow began to expand and wriggle. A black beast emerged, and its pitch-black appearance looked extremely shiny under the setting sun. Get on board. With a command, the two jumped on. The combat helicopter also turned, creating a huge wave and flew away. A black meteor slid down the sky again and headed for the battlefield on the other side. When it appeared again, it was already evening. There was only a short distance to the sky arena. Looking around, the neon-lit city was bustling with people, and countless huge airships were suspended in the air, broadcasting live broadcasts about the fighting competition. On the streets, every household was waiting in front of the TV to watch. Everything was ready to go. It's really hot. Gray said with a surprised look on his face. This was his first time to participate in such a prestigious competition, facing the whole world. When you compete, you will also appear on the screen, watched and expected by everyone in the world. Yunya said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Gray's heart was filled with infinite yearning, and he couldn't help wondering if his mother would see it. Even Lek couldn't help but be excited, and the strength of his hand wiping the blade became a little stronger. Just as they were still moving forward, a new figure appeared on the screen of the airship next to them. President, it's your turn to give a speech, don't sleep anymore. A green jelly man said to Netero in panic. Oh, it's my old age, it's so fast. Netero said with a little surprise, dressed up and came to the camera. Hello everyone, I am the president of the Hunter Association, Isaac Netero. Challengers from all over the world are welcome to participate in the biennial fighting competition. Here, I hope you can fight for your life based on your own glory and win the final victory. Netero's inspiring words spread to every corner of the world. Anyone who saw it felt a silent passion brewing in their hearts. At this moment, they will truly participate in this game with the will to die. President, what are you talking about? Why didn't you read according to the notes I gave you? After the speech, the green jelly man said angrily. What he said just now was all Netaro's improvisation, and it was his truest thought. Bingzi, don't be so nervous. I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Netaro said, rubbing the back of his head and laughing. He had no idea how much of a storm his words had stirred up. Really? Bingzi said helplessly. He really had no idea what to do with his own president's personality. Will you come to this fighting competition? After Bingzi left the room, Netaro looked out the window at the dark night with a silent look in his eyes, and couldn't help murmuring. A young figure appeared in his mind, with a calm smile on the corner of his mouth. Boss, there are so many people. Looking at the endless stream of people in the hall, Gray said in shock. Although there were many people in the Sky Arena in the past, it has never been like today, where the huge hall is packed with people. Normal, let's go find Zyke first. Looking at so many people, Yunyi was somewhat glad that he had asked Zyke to help him sign up. Otherwise, he would be the only one among so many people today. Hello, I'm looking for Zyke. Yunyi asked directly when he came to the registration desk. Child. Son. It's you. The registration lady said unconsciously when she saw Yunyi's figure, but she froze in the next second. Ah, it's you. Yunyi also remembered. The young lady in front of him was the one who had come to the Sky Arena for the first time and asked him to go home to find his mother. He didn't expect to see her again after so many years. Please wait, the person in charge will be here soon. The registration lady calmed down and pressed the button on her thigh. Are you going to participate in the fighting competition as well? Before XIK arrived, the registration lady asked curiously. Yes. Yunyi replied lazily. I will definitely go to see it when the time comes. The registration lady said with a smile. As staff members of the Sky Arena, they have the right to enter the venue 3 times a month to watch for free. Thank you then, my name is Yunyi. Yunyi stretched out his hand and said. Haha, my name is Wendy. Wendy shook his hand and said with a smile. At this moment, Zyke came over from a distance, panting. Hey! You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Zyke wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. Don't worry, let's go. Sister Wendy, goodbye. Yunyi simply waved to Wendy. This made her feel a little flattered for a moment, but she still waved goodbye. Zyke, who was standing by, saw all this and immediately made a decision in his heart. Jella, stop watching, we are leaving. Yunyi saw that Jella was still watching TV and urged. Here we go. Gray answered loudly, and hurriedly caught up with Lecter beside him. The group followed Zyke's footsteps to their contestant room. We are here. CK stopped in front of a door and took out a silver card to unlock the door. As soon as he entered, Yunyi smelled the fragrance of incense. Various luxurious decorations came into view, which showed that this was a luxurious room that only the owner of the building could live in. The fighting competition will officially begin tomorrow evening, and the list of the competition will be handed over to you later. If you have any questions, please contact me immediately. Zyke handed the room card to Yunyi and quietly left. There were only 3 of them left in the room. This bed is so soft. Gara jumped on it and said with a comfortable look on his face. Walking inside, Like began to check whether there was anything around that could threaten Yunyi. Don't be so nervous. Yunyi said easily. As a well-known Sky Arena, this professional ethics should still be maintained. But Like still carefully looked around and sat cross-legged on the bed to start practicing. The competition is about to start, and he must make full use of the little time left to become stronger every second. Boom boom boom. Chapter 64. Late at night, just when they wanted to rest, there was a knock on the door. Bang. When I opened the door, I saw a staff member standing at the door. Hello, this is your competition list, please keep it safe. After handing the list to Yunyi, the staff left here with a respectful look on their faces and headed to the next room. Is this the competition list? Looking at the string of codes on the paper in his hand, Yunyi was a little confused. But when he saw the TV in the room, he understood everything. Turning on the TV, a blank box popped up. Entering the code, a relationship chart of the personnel list appeared on the screen. The 3 people at the bottom were Yunyi, Lei, and Gray. The ones above were the opponents they were about to face in the fighting competition. Come and see your opponents tomorrow. Yunye called the other two over. Then he began to look at his opponent for tomorrow's preliminary round. He was a martial artist from the ancient Ganyu kingdom who was proficient in ancient martial arts. His name was Dylan. He had fought 13 wanted criminals on his own and remained unscathed. His strength should not be underestimated. Looking at the opponents of the other two, they were all top-notch masters. Is it just the preliminary round that is so strong? Yunye was a little surprised. According to statistics, there are 10,000 participants in the entire fighting competition. With such a large base, there are such strong strengths in just the first round, which shows how exciting this competition will be. It seems that you need some special training. Yunye immediately made a suggestion. The strength of Lei Ke and Gray was not very strong. They were about the middle stage of the two-star hunter. They were not as good as the top, but better than the bottom. Special training? Okay, okay. Hearing this news, Gray agreed with a look of surprise on his face. I have no problem with that either. Regarding becoming stronger, Lake has always maintained a positive attitude. Let's go, take advantage of the night. Seeing that the two were very positive, Yunye made a quick decision and set off directly. He had already condensed a set of methods suitable for them to become stronger in his mind, but he had never taught or practiced it. You know, he is a man with a world library, it is too easy for him to derive a set of exercises. Let's choose here. The three of them finally stopped at an open space. There was no one around, and few people would pass by here. It was the best choice for special training. Gara, watch this. Yunye stood in front and began to demonstrate. He held his breath and concentrated. The qi in his body burst out instantly, and then condensed into qi lines that shuttled through the internal organs and limbs. As the qi lines climbed successfully, he immediately used qi to stimulate the corresponding acupuncture points. The next second, Yunye's muscles suddenly swelled up, and his strength began to grow geometrically. The qi and blood in his body intertwined, making his skin rosy. Threads of steam came out of his mouth, like a fast-running machine. From a distance, Yunye looked like a prehistoric beast that had eroded from the ancient continent. It's too scary. Gra, who was observing closely, couldn't help but say this in his mind. He felt that he was not facing a person, but a ferocious beast that was staring at him. All kinds of emotions emerged in his mind: shock, fear, panic. He exhausted all his strength to escape, but found that he couldn't move even a step. Instinctively, he had given up on survival. Do you understand? Yunye took back his qi and his body returned to its original appearance. The principle of this move is to use qi to activate the acupuncture points, so as to achieve a short burst of power beyond the body's limit. There are 6 stages of stimulation in total. Each additional level will activate more power, and the load on the body will become more severe. The side effect is of course that you will have to lie flat for a period of time after the end. If the stimulation is deep, death will become a probabilistic event. No. Gray answered with a heavy breath. He was so focused on being scared that he didn't have time to see how to operate it. I will explain the principle to you once, and you need to figure out the rest by yourself. Yunye finally explained the principle again. Even if he continued to demonstrate, he would only gain Gray's fear value. Instead of doing this, it would be better to let him do it himself. I know, boss. What is the name of this move? Gara nodded and asked. This move is called the 6 Gates of Dunjia. Yunye said a familiar name. That's right, the inspiration for this move was developed based on the 8 Gates of Dunjia. They all use some extreme methods to unlock the shackles and restrictions on oneself, so as to burst out the full power of the essence of life. 6 Gates of Dunjia. Gray murmured, and then went to the empty space in the distance to practice alone. Next, it's your turn. Yunye looked at Lei Ke who was watching from the side. He asked Gray to follow the extreme physical style, using physical strength to destroy everything. Lei Ke would naturally not follow the same path. I will only demonstrate it once, watch carefully. 2 shadows attached to Yunye's body. He held a long sword made of air in his hand. Standing in place and looking forward, his mind became calmer than ever before. Everything around him turned into nothingness, and the center of the world became Yunye himself. A breeze blew, and Yunye gently raised the tip of his sword to catch the breeze. Then he condensed a scabbard with his left hand and inserted the long sword containing the breeze into the scabbard. Buzz! The scabbard vibrated immediately, and the originally small breeze grew wildly inside. Yunye looked forward, drew out the long sword at an incredible speed and slashed forward. In an instant, a wind blade rushed towards a forest not far away. Bang! As soon as it touched, the trees were instantly swept into powder by the strong wind contained in the sword energy. Even so, the sword energy still broke through with unstoppable force. Everything was annihilated. If Yunyi hadn't retracted the sword energy in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Do you understand? The long sword and the scabbard in his hand disappeared together, and Yunyi turned around and asked. A little bit. Lake answered very honestly. If his mind ability was not wind, he might not even understand this little bit. The principle is simple. Quick! Yunyi said the essence. Draw out the long sword as quickly as possible to kill the enemy. Of course, in addition to being fast, you also need to wait for a certain amount of time for the breeze to have enough time to accumulate and grow. Otherwise, it will only be a blank sword energy. However, even a blank sword energy has the power to cut through everything. Practice well, this move is called the heaven slashing sword drawing technique. After saying that, Yunyi turned and left. Only Lai Ke was left there, thinking hard, trying to find his own inspiration. Chapter 65. Yunyi stood in the distance and watched the two peoples practice. These two moves were created based on the world library in his mind. It can be said that they are super skills that have condensed the strengths of hundreds of schools. Taking one of them alone is a shortcut to becoming a strong man. Ha! Gray roared, and a wisp of steam came out of his body, but it disappeared in the next second. The powerful technique is extremely difficult to practice. It is impossible for a weak talent to completely master it without a month or even half a year. Looking at the other side, Lai Ke was still standing there thinking hard, trying to find his own inspiration. The road ahead is long and arduous. Yunyi murmured. The two were top-notch masters in the human continent, but in the distant dark continent, they were not worth mentioning. They might even die in that unknown land without knowing why. Oh, I haven't finished reading the prophecy poem yet. Suddenly, Yunyi remembered the divination poem. He took it out of his pocket and continued to read. The overall view was still very abstract. Looking at the third sentence, the singer dancing beautifully will eventually stop. There is only one person who meets the conditions around him, and that is Gray. His ability of mind is to trigger irregular attacks with gorgeous dance postures, so as to achieve the effect of surprise. There is no doubt that Gray will face a disaster next. The difficulty of life and death. Fighting contest. Seeing the fifth sentence, Yunyi suddenly had a guess in his mind. The challenge of the sky brought endless darkness. It corresponds to the competition in the sky arena. Then who will the darkness be? Looking into the distance, Yunyi's pupils gradually turned dark. Under the prestigious competition, there was an undercurrent. With the content of this poem, everything became confusing. At present, these two sentences are related to the present. I didn't continue reading. After putting the note away, I looked at the two people in training again. Gray was still trying to activate the acupuncture points. Lex stood quietly in place, meditating on the knife that Yunyi had just swung. It's going to start tomorrow evening. I will practice too. Yunyi closed his eyes. The supreme visualization diagram and the mind ability practice method began to run in his body. Under the black night sky, there were still many people practicing hard, waiting for tomorrow's competition. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Drink. Buzz. Bang. The scorching sun was coming, and two sounds made Yunyi open his eyes. Looking forward, Gray was red all over, and wisps of steam emerged from the surface of his skin. He swung a punch, and the trees in front of him were instantly broken into pieces. It can be seen that he has practiced the 6 gates of Dunjia to the entry level. And Lake finally found his own feeling and barely pulled out the knife. Although the power is far less than a small part of Yunyi, he has already learned it. There is no doubt that both of them are talented people. They learned 2 skills in just one night. Of course, it is also inseparable from their hard training all night. Let's go, take a rest and prepare for the battle. After saying that, Yunyi disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the restaurant provided by the Sky Arena for challengers. Looking around, many challengers were eating and drinking to reserve energy for the next battle. Fortunately, the person in charge was smart and added dozens of chefs to cook. Otherwise, with their appetite, they might have eaten all the chefs. I'm really here. Suddenly, Yunyi saw 2 familiar figures. Killua was eating while avoiding Illumi. The two always met in different places. Maybe fate is so wonderful. Killua seemed to feel the sight, and looked back. Brother! Seeing that it was Yunyi, he was so excited that he didn't even eat and jumped over there. Illumi, who was originally preparing to catch Killua, also stopped and looked over when he heard the voice. Okay, don't get excited. Looking at Killua with oil dripping from the corners of his mouth, Yunyi put one hand on his forehead to prevent him from getting close. After taking out a handkerchief to wipe it clean, he finally let Killua hug him. Brother, where have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time. Killua looked up and complained. The two brothers haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. I'm just going to sort out some things. Has anyone bullied you recently? Yunyi answered very hastily, and then asked with concern. Yes, that guy. Killua nodded quickly and pointed at Illumi in the distance. At this time, Illumi seemed to have anticipated that something bad would happen and left the restaurant very consciously. He could clearly feel that he couldn't beat Yunyi before, and he couldn't beat him now. It's okay. He won't dare to do anything to you. Let's eat first. Yunyi invited them to eat first. When they heard the word eat, the two people behind him sat down and started to eat. Brother, who are these two? Killua asked curiously. His name is Like, he is an ordinary hunter. His name is Gra, he is an ordinary dancer. If you have any problems in the future, you can also contact them to help you solve them. We are all family. Yunyi introduced it very briefly. The two people beside him didn't feel anything when they heard this introduction. Anyway, it's almost the same. Hunter? Dancer? Killua wondered. His intuition told him that those who could have a relationship with Yunyi were not ordinary characters. It was really comfortable to have two more backers. Chi, who is your opponent in this game? During the meal, Yunyi asked appropriately. Like Uncle Lake, he is a hunter. I can handle it. Killua said confidently. After all, he had also gone through the inhumane training of the Zaldik family. In that case, then have a good meal and prepare for battle. With Yunyi's orders, a silent war once again broke out at the table. When they left the restaurant, only the challenger who was trying to pick on the chef was left. Brother, is this your room? Killua looked at the luxurious room in front of him with surprise. Compared with his big bedroom, it was like heaven and earth. Do you want to live with me? There are vacancies. Yunyi invited. Okay. Killua agreed with his eyes shining. This way he could get close to Yunyi and avoid Illumi's harassment. So far, Killua has temporarily joined this big family. Please go to your respective arenas and prepare for your first match. Chapter 66. Just when Killua was still happy, a voice came from the radio in the room. The fighting competition has begun. Yunyi even heard the excited screams from the next room. Let's go. He called the other two and headed for the competition arena. The Sky Arena has prepared a unique venue for the fighting competition, which can easily accommodate even 100,000 participants. When they arrived at the venue, tens of thousands of spectators were already sitting in their seats waiting for the start of the competition. Looking at the competition venue, it had been divided into 1,000 different arenas for fighting. There are so many people. Seeing this grand scene, Killua opened his mouth slightly. Which arena are you in? Looking at so many arenas, Yunyi turned around and asked. 567. 789. 1234. The three of them said the numbers of the rings. After hearing this, Yunyi looked at his number 1 ring sign and fell silent. Challengers, please go to your own arena. The match will start in 10 minutes. The broadcast sounded again, calling on the contestants to go to the ring. Never mind. Enjoy it. Yunyi waved his hand and Gray and Lei disappeared instantly. Killua, do your best. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Yunyi merged into the shadows. Only the confused Killua was left standing there in a daze. When he reappeared, Yunyi was already standing on his own stage. Are you my opponent? Dylan, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up and looked at Yunyi with a serious expression. That's right. Yunyi nodded and looked at him. His hair was pale and thick. Even though he was old, his muscles were still strong from practicing kung fu. His whole body was like an upright pillar, tenacious and unyielding. It was in line with the style of a martial artist. Even if you are just a child, I will not show mercy. Dylan warned. It's okay, just go for it. Yunya said nothing. Those who can come to the fighting competition to participate in the competition are all selected. They are top-notch masters. Naturally, there will be no self-righteous behavior of letting them go before the competition even starts. Everyone comes with the intention of winning the championship, so they must go all out. After giving advice, Dylan sat cross-legged on the ground again and waited. As time passed, a figure appeared on the big screen. Welcome to watch the highest level fighting festival, the Olympia Fighting Championship. I am the host Bobo. The next battle will be broadcast live and broadcast to channels around the world. This fighting competition will implement an elimination system. The losers will not be able to continue to participate in the challenge. Please do not hold back your strength. The final winner will receive a reward of up to 50 billion unis, and will also become the top floor owner of the 251st floor, the highest floor. Bobo explained the rules of this competition in a sweet and passionate voice. This was like a shot of stimulant for the contestants. Such a luxurious reward is worth their lives, just to become the final winner. Then I declare. The first match of the fighting competition officially begins. Please, referees, go to the ring. As the competition began, staff members in referee uniforms came to the ring. There were as many as 1,000 of them, and the spectacular scene was eye-catching. They were all referees specially trained by the Sky Arena, and there was no double standard. They represented absolute fairness and justice. Please prepare yourselves, contestants. The referee said in an emotionless voice. Hearing the voice, Dylan's eyes became more fierce. Yunya looked around and saw that some people had already started the game, and some had even finished it. Begin. As the start sounded, Dylan jumped in front of Yunya with all his strength, raised his thigh and kicked him in the head. The protruding bones and veins on his leg were enough to prove that he was not letting Yunya down at all. Many people in the audience closed their eyes, unwilling to see the cruel scene that followed. Are they finished yet? After saying that, Yunya didn't even turn his head, and easily dodged the attack by slightly turning sideways. Looking into the distance, Gray and Lei Kei had defeated their opponents and ended the first round of the battle. How is it possible? Seeing that his attack did not hit, Dylan frowned and quickly retreated dozens of steps. Old man, you haven't practiced enough yet. In an instant, Yunya disappeared from the spot. Before Dylan could react, he appeared in front of him and kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! The loud noise announced the appearance of the winner. Dylan was deeply embedded in the outer wall and was unconscious. This was the result of Yunyi's mercy. If he really used a little force, he might have exploded into a bloody mess. The winner is Yunyi. Although the referee was shocked, he still quickly determined the result of this match. The unexpected result made the audience stare with their eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Even a child could be so powerful that he kicked a strong old man away. From now on, they will never doubt the selection rules of the fighting competition again. This scene was also captured by the camera and projected on the live broadcast screen. Yunyi's victorious posture appeared in every corner of the world. He is here after all. Netero stroked his head and laughed. Yunyi? He's also going to participate. Silva looked serious, with a little doubt in his eyes as he watched his son who was so carefree on TV. Master, I miss you so much. In Yunyi's room, Lei Zi's face was rosy, and her eyes were full of love as she looked at the screen. There were countless people in the world watching Yunyi's back at this moment. Seeing such a young figure appear on the fighting competition stage, everyone's heart could not help but begin to look forward to it. How far can Yunyi go? Let's go see how Killua's match goes. Looking around, I finally decided to go and have a look. Arena 1234 is located on the 100th floor of the venue. So if you want to see it, you need to go upstairs. Boss, where are we going? Looking at Yunyi's back, Gray was a little confused. Let's go upstairs and watch the game. As they spoke, they came to the elevator. Compared to the crowds before, it was quiet and empty. How does it feel to fight? In the elevator, Yunya looked at the two and asked. Very weak. The two gave a unified answer. Don't take it lightly, because you are only meeting ordinary people. Yunya explained. Most of the people in the preliminary round are ordinary people who don't have the ability to read, so the challenge is relatively easy. The organizers seem to intentionally put people with the ability to read together with ordinary people to quickly screen them. Bang! The elevator opened. We arrived at the 100th floor venue, where the first match had already entered a fierce stage. Chapter 67. The cheers of the audience shook the entire venue, and they were all cheering for their favorite players. Looking at the ring, I saw Killua fighting. The one fighting against him was a real hunter, and the weapon he used was a bow and arrow. Every shot could accurately hit Killua's position, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a sharpshooter. However, Killua was specially trained by the world's #1 killer family after all, and he easily dodged the shooting. Logically, the battle should have ended long ago, but it has been dragged on until now. Intuition. Yunya soon discovered the clue. Hunters live in the mountains and forests all year round, living with nature, and their sensitivity in all aspects must be higher than that of ordinary people. They usually rely on intuition to avoid the deadly attacks of ferocious beasts. You know, the ferocious beasts in the hunter world are very powerful, and you will lose your life if you are not careful. Therefore, those who can survive and participate in the fighting competition are those who have been tempered by nature and stand out. It's so annoying, why don't you end it yet? Killua looked at the hunter who was avoiding his attack, his eyes gradually darkened. He was already a little impatient. In a trance, his figure began to split into two into three, and the same shadow kept appearing. This made the hunter a little confused for a while, but he still relied on his intuition to be alert to the surroundings. Suddenly, Killua appeared behind him without anyone noticing. Bang! A knife strike directly hit the vital point, causing the hunter to fall into coma. Intuition is not omnipotent, and there are also times when mistakes can be made. The winner is Killua. After confirming it, the referee quickly determined the final result. Not bad. Yunya gave a fair evaluation. Although Killua can't read the ability now, he can already defeat most of the stuntmen. Hey! Then he looked around, and a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. He had a playful smile on his lips, playing with his opponent's mentality, and the poker cards in his hand shuttled back and forth. It made people feel uncomfortable no matter how they looked at him. Is this guy really here? Yunya smiled helplessly. The man he saw was none other than Hisoka, whom he had just parted ways with. His participation was expected. Because he was also one of the owners of the Sky Arena, he naturally received an invitation to participate in the competition. It's really boring. Hiso looked at his opponent in boredom. This level of battle really didn't interest him. Suddenly, Hisoka seemed to sense something, looked in one direction, and an exaggerated smile suddenly appeared on his face. It was as if he had seen a precious treasure. You dare to look elsewhere? Pay attention. Hiso's opponent was a swordsman. Seeing his careless look, he immediately became angry. He chopped the long sword in his hand towards Hisoka's waist mercilessly, trying to cut him in half. Puff! In an instant, 3 playing cards were inserted into his chest and face at a very fast speed, deeply embedded, and bright red blood dripped onto the ground. With a bang, the outcome of this unpredictable battle came to an end. The winner is Hisoka. The referee quickly gave the answer and sent someone to escort the injured to the medical room. Hisoka didn't care about the swordsman who was in danger of his life, but left the ring and walked in one direction. At the same time, Killua also saw Yunya coming and ran over. The two people passed by each other without knowing it, and they were both running towards the same person. Brother, why are you here? Is the game over? Killua said happily. Well, I saw your game, it was great. Yunya touched Killua's hair and gave encouragement with a smile. Yunya-san, I'm great too, how about giving me some encouragement? An inappropriate voice suddenly appeared. Xisuo came over at some point, smiling. To outsiders, they would have thought that they had a very close relationship. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Yunya looked a little embarrassed. He seemed to have never asked Xisuo's name before. He always had the first impression. Yet. My name is Xisuo Moro. Xisuo was silent for a while and then said his real name. Xisuo, you are also great. Yunya patted Xisuo's body to encourage him. He was never stingy with other people's compliments, anyway, it was just a matter of words. Great. I don't know what triggered Hisoka's reaction, his face flushed instantly. This made Killua hide behind Yunya cautiously. Don't get sick. Yunya warned with a look of disgust. In front of so many people, if you don't feel ashamed, I will feel ashamed. While the few people were still talking, the broadcast suddenly sounded. The first match of the fighting competition has ended. According to statistics, 5,000 people have passed the preliminary round. Eliminated contestants can go to the prize-giving place to receive consolation prizes. The next game will start in 3 days. Please be ready to participate. Next, please leave in order. Thank you for your cooperation. Bobo's sweet voice came from the radio. The first battle was over. The number of people had dropped from 10,000 to 5,000 in an instant. It was reduced by 2 times, which shows how cruel the fighting competition was. But there was still humanity. Even if you were eliminated, you could still receive a consolation prize. Not only would your round-trip fare be covered, but you would also receive a reward of 1 million jewels. Although the amount was small, it was enough for most people. Let's go, it's time to go back and rest. Seeing that everyone was ready to leave, Yunya called everyone back to their rooms. Along the way, many of the eliminated people showed reluctance and rare happiness. She was reluctant because she was eliminated in the first round, but she was happy because she could get a reward. It was not a loss, and she could have an explanation even if she went home. She took the elevator and soon arrived at the luxury room in an atmosphere of mixed sadness and joy. Why are you following us? Entering the room, Yunyi looked at the smiling Hisoka speechlessly. Gray and Lek beside him had serious faces, ready to fight at any time. Even Killua gritted his teeth and looked very fierce. Mr. Yunyi is so heartless. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Xi Suo said with a sad face. He was smiling a second ago. You mean you don't want to leave, you want to live here, right? Yunyi directly told the truth. As soon as he said this, Xi Suo stopped talking and looked at him with a smile on his face. With the embellishment of tears and stars, it looked ridiculous. You can stay here if you want, but you can't stay here for free. Chapter 68. You are also a killer, right? Yunyi said with a smile on his face. Yes, Hisoka's identity is very diverse. In addition to being the host, he also has the aura of a killer. When it comes to assassination, the Joker's treacherous tactics can also make people reach the end of their lives without knowing it. Yes. Hiso nodded slightly in acknowledgement. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. As a killer, you can best sense whether the other person is from the same industry. You also know that the Zaldik family will accept commissions. You can help me make money in the future. Yunya said with a harmless face. The capitalist blood hidden in his heart has begun to awaken. Work? I will never work in this life. I will directly recruit people to work for me, and the fee is only 1 room. The key room is not mine, it is provided by the Sky Arena. It can be said that you can make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of profits without spending a penny, directly taking freeloading to the extreme. For a moment, the whole room fell silent. Xi Suo's eyes showed a thoughtful look, as if he was trying to decide whether to. Like and Gra, who knew the inside story, were even more shocked. They could never have imagined that there was such a way to play. Okay. After thinking for a while, Xi Suo finally agreed. No one present could predict what he was planning to do by staying here. But since Yunya had agreed, they did not continue to struggle and returned to their rooms to start practicing. I have spoken to the housekeeper. This is yours from now on. As a colleague, you should be able to use it too. Yunyi handed the hexagram radio to Xi Suo. This means that the butler will contact Xi Suo in the future to ask him to complete the corresponding commission. The money will naturally go into his own pocket. As for Xi Suo, it is a typical case of not wanting to pay the coins, but just accompanying him. Is this what you use to communicate? Xi Suo picked up the radio with a curious look on his face. Okay, take a good rest and prepare for the next battle. This is your room, clean it yourself. Goodbye. Yunyi said this and turned back to his room. Xi Suo was the only one left standing in the living room, thinking, and the smile on his face gradually faded. After taking a last look at Yunyi's room, he returned to his own place. Something is wrong. Standing in front of the window, Yunyi muttered to himself. The bright moonlight fell on him, making him look mysterious and elegant. For some reason, he always had an ominous premonition that something bad was about to happen. This fighting competition is definitely not easy. Yunya always believed in his sixth sense. He opened the emergency passage in the room and went outside. The wind blew his clothes. If anyone with acrophobia looked down at his feet, his legs would immediately go weak and he would collapse to the ground. Because Yunye currently lived on the 230th floor of the Sky Arena. Let's go check on Gray and the others first. Looking at the lights of thousands of houses that looked like ants, Yunye gradually disappeared into the darkness. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the open space where they had trained last night. The two were still practicing the moves that Yunye had taught them. "Boss, why are you here?" Seeing Yunye coming, Gray asked curiously. "I feel like something bad might happen next. Please take good care of Killua for me and don't let him get hurt," Yunye said with a serious face. With Killua's current strength, it would be too difficult for him to fight against the war between the users. Once a real fight broke out, the power of the innocent people would be enough to cause countless casualties. The only people Yunye trusted around him were Gray and Lec. "I understand, boss," Garrus said seriously. As long as Yunye asked for something, he would fight for his life to complete it and protect. "Pay attention to your own safety." Yunye nodded and warned. Knock, knock, knock. At the same time, there was a knock on Yunye's door. Hisoka stood outside with an expressionless face, staring at the door. Time passed by minute, and the door that had not been opened for a long time made him reach out and try to turn the handle. Bang! Suddenly, the door was opened unexpectedly. Yunye looked at Xisuo with a puzzled look, as if asking, "What do you want to do? The moonlight is beautiful, do you want to go out and see it together?" Xisuo invited with a smile. "No, thank you." After saying that, Yunye was about to close the door, but a white hand blocked it in time. "This fighting competition will be very exciting." After saying that, Hisoka personally closed the door. Hearing this, Yunye sat on the chair like a machine, staring out the window. Until Hisoka completely returned to the room, he lost his will and returned to the darkness. "Lord, he's gone." In the open space, Li respectfully explained the situation to Yunye. "Okay, you go back first." Yunye nodded. As early as when he left, he asked Li to pretend to be him and stay in the room. This was to prevent Hisoka's sudden arrival. The fact was just as he guessed, something really happened in the fighting competition. "I wonder if that old man knows some information." A laughing figure appeared in Yunye's mind. Although he looked old and acted innocently, he was always thinking and planning in his heart. Paris and Jin were undoubtedly talents with super high IQ, but they were still arranged by him clearly. Netaro's ability to deal with such a huge force as V5 was enough to show his strong intelligence. It's just that he likes to solve problems with force. Let it be. Yunye stopped guessing. Sometimes, too many thoughts will limit yourself and lead to wrong judgments. Instead of worrying, it is better to let it be, and things will naturally come to light. Drink. Bang. Looking ahead, the two were still training desperately. Seeing this scene, Yunye merged into the darkness again and returned to the room to start a new round of training. The world changes, the sun and the moon change, and the next day comes in the blink of an eye. In the living room, everyone gathered together. "Let's see who the next opponent is. Turn on the TV and check it out." A concise and clear relationship diagram appeared in front of everyone. Yunye's next enemy is the fighter of the Sky Arena. Huashi Dolang. Nan-user who fought with Hisoka in the subsequent plot but was beaten. Looking at the others, it seems that except for him, all of them are stuntmen. Among the 5,000 people, the proportion of Nan-users is very small, maybe less than 500. But with such a small probability, he happened to meet him. This is also a different kind of luck. Everyone, continue to practice and wait for the next battle. Chapter 69. 3 days passed in a flash. The second match of the fighting competition is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. The broadcast sounded very accurately in the evening. Let's go. With Yunye's order, a group of people headed towards the arena. When they arrived at their own venue, there were already tens of thousands of spectators waiting for the start of the game. The excitement in their eyes was already overflowing. Looking closely, some challengers who were eliminated in the first game also appeared in the venue. Just to witness the appearance of the champion in person. Be gentle. Yunye specifically warned him. Then he disappeared from the spot and appeared on the No. 1 ring. The opponent was already waiting there. When he saw Yunye's appearance, he immediately stood up. "Are you my opponent? I hope I won't be disappointed," Huashi Dolang said confidently. This is his arrogance as an user. But unfortunately, the person he met today was Yunyi. Please give me more advice. Yunyi greeted very modestly. Looking at the opposite side, a head of white hair fell to the waist, a green cloak was draped over the body, and the whole body exuded a unique temperament. Please get ready, contestants. The referee looked at the time and reminded the two. The game begins. After the order was given, the two people on the ring did not move. Although Huashi Doulang was very confident, he still carefully observed Yunyi's every move. The first taboo in fighting is to underestimate the opponent. Time passed by, and Yunyi still stood there without any defense. He wanted to see what moves Huashi Doulang would use to fight him. Bang! After a long wait, Huashi Doulang finally couldn't help but kick his feet and came to Yunyi. He swung a tiger fist heavily at Yunyi's face, his eyes were stern without a trace of mercy. This is fighting. Not bad, but the power is a little weak. Faced with this fierce attack, Yunyi slowly extended his index finger to block the blow that was enough to blow an ordinary person's head off. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Huashi Doulang's pupil shrank, and he quickly distanced himself from Yunyi. Just like the martial artist who fought with Yunyi last time. It seems that you are also a strong man. Huashi Doulang sighed softly. I thought I had overestimated him, but I didn't expect that I underestimated his strength. It's a shame to use the ability of mind in the second match. As soon as the voice fell, Huashi Doulang burst out with a relatively strong ability of mind. It looked a little unstable, as if he had just learned it, but it was completely enough to deal with ordinary people. Show up! Instantly, a clone who looked exactly like Huashi Doulang appeared beside him. The two figures cooperated with each other and attacked Yunyi, who was calm and composed. Is that all? Yunyi shook his head. This clone was almost as powerful as the Black Shadow in his other world. Before Yunyi could think about anything else, Huashi Doulang and his clone had already approached him. Tiger Bite Real Fist. The palms of the two figures changed into tiger claws and attacked Yunyi. Using the palms to imitate the tiger's teeth and claws to attack the enemy's fists, a strong man who is proficient in this can easily split a tree in half. Needless to say, the power is naturally a famous skill of Huashi Doulang. Immobilization technique. A black shadow attached to Yunyi's body. In an instant, a black shadow emerged from Huashi Doulang's shadow, directly achieving the conditions of the immobilization technique. Huashi Doulang, who was originally preparing to attack, was instantly frozen in place and could not move. He still kept the tiger claw in his hand, looking ready to attack. What's going on? Huashi Doulang struggled to move his body. But he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, his body would not move at all. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him, and his soul was forever imprisoned in it. Sealing technique. Another black shadow surged into Yunyi's body again. A piece of talisman paper full of mysterious runes condensed out of thin air and floated in his palm. Yunyi came in front of Huashi Doulang and slowly merged the talisman paper into his body under his horrified eyes. A dazzling golden light bloomed from Huashi Doulang's body, and the clone beside him suddenly turned into a ball of air and dissipated in the air. It's over. After saying that, Yunyi gently pushed Huashi Doulang out of the ring. As the black shadow disappeared, the ability attached to his immobilization spell was also lifted. The winner is Yunyi. The referee immediately announced the winner of this match. What did you do to me? Huashi Doulang asked in horror. He found that he could not manifest his clone no matter what. You are a reinforcement type, right? Don't waste your talent. After saying that, Yunyi merged into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Only Huashi Doulang, who looked thoughtful, was left sitting there. Let's go see Killua. Yunyi called the two people beside him to leave the venue. Huashi Doulang is close to the strengthening system, but he stubbornly chose to practice the materialization system that does not match him. This also led to his easy defeat by Hisoka in the subsequent battle and missed the position of the host. Now, his arrival has changed the process. Will it lead to a certain deviation in the ending? Boss, that guy is coming. Garo looked ahead cautiously. Hisoka, with a mysterious smile on his face, was slowly approaching here. It can be seen that his battle is over. Only Killua is still fighting hard. Why don't you just stay where you are? Yunyi asked helplessly. You are already my employer, so of course I have to follow you. Xisuo smiled and gave an impeccable reason. Whatever you want. After saying that, Yunyi took the elevator to the venue on the 100th floor. At this time, the battle had come to an end. Only a few dozen of the 1,000 arenas were still fighting. Among them was Killua. His opponent was a swordsman with scars all over his face, and his strength was extraordinary. Under his fast and fierce attack, Killua was beaten back step by step. After all, he was only an 8-year-old child. Even after special training, it was still a bit too difficult for him to defeat the swordsman who had accumulated decades of experience. What should I do? What if it was my brother? Killua frowned, thinking about ways to break the situation. After a period of exploration and maneuvering, he finally found the swordsman's weakness. That is, every time the swordsman finished attacking, the old injury on his waist would make him pause for a while. Seizing this time difference, Killua was ready to go. Bang! The attack hit the bullseye, hitting the vital point. The winner is Killua. After confirming, the referee immediately announced the end of the game. Just as Killua was about to leave, a figure stopped him. Chapter 70. Kia, why don't you listen to me and join the fighting competition? Illumi asked with dark pupils and expressionless face. A silent pressure descended on Killua, and the oppressive feeling eroded his whole body. Bang! Suddenly, a hand slapped Illumi's shoulder heavily. What are you doing? Yunyi asked with a smile. The warm light instantly dissipated the oppressive environment around him, giving Killua a chance to breathe. Hearing this familiar voice, Illumi turned his head stiffly. I just care about Killua. Yunyi didn't accept this answer, but winked at Killua. I'm going back to my room. Bye. Killua's quirky personality quickly understood the look and followed Yunyi. Lek and Grey tacitly shielded Killua. Hisoka, who was standing by, saw this scene and immediately had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Let's go back and have some rest. Yunyi didn't say anything else and turned to leave the venue. After all, Illumi was his and Killua's brother, so he had to give him the proper respect. Otherwise, it would be awkward for everyone to meet. Everyone returned to the room, except for one person. Hisoka. Is the gear of fate turning again? Yunyi knew in his heart that Hisoka went to find Illumi to renew their past relationship. After all, only perverts can appreciate each other. Illumi likes to control Killua, and Hisoka likes to treasure Gon. The two of them together completely formed a power of 1 + 1 2, which is really shocking. Forget it, let's take a rest first. Just when Yunyi was about to take a rest, the radio suddenly sounded. A total of 2,500 people were eliminated in this fighting competition, and 2,500 people advanced. The third game will no longer be an elimination system, but a free-for-all mode. Every 100 people will fight, and the only winner will advance to the top 25. The competition will start in 3 days, please be prepared. Bobo's sweet voice made most people feel chilled and even desperate. A big fight. Put 100 people in a ring to compete, and only the last person standing can advance. This is destined to be a cruel fight, and even death will become commonplace. So far, a total of 46 people have died in the fighting competition. Once the big fight really starts, this number will increase exponentially. Thinking of this, a small number of people have already planned to withdraw from the competition to protect themselves. They are very self-aware. They know that this fighting competition is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are all kinds of people, which are not what ordinary people can look down upon. A big fight. Hearing this mode, Yunyi was not panicked at all. I only used 1 Silva, which was their limit. If not, I would add another Xeno, and the father and son would join forces to directly break through the entire ring. At the same time, Hisoka returned to his own room, with a smile on his face that had never changed. It can be seen that the two perverts were chatting very happily, and they might even have reached a certain deal. Interesting. Hearing the big fight, Hisoka couldn't help but lick his lips. The excitement on his face could no longer be controlled. He hadn't killed in a long time. On the other side, Killua was constantly training in the room. Limb bending, dark steps, snake movements, assassination, all assassination techniques were demonstrated one by one. Although a little immature, it was enough to show how powerful Killua's talent was. He was worthy of being the most powerful person besides Yunyi. I must follow my brother's footsteps and reach the top. Sweat dripped from Killua's forehead to the ground. With the announcement on the radio, this day was destined to be a sleepless night. 3 days passed in a flash. Are you all ready? Yunyi looked at the people in front of him. There was no panic on their faces. Let's turn the world upside down. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunyi took the lead and walked towards the venue. The 4 people followed him without hesitation. Hisoka's calmness, Lake's determination, Gray's curiosity, and Killua's seriousness. Their aggressive appearance attracted a large number of onlookers, who speculated who they were. Entering the venue, the original thousands of arenas had been spliced into 25 huge arenas. It can be seen that the organizers had already prepared this plan. Please go to your respective arenas, the competition is about to begin. Bobo's urging voice came from the radio. Cameras in every corner were filming 360 degrees without blind spots, projecting them onto screens around the world. This bloody battle was about to begin. All the staff outside the arena looked serious and ready to go at any time. The most nervous among them must be the medical staff. They will be very busy in this battle. Busy collecting corpses. It's really spectacular. Seeing this scene, Yunya couldn't help but praise it. It must be said that the layout of the Sky Arena is still very good. I hope you can all come back alive. Yunya sincerely wished. The 4 nodded and agreed, then disappeared from the spot and appeared on their respective stages. They were very lucky that they were not assigned to the same stage to compete. It's really dangerous. Arriving at the ring, Yunyi clearly saw that many people were ready to fight, and the murderous intent in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Some people even sharpened their knives on the spot, and the sizzling sound made people feel uncomfortable. Please prepare yourselves, contestants. The referee shouted loudly from the podium. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing, stood up, and tensed up to pay attention to their surroundings. For a moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. He is indeed a pervert, still so excited at this time. Yunya glanced at Xisuo and found that the corners of his mouth were grinning at a terrifying angle, as if he would burst into laughter uncontrollably in the next second. I am afraid that no one else would be so excited except him. I declare this game officially begin. With the referee's order, there was a commotion in the ring. Some people were about to attack when they were slashed across the neck by the people next to them and died directly. Some were even beaten to death before they could even see who their opponent was. This phenomenon was common in the 25 rings and happened all the time. Seeing this scene, the medical staff outside the ring did not dare to move at all, for fear that they would be mistaken for enemies and killed as soon as they went up. They were not responsible for treatment at all, but for collecting the bodies. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Yunyi stood in the corner of the ring and found that many people were approaching him secretly. Without thinking too much, they must have been deceived by his handsome appearance. It's time to stretch your muscles. Chapter 71. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yunyi began to relax his muscles. He did not take the people who were slowly approaching him seriously, which made their eyes more fierce and they could not help but tighten their grip on their weapons. Go to hell, little devil! The first person to arrive picked up the big knife in his hand and chopped it straight towards Yunyi's head. Bang! Suddenly, a light and delicate dagger blocked the attack. Yunyi swung the dagger lightly, and then slashed the man's neck with his backhand. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck, and he fell to the ground with a bang. This sudden scene made the remaining people realize that Yunyi was not easy to mess with, and they all retreated to protect themselves. But in Yunyi's words, since they were here, why would they leave? He kicked his front foot and came in front of the people like a ghost, waving the dagger in his hand mercilessly. Several gorgeous bloodlines bloomed from the tip of the knife, announcing their death. Besiege him! This scene was naturally seen by the other people on the same stage. When facing the same strong man, they burst into unprecedented unity. 20 or 30 people surrounded Yunyi from all directions, staring at Yunyi's every move. They are united at this time. Yunya shook his head helplessly, and his originally azure pupils gradually turned dark. A silent terrifying pressure was released from his body and spread to the entire arena. In just a moment, everyone felt that a disaster was coming. They suppressed the feelings in their hearts, and just when they were about to attack Yunya, they found that he had disappeared from the spot. At the same time, people were constantly hit by the elusive daggers, and fell to the ground with a bang and fell asleep forever. This immediately caused panic, and they scattered and became alert to the surroundings. But all this was useless. Yunya kept shuttling through various dark places like a killing god, reaping their lives. Every second, someone lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. This put great psychological pressure on the remaining people. We must leave. One of them finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his mind power suddenly burst out. Behind him, a blue bird appeared, grabbing his shoulder with its claws and trying to fly off the ground to escape the assassination. Just as the blue bird was about to flap its wings and fly, a gorgeous dagger suddenly appeared out of thin air. Puff! 2 white lights flashed by. From a distance, the wings of the bluebird were chopped off, and it became a wingless bird. The psychic was about to continue to use his energy to rebuild the wings. The next moment, his vision suddenly shook violently, like a parabola, and finally fell to the ground. In the same place, a headless body was still standing quietly. Anyone else who wants to kill me, just come on. Yunyi appeared in the center of the ring. His eyes looked at everyone, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Yunyi had become a god of death at this moment, taking away people's souls at will. If these people didn't have murderous intentions towards him, he really didn't want to kill them. The remaining people fell silent when they heard this, and no one dared to attack. Even if there were people with the ability to read among them. Give you a minute. If you don't leave by the time, you will stay here forever. Seeing that no one spoke, Yunyi gave a final warning. If you want to play, go ahead. I won't accompany you anymore. Hearing this, some people dropped their weapons with relief and hurriedly fled from the ring. Although they looked very embarrassed, at least they saved their lives. I don't want to play anymore. As the first person left, others dropped their weapons and left the ring. Now, only 3 people were left standing there, pondering whether to leave. They were all strong people with telepathic abilities, and their mental qualities were naturally stronger than those of the minions. As time passed, the remaining 3 kept communicating with each other through their eyes. Finally, a conclusion was reached. Attack! Instantly, the 3 rushed in different directions. Their common target was naturally Yunyi, who was in the center of the ring. At this moment, he was still closing his eyes and waiting for a minute to pass. The roar of the sea monster. One of them burst into air, and the shadow of a huge sea monster appeared behind him. Roar! As the roar came, a huge wave flooded towards Yunyi. The crazy wave seemed to want to corrode all the sinners who disrespected the ocean. Seeing this scene, the other few people no longer hid their strength and all released their mind abilities to attack. The momentum was as fierce as a million troops attacking. Yunyi, who was in the center, was still calculating on his own. Time is up. Yunyi opened his eyes, his dark pupils still emitting waves of murderous intent. Countless black shadows entered his body, and all the magic spells in the world were cast upon me. Freezing technique. With the triggering of the telekinesis ability, the waves that were about to drown everything miraculously stopped. This made the other 2 wonder if they were being played. Glancing sideways, they found that the man was staring at them with wide eyes and a look of horror, and even the right to speak was taken away. This made them instantly realize how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. But now that things have come to this, there is only one way to go. There is no other way. The 2 rushed towards Yunyi with the determination to die. Isn't it good to be alive? Seeing that the 2 did not run away and counterattacked, Yunyi murmured helplessly. His right hand gradually condensed into a sword, and his left hand condensed into a scabbard. The wind blew, and the tip of the sword gently embraced the breeze and put it into the scabbard. Heaven-cutting sword drawing technique. In an instant, Yunyi drew the blade from the scabbard at an incredible speed. A vast and broad wind-like blade energy rushed towards the 3 people. Wherever it passed, it was annihilated by the residual power. Before the 3 people could react, they fell into an eternal blank in front of their eyes. At this point, the battle was over. Looking around, countless corpses were lying on the ground, their eyes were filled with strong unwillingness and fear. Yunyi was the only one standing on the entire ring. Ring No. 1, Yunyi wins. After the referee confirmed the result, he waved his hand and announced the result. It seems that the fights of others have also ended. Looking at other arenas, except for a few who are still fighting hard, most of them have ended their struggles. For example, Hisoka was sitting on the pile of corpses of dozens of people, playing with the poker cards in his hand that had been completely stained with blood, and the corners of his mouth were still drawn with a smile. But this time it was a refreshing smile. He had already satisfied his inner desire to kill, and he would be in a normal state for a short time. It seemed that he noticed Yunyi's gaze, turned his head and smiled at him. It's really creepy. Yunyi shuddered involuntarily. Then he looked towards other arenas. Chapter 72. At first glance, I saw Gray who was still fighting. His ring was No. 13. Perhaps in order to test the results of his training in recent days, he completely gave up the blade and fought with his opponent fist to flesh. His red body and the steam emanating from his body proved that he had already opened the 6-door escape mode. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could kill a kid with one punch. In just a short while, 7 or 8 people were lying in front of him, which made a large group of challengers in front of him dare not approach. Looking to the other side, Lei Ke responded to the crowd besieging him with indifference, relying on the sword-drawing technique to kill all the enemies in front of him. For a while, it seemed that a divine domain was formed around him, and no one dared to attack again. The entire No. 14 ring began to fight except Lei Ke. Yunyi was very relieved about these two people. After all, they were talents taught by him personally. The main worry was Killua, who had been fighting hard. At this moment, he was panting and staring at the surroundings to prevent anyone from coming to attack. The trembling claws were enough to show that his physical strength had reached an extreme. It's a bit too difficult to defeat a person with psychic ability with an ordinary person's body. I must win. Killua's eyes were firm, and he always maintained a determination in his heart. Since he had determined to follow Yunyi's footsteps, he could not fall here. Looking forward, only a few people were still looking at each other, waiting for an opportunity. After about 30 minutes, someone finally couldn't help but make a move, causing a small brawl. During this time, Killua had recovered his strength, and was fishing in troubled waters, looking for a node that would allow him to win. Finally, when there was only one non-user left on the ring, Killua decisively went around behind him at the fastest speed and used the ultimate move of the Zaldik family. Black Tiger Heart Ripping. Puff. The non-user turned his head and looked at the still beating heart in Killua's hand in disbelief. Finally, with a bang, he fell to the ground with unwillingness in his eyes. So far, the winner of the No. 23 ring has appeared. The moment he learned of the victory, Killua fell to the ground unconscious with a sense of relief. Fortunately, the non-user had reached the limit of his physical strength and energy after being attacked by many people in turn. Otherwise, it would be a fantasy for Killua to win with his strength. Is it over? With the end of the 23rd ring, the whole melee came to an end. The only winner appeared in each of the 25 rings. They were the group of people who were most likely to win this fighting competition. The third game ended, and a total of 2,475 players were eliminated. There are 25 qualifiers, and the next battle will start in 7 days. Please conserve your energy for the 4th match. Thank you for your cooperation. Bobo's sweet voice presided over the departure of all the contestants. The original 2,500 contestants were reduced by 10 times. In the end, only 25 contestants stood out and reached the final battlefield. At this moment, the cruelty of the fighting competition has been fully demonstrated. Hearing the voice, Yunyi came to the No. 23 ring with corpses all over the ground, picked up Killua, and walked towards the door. Lei Ke and Gray were the first to leave the ring and followed behind Yunyi. Then came Hisoka with a smile on his face and Illumi with an expressionless face. Seeing this scene, the remaining 19 winning contestants followed behind the large group and chose to leave the venue together. The 25-member team headed by Yunyi was captured and photographed by the camera and reflected on screens around the world. Everyone was stained with unwiped blood. Their expressions were different, some were surprised, some were fierce, some were happy, and some were refreshing. But in any case, this shocking moment completely created the most classic and shocking scene in the Sky Arena. Don't just stand there, go clean up. After everyone left, Zyke was the first to react. He directed the medical staff on the scene to treat the injured. But it was more of a collection of corpses than a treatment. The medical staff who were cleaning were quite experienced, but they were also completely shocked by the scene before them. Looking around, there were about 2,500 people in the 25 huge arenas, all dead. It's not an exaggeration to say that there were corpses everywhere. Even though they were wearing isolation suits, the pungent smell of blood still hit their nostrils and taste buds, making them feel dizzy and even nauseous. According to the final statistics, there were 135 survivors left. There were 2,340 deaths. Let him have a good rest. Back in the room, Yunyi put Kia quietly on the bed. Looking out the window, the crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the silver light illuminated the earth. The real battle is coming, you need to adjust your state. Coming to the living room, Yunyi told Lei Ke and Gray. As for Xisuo, he is now completing the commission given by the family and is very busy. Ding! Just when I thought of this, My phone rang. The message of 50 million ringtones was displayed on the screen. I have to say that Xi Suo's efficiency is very fast. He completed the task within an hour after issuing it. Next, just wait quietly. Yunya muttered to himself. He was already looking forward to the next battle. You know, his shadow's first ability is to copy. In the previous battle, he had successfully copied 3 Nin abilities, but the one he was most optimistic about was Roar of the Sea Monster. Since he got the Thunder transformation, he made up his mind. Collect the 7 elemental Nin abilities. They are Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, and Thunder. The Roar of the Sea Monster just corresponds to Water, which is considered to be the collection of the third element. Although the strength of the Nin ability user is a bit weak, it does not mean that the Nin ability is not good. As long as it is played well, it can still use the power of the original use of Thunder transformation. Incarnate as the god of water and gallop across the sea. Then, boss, let's go practice first. Seeing Yunyi nod, Gray and Lei Kei return to the room to continue practicing and prepare for the next battle. Let's go and see how Zhe Yuluo is doing in the remaining time. Yunya made a prompt decision and decided to set off. Since the last time he met him in Meteor Street, he has never met him again. Let's take advantage of this time to check it out. Before that, let's take some measures. Arriving at Killua's room, the shadow behind Yunyi began to wriggle. The next second, Zeno emerged and slowly merged into Killua's shadow. After doing all this, Yunyi suddenly disappeared in the room. Go to NGL Autonomous Country. Chapter 73. Balasa Islands. The western end of the Mitnian Federation. Is this the place? Yunya looked at the endless wasteland and the villages standing in front of him. He reached the area of NGL Autonomous Country in just half a day at the fastest speed. NGL Autonomous Country was the most difficult country to enter before. To enter, one must pass through the checkpoint and embassy built using the big trees on the canal between NGL Autonomous Country and the Republic of Locario. Since there are no mechanical items in the country, each entry requires strict inspection before it can be passed. After Dirk's command and changes, the current NGL Autonomous Country has developed towards the direction of an industrial power. Each time you enter, you only need to register your identity and purpose. The speed is still too slow. Shuttling across the plains, Yunyi found that some places still had no access to mechanical items. He was still using the most primitive method to survive. Sensing the shadow in his heart, he quickly determined the location of Zhe Luo and Dirk. The two were in the right position. In the king's palace, they seemed to be discussing something. After knowing the location, Yunyi shuttled through the inner world and approached the palace at a very fast speed. Half an hour later, Yunyi quietly arrived behind the two of them. Zelo, the current development trend of the NGL Autonomous Region does not satisfy the owner. You need to expand stability at a faster rate. Don't let the Lord down. Dilke said to Zhe Yuluo expressionlessly. However, this is the limit of our productivity. There are not enough people. Zhe Yuluo shook his head with a haggard look. The reason why NGL has not developed is that the population is too sparse. After all, it is just a newly started country and does not have a deep foundation to attract people from other countries. I'll help you. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. The familiar voice made Dirk turn around quickly and kneel on one knee with a respectful look. Welcome the Lord's coming. Do you really have a solution? Zhe Luo asked doubtfully. As the ruler of a country, he understood how difficult it was to recruit people. The places involved were very diverse, and if one of them was not met, all the efforts would be wasted. The root cause is still the lack of productivity. Compared to people who need to rest and eat, I have better labor. Yunyi's mouth curled up a smile. The shadows behind him moved quickly, and countless black shadows emerged from all directions, filling the entire palace. This is it. Seeing these shadows, Zhe Yuluo's pupil shrank. For a moment, he thought someone had invaded, but when he saw Yunyi's calm face, he immediately relaxed. These shadows are enough to make up for your shortcomings. If it's not enough, there's more. Yunya said with a chuckle. That's right, the ultimate labor force is the shadows who work day and night without eating or drinking. They don't know how to get tired, they only know how to obey orders. Sometimes, unconsciousness is a good thing. Thank God for his gift. Zhe Luo was completely convinced, kneeling on one knee and shouting devoutly. Not only was it a timely help to Yunyi, but it also brought him the help of Dirk and Wu Xi. You know, if he was allowed to control everything of NGL alone, it might delay its development by 10 years. Do your best and show your value. Yunya nodded. The combination of the three completely made Zeyulo, a tyrant, surrender. But it is undeniable that Zeyulo's talent is first class in the world. Strong tolerance, thinking ability, action, constructiveness, and execution. Each of these qualities is rare when taken alone, but they are all concentrated in Zeyulo. This is a very terrible result. In a sense, Zeyulo is more powerful than the Ant King Miruem. If he can't control it in his own hands, then death will be his fate. Yes. Zeyulo answered calmly. What he didn't know was that if he didn't make a choice just now, he might die here. He was only one step away from the end of his life. Fortunately, he chose the right path and truly ushered in a new life. Very good, Dirk, next I will give you the authority to control the shadows in the other world. Do your best to assist Zeyulo. A black exquisite crowned shadow appeared above Yunyi's head. With the granting of authority, a black light poured into Dirk's body. An inexplicable feeling instantly blossomed in his body. This change made Dirk respect and admire the young man in front of him even more. In his heart, Yunyi is the real uncrowned king. I will never fail the mission given by the Lord. Dirk stood up gracefully, without any of the coldness he had shown when facing Zeyulo just now. Well, tell me about the current development of NGL. Yunya nodded gently and looked at the national planning map on the big screen in front of him. Zeyulo stepped forward and began to speak. Currently, NGL has moved away from the natural world and toward industrial countries. If we use percentage to express it, it has reached 25%. In addition, construction in various areas has also begun. Once the productivity is supplied, this value will increase rapidly. I am confident that within a year, I can increase 25 to 70 or even 100. Zeyulo said confidently. Long before the founding of the country, he had already prepared everything in his mind. What he was waiting for was an opportunity. Is there enough money? Yunyi asked. NGL has unique minerals to sell, which is sufficient for financial support. I plan to use this money in many ways. For example, Zeyulo has truly become the ruler of a country at this time, and he speaks seriously about his future construction and ideas. This makes Yunyi more certain of his inner thoughts. As long as Zeyulo is given some time, he will definitely be able to stand at the top of the world. Be on par with V5 or even surpass it. At that time, Yunyi can truly start his own plan. Very good, if you need any help, you can find my grandmother Ushi. If you can't even solve it with her, come to me directly through Dirk. After listening to everything, Yunyi urged. He has always believed that there is strength in numbers. Of course, what is needed is capable people. Yes. At this moment, Zeyulo was more certain of his inner path. That was to expand outward based on the country until it reached a level that Yunyi was satisfied with. Very good, I will stay here for the next few days, you can come to me if you have any questions. It just so happens that I can examine your overall strength as well. Chapter 74. When the two heard this, they immediately showed different degrees of nervousness on their faces. Yunya felt like an old leader coming to inspect. If there was anything wrong, he would start to point fingers. If the Lord helps, NGL will definitely reach a higher level. That's right, if there are any shortcomings, please feel free to tell me, I will definitely change it as quickly as possible. The attitudes of both of them were very supportive. After all, in their minds, Yunyi is already a godlike existence. In the next few days, Yunyi has been conducting inspections and summarizing various places in NGL and found many potential problems. For example, education is very lacking, and it cannot be covered at all in remote areas. In some places, it is even difficult to speak. In addition, there are many large and small problems that have not been found and solved. This also made Yunyi realize that building a country is not as simple as it seems. Every step requires precise calculations by dozens of professionals before it can be successfully implemented. It seems that Zeyulo's workload will increase again. Yunya muttered to himself as he looked at the stack of papers filled with words in his hand. These problems are enough to keep Zeyulo busy for a while. Although they are difficult to deal with, once they are solved, NGL's foundation will be more solid, and its potential development speed will also increase. The larger the country, the more problems it will face. This is when the importance of foundation is reflected. After solving these problems, you can proceed to the next step. Back in the palace, Yunyi handed the paper in his hand to Zayuluo. This is it. Zayuluo looked at the dense words on it, and his pupils trembled. He had discovered these problems before, but because there were more important things waiting to be solved, he temporarily put them aside. I didn't expect that just a small problem would involve so many problems. No wonder some of the country's operations have not been solved for a long time. It turns out that the problem lies here. I understand. Zayuluo held the papers tightly in his hands as if they were treasures. As the ruler of a country, he could best understand the importance of these issues. It's getting late, I should go back. Yunya looked at the time and found that there was only one day left before the fighting competition. Dirk was currently directing Black Shadow to carry out engineering construction and factory production, and had no time to come over for the time being. Oh, there's something I need to keep an eye out for. Maybe they will appear in the next few years. Yunyi handed a piece of paper to Zayuluo. It showed the appearance and characteristics of the Chimera ants. The first appearance of the Chimera ants was in NGL, where information was blocked, and they began their first development. This directly led to a series of subsequent events. Yunyi's goal was not to prevent this tragedy from happening, but to obtain them in advance and study their value. I'll ask someone to keep an eye on it. Zayuluo nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll go first. After saying that, Yunyi disappeared without a trace. Coming to the other world, Yunyi got on a specially purchased racing class sports car. The buzzing sound continued, and he stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the runway planned by Dirk in an instant. A wild race in the other world began. Finally back, just in time. Yunya looked at the time on the clock, there was still an hour left before the game. When he came to the living room, everyone including Hisoka was gathered on the sofa watching TV. After a period of getting along, Killua no longer had the fear and vigilance he had at the beginning towards Hisoka. Hey, you're all here. Yunyi greeted and sat in the middle of the sofa. Boss, I have completed my 6-gate Dunjia training. Gray showed off his recent achievements with excitement. My heaven-slaying sword technique has also been fully mastered. Like said calmly. Same for me, same for me. Kia waved his hands and shouted. Everyone tacitly did not ask where Yunyi went. Mr. Yunyi, you are very popular. Seeing this, Xisuo said with a smile on his face. Haha, I also want to thank you for your contribution in recent days. Yunyi rarely gave Xisuo a warm smile. In the past few days, money has been continuously deposited into the account, and the highest return has reached 300 million ringgits. It can be seen that even during the days when he was away, Xisuo did not slack off and always kept his promise to the end. It's great to be praised. Hisoka's face turned red, and he couldn't help muttering. This perverted look made Yunyi, who wanted to praise again, hold back instantly. Besides, there might be unpredictable consequences. Looks like you're all ready. Everyone should be fully prepared for the upcoming match. Yunya stood up and scanned everyone's face. Everyone present was an elite among the elites. The fourth game is about to begin. All contestants, please go to the venue and prepare for the competition. Bobo's sweet voice came from the radio. The fourth game is about to begin. Is it time to start? Go ahead and win a good result. Yunya encouraged everyone. There were 25 people in this competition, and each of them stood out after the baptism of blood and tears. It was so difficult to win. But those present were not inferior to others. When they came to the door of the room next door happened to be opened. A young man came into view. He was wearing a gorgeous black robe, short grey hair, and dark pupils that were fascinating. The aura emanating from his body made people feel uncomfortable. Hello. The other party smiled and greeted politely. Hello to you too. After saying that, Yunyi turned and walked towards the venue. The others just took a quick look and followed him, except for Hisoka who was smiling slightly. After meeting this person, the smile on his face seemed to become even more luxuriant. Hello. Xisuo nodded gracefully and followed the main group. Seeing this scene, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking. Who will be the opponent this time? I will definitely win in the end. I can kill people again. I am really looking forward to it. As soon as I entered the venue, all kinds of strange voices came into my ears. Some were excited, some were worried, and some were looking forward to it. Without exception, no one present was afraid. Who will be my opponent here? Geralt looked around curiously, trying to find his opponent with his eyes. The fourth game will not tell you who your opponent is. You can only know it at the moment of the actual game. On the one hand, it is for the privacy of the opponent, and on the other hand, it is to prevent knowing the opponent in advance. It can be seen how many rules the organizers have changed for this game. This old man hasn't changed at all. Looking ahead, Netero was sitting in his seat contentedly. He was looking at Yunyi with a happy smile on his face. Chapter 75. If nothing unexpected happens, Netero will be the referee of this match, specializing in dealing with various emergencies. In a match of this level, ordinary referees cannot control it at all, and if they are not careful, some accidents may occur. Welcome everyone to the fourth match of the fighting competition. I am the referee for this event, Isaac Netero. Netero's voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone present looked at him with a curious look, wanting to know what kind of person the president of the Hunter Association was. After watching for a long time, they finally came to a unified conclusion in their hearts. They couldn't see through him at all. The old man really never stops. Yunye shook his head helplessly. Is this the president of the Hunter Association? Hisoka looked at Netero with a smile on his face. President, the time is up. Bingzi, who had been watching the time, quickly reported to Netero. Very good, I declare that the fourth fighting competition officially begins. Please look at the big screen. As soon as the voice fell, a screen descended from the ceiling. On it was the official list of contestants. The first match was Yunyi vs. Nia. Is my luck so good? Yunya looked at himself on the big screen and was a little speechless. He found that he seemed to be the first in everything, whether it was in the ring or now. Haha, please ask the two players to go to the ring. Seeing the familiar figure, Netero smiled and gave orders. It can be seen that he really wants to see how strong Yunyi is now. Let's fight sooner and get it over with sooner. Yunyi suddenly disappeared from where he was and appeared on the ring. Looking across, a petite girl with freckles on her face was standing there shyly looking at him. Hello, my name is Nia. Nia whispered softly. Hello, my name is Yunyi. Yunyi answered generously. The two of them were polite and didn't look like they were about to fight. Both players, please get ready. Netero came to the edge of the ring and raised his arms. Contest. Begin. With the swing of his arm, the game officially began. At the moment of the start, the originally shy and introverted Nia suddenly became quiet. A manic aura emanated from her body, turning the air red. Ha 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 ha. Nia's crazy face showed up, and her wanton laughter filled the entire venue. Oh, what a contrast. Yunya was a little surprised. He originally thought that she was a little girl who didn't know the world, so he planned to be gentle. But looking at her current appearance, he should be more aggressive. Kill you. Nia's eyes were red, and a tall black sickle appeared in his hand. It was Nia's mind ability that caused all this. Deal with the god of death. Completely transform your personality into its opposite and gain your own power. The side effect is that you lose your mind and everything is controlled by the opposite. Looks like a real murderer. Yunyi clearly felt Nia's murderous intent towards him. No wonder he was able to stand out in the chaos of 100 people. None of these 25 people were simple. This scene was naturally seen by audiences around the world, and they couldn't help but worry whether Yunyi could survive. Little Yunyi, don't let me down. Netero narrowed his eyes and watched every move on the ring. If Yunyi was really going to be killed, he would save him as quickly as possible. Bang! On the ring, Nia kicked his feet, and the powerful force even generated an air wave. He came in front of Yunyi at a speed that was almost instantaneous, and swung the sharp sickle towards his neck. It meant the harvest of the god of death. Everyone in the audience was watching this scene, wanting to see how Yunyi would face it. Would he choose to dodge or die? Outside the ring, Netero's body was tense, ready to attack at any time. Grim Reaper. Even if the real body comes, get out of here. A black shadow entered the body, Yunyi slightly arched his body to avoid the attack, a talisman appeared on the palm of his hand, and he slapped Nia's abdomen with one palm. Bang! The spell on the palm of her hand instantly entered Nia's body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. Along with it came the opposite personality in her body. After struggling to stand up, Nia became shy and introverted again. When she wanted to use her mind ability again, she found that she couldn't use it no matter what. This sudden scene stunned the audience. They really couldn't think of how Yunyi ended the game. Good boy. Netaro's tense body relaxed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brother is really amazing. Killua looked at Yunyi with admiration. Just now, Nia's move was enough to kill him 100 times, but it was resolved by Yunyi. This gap even made him doubt whether they were twins. Seeing this scene, Hisoka's eyes suddenly showed consideration. The winner is Yunyi. Netaro announced the result of the match. What's wrong with my telepathic ability? Just as Yunyi was about to leave, a white little hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. It can be used now. Yunyi patted her head gently, and the sealing power in her body was instantly withdrawn. Hearing this, Nia felt the chi again in a daze. The next second, a manic chi bloomed from her body. Thank you. Nia thanked him quietly and turned to leave the ring. It was very clean and neat, without any hesitation. Next is to watch the game. Coming to the stage, Yunyi Lao was sitting comfortably where Netaro had been sitting. This outrageous scene made some people's eyes flicker, and they all wanted to see what would happen next. Hello, Yunyi. No. Netaro laughed and said, as if an elder was reminiscing with his favorite younger generation. He didn't care at all that Yunyi sat in the seat that originally belonged to him. This made the people who originally planned to watch the show have different expressions, wondering what the relationship between the two was. Old man, you are still so energetic. Yunyi praised with a smile. Hehe, your strength is enough to meet the hunter assessment. Do you want to participate in the hunter test? Netaro revealed his real purpose. He wanted to pull Yunyi into the Hunter Association and make him a member. Obviously, he also saw Yunyi's terrifying potential. Let's talk about it later. Yunyi didn't agree immediately. He had no plans to go to the hunter test yet. Haha. Netaro just smiled and didn't say much. Buzz. Soon, the list of the second game appeared on the screen. Grey vs Il Blanc. Chapter 76. Is it my turn? Grey saw his own figure on the screen. Please invite the two contestants to the stage. Netaro returned to the outside of the ring and acted as the referee. Go ahead, it doesn't matter if you lose. Yunyi encouraged with a chuckle. It's no big deal if you lose, anyway, the purpose of coming here was to gain experience and gain combat experience. I'm going. Grey's eyes were full of determination, and he jumped to the ring. At the same time, his opponent also came to the ring. He held a sledgehammer in one hand, and his sturdy figure was like a little giant, forming a sharp contrast with Grey. Are you my opponent? The dull voice questioned Gra. That's right, it's me. Grey took out the two swords at his waist and began to parry. Please both sides prepare yourself. Netaro raised his hand calmly. The game begins. With the swing of their arms, the two rushed towards each other. Bang! 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 Countless iron hammering sounds echoed throughout the venue. Even though the two had a huge size difference, they were still evenly matched in terms of strength. This was also due to Grey's frequent stimulation of his acupuncture points, which continuously improved his physical fitness to a certain extent. So even when facing a hammer as big as his head, he could still use the blade in his hand to fight back. This extremely contrasting scene shocked the people in the audience again, and they couldn't help but look at Yunyi, who was calm and composed. Why are there always some perverted people in his team? Like a bug, go die. As the fight continued, Il gradually became impatient and increased the strength in his hands again. But he was surprised to find that no matter how much strength he exerted, Grey could always resist an attack. The child of Mount Targon. Il finally couldn't help himself, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. With the explosion of his mind power, his body size increased again. He completely changed from a human to a giant, and just looking at him was extremely intimidating. The big hammer in his hand also grew larger, almost catching up with Grey's half-body size. Every step produced a slight vibration, leaving deep footprints on the ring. What's the use of being big? Concentration is the essence. Jella remembered Yunyi's encouragement to him. Don't be afraid of the horror of the appearance, but observe the essence of the core. 6 gates of Dungia, open. Gara's body suddenly burst out with powerful energy, stimulating the acupuncture points in all parts of his body. The next moment, his body turned red, and hot steam continued to emerge from his skin. His muscles swelled rapidly, appearing to be very powerful. Hey! He exhaled lightly, and a thick white mist covered Grey's face. Before Ir could see Grey's face clearly, he had disappeared on the spot. Bang! A pair of muscular feet kicked hard on IL's face. The giant fell to the ground, crushing the ring into pieces, and almost collapsed. You bastard! With bloodshot eyes, IL quickly stood up and smashed the sledgehammer in his hand fiercely towards Gray's position. Bang! The huge force smashed the ground into a deep pit, raising countless gravel and dust. This scene made some people present think that Gray had died under the hammer. But when Ear raised the hammer again, there was no trace of Gray in the deep pit. Where are the people? Yeer frowned and immediately became alert to the surroundings. Bang! The next second, a thin figure appeared in front of Il and punched him hard in the chest, leaving a deep fist dent. As soon as the punch was thrown, the figure disappeared in an instant. If you look closely, you can see that Gray is running in the ring at a very fast speed. He has already understood that although IL's size and strength have increased, the disadvantage is speed. As long as Gray keeps moving, he will be completely invincible. Damn it! Il also noticed this, but it was useless. He kept swinging the huge hammer, trying to hit Gray by chance. But then, countless fist holes appeared on Il's huge body, which looked like a human hornet's nest. Too strong. The people in the audience all had the same idea, and their eyes unconsciously looked at Yunya again. If only one of his subordinates was so powerful, how terrifying would he be? For a moment, they didn't even have the idea to guess. Die. Il stood there in a daze, muttering vaguely. If his body wasn't strong enough, he would have fallen to the ground long ago after being hit by so many punches that could have blown a person up. The fact that he could hold on until now was enough to show Il's strength. It's over. Jella finally came to Il, and was ready to end it all with his fists. In an instant, a hammer was swung at him again. Il used his remaining consciousness to deliver the last blow, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The ring finally couldn't hold on and broke into pieces. Although Gray dodged this blow, this spirit is worthy of respect. Never give up until the last moment. Thank you. Jella put his hands together to show his respect to Il. The winner is Guerra. Netero quickly determined the result of this match. Thus, the second match was over. Guerra returned to Yunyi's side and asked happily. Boss, how was my performance? Not bad, but don't be proud. Remember what I said. Remember, there are always people who are better than you. Guerra said this wise saying in a very confusing way. In this extremely mysterious world, even if Yun himself has many abnormal abilities, he dare not say that he is invincible. The appropriate high profile is due to the situation, and the constant caution is unquestionable. Hee. Xi Suo shook his head, even a little disdainful. He has absolute confidence in himself and always believes that he is the strongest. In response, Yunya just glanced at him and said nothing. People can't teach people, but things can teach people. When Xi Suo is exposed to the truth, he will know what arrogance and conceit are. Because the ring is damaged, the competition needs to be suspended for half an hour. Netero received the notice and announced to everyone. The battle just now was too intense, which directly led to the collapse of the ring. However, with the ability of the Sky Arena, it only takes half an hour to build a new ring. During this time, everyone kept looking at the people around them. Except for those who have finished fighting, everyone may be their opponent. While the ring is being repaired, we would like to announce the roster for the next match. The next opponent is Killua vs Illumi. Chapter 77. Hearing this answer, Killua's face suddenly turned ugly and even scared. He never expected that he would encounter his nightmare in the first game. Chi. In the distance, Illumi's dark pupils stared at Killua, as if he wanted to devour him completely. No, no. Killua kept muttering to himself, and his body began to tremble slightly. A silent fear was growing in his heart. He had already felt Illumi's eyes, but he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Suddenly, a white hand gently stroked his snow-white hair. It's fine. Don't be afraid, I'm always here. Yunyi's gentle voice was like the dawn, instantly dispelling the darkness in Killua's heart. With warm eyes falling on him, everything became less frightening. Yes. Kia nodded heavily. Although there was still a trace of fear in his heart, he had to face the fear in order to completely break it. The ring has been completely repaired. Please invite the two contestants to the stage. Netero's voice resounded throughout the venue. The originally damaged ring was now intact, just like a new one. Illumi took a last look at Killua and stepped onto the ring. Go, fate will protect you. Yunyi looked into Killua's eyes gently. The battle with Illumi was Killua's destiny. Even if he escaped today, they would meet again one day. In the near future. I understand. Killua finally nodded and came to the ring with the determination to die. Across the ring, Illumi stared at Killua expressionlessly, his eyes were dead silent. At this moment, Killua still felt fear and even scared. The inner barrier can't be broken with just a few words. Chi, we can finally talk alone. You haven't answered my last question. Why don't you listen to me and come to participate in the competition? Illumi's emotionless voice broke Killua's mind step by step. A repressive darkness enveloped him completely. The feeling of escape arose in his heart. Killua. Suddenly, a voice woke up the drowsy Killua. Looking into the distance, Yunyi stood up and stared at him with a gentle face. This gave Killua great courage. Although it was short, it was enough. Please get ready, both players. Netero looked at the two brothers with interest. The game begins. Killua took the lead in attacking with the swing of his arm. He quickly approached Illumi and attacked with a crazy snake move. The speed was so fast that it was like countless whips were constantly whipping. Illumi, who was originally unmoved, used the same move, waving his hands quickly, blocking every attack of Killua. At this moment, the gap between the two sides was fully reflected. Killua is still at a disadvantage due to his age. Yunyi shook his head helplessly. If Killua and Illumi were born at the same time, Illumi would probably be the one who would be afraid. After all, the strongest talent is here. Chi, everything you do is useless, just go home obediently. Illumi resisted and attacked mentally. But Killua seemed not to hear it, and the force in his hands became even greater, and the sound of whipping even produced sound waves. Looking closely, you can see that there are several bruises on Illumi's arms. Let me take you back myself. Facing this fierce attack, Illumi remained calm. He took a step back and punched Killua in the stomach. Bang! The huge force made Killua fall to the ground and curl up instantly. This scene made the people in the audience a little confused. How could such a weak person come to this arena? I won't go back with you. Just as Illumi was about to reach out and take Killua away, a scratch appeared on the back of his hand. Killua stood up despite the pain, veins popped in his hand, and his nails became long and sharp. Is it because of Yunyi? Suddenly, Ilmi said a name. Then he said, he will die sooner or later. As soon as these words came out, Killua's pupils instantly turned dark, and a fascinating aura emanated from his body. All his strength burst out from his body. What do you think will happen to my brother? Killua's eyes instantly turned cold as he stared at Illumi. His aura immediately became terrifying. As if he had sensed this power, Illumi's face showed understanding. He was about to continue speaking when a sharp claw left a mark on his face. A drop of blood flowed down Illumi's cheek. Before he could react, countless scratches appeared on his body. Humph! Illumi finally became serious, and stretched out his claws like Killua. For a moment, there were only two black shadows shuttling back and forth in the entire ring. In the distance, Yunyi saw this scene clearly. Although Killua had used all his strength, it was still a bit difficult to fight against Illumi. Losing is just a matter of time. Sure enough, half an hour later, the two figures appeared on the ring again. Killua's body was already badly injured, and there was no intact place on his body. Looking at Illumi again, although he was also injured, he still calmly approached Killua step by step. Chi, come with me. Illumi's voice is getting closer and closer. Killua seems to have made up his mind. I will never go with you even if I die. After saying that, he swung a claw towards his neck. Not only Illumi, but even Netero's eyes widened at this scene. He was about to rescue Killua as quickly as possible, but he stopped the next second, and his eyes became strange. An old arm held Killua's hand tightly. At the same time, he kicked Illumi, who had already arrived in front of him, away. Grandpa! Grandpa! Killua looked at the serious face in front of him in disbelief. Yes, the person in front of him was Zeno. Enemy! Facing Killua's surprise, Zeno didn't say anything and disappeared on the spot. Looking closely, you can find that he actually merged into Killua's shadow. Yes, this is exactly the layer of protection that Yunyi added to Killua when he left. I didn't expect it to come in handy here. Haha, it seems to be related to Yunyi. Netero glanced at Yunyi, who was not panicking at all, and the answer came to his mind. In this match, Killua used external force to win, so his result is invalidated. The winner is Illumi. Netero announced the final answer. This result did not cause any ripples. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Killua could not beat Illumi, and as the president of the Hunter Association, he naturally could not choose to protect him. This would not be good for everyone. Chapter 78. After hearing the final result, Kia came to Yunyi with a sad face. Don't be discouraged, it's only a matter of time before you surpass him with your talent. Yunyi said from the bottom of his heart. This is not consolation. As one of the Hunter Gemini, Killua's talent is naturally beyond words, not to mention that he has continuous opportunities. Yet, Killua took it as a comfort, and his mood became better. Now, the third game is completely over. Only Leike and Hisoka are left out of the 5-man team. The following games are wonderful, with many talented people, which opened the eyes of Yunyi. But even with Netero present, there were casualties. A man with a gloomy face and blood on his hands looked at the challenger in front of him. This man was the one who greeted Yunyi when he went out. The winner is Dija. Netero said slowly. After winning, Dija elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe the body, and kicked the body off the ring, without a trace of pity in his eyes. It was as if the dead body was just an ant. Although everyone present was a ruthless killer, seeing this scene, they still felt a little resistant. You're going too far. Netero warned. But Dija just smiled disdainfully and left the ring, coming to the side of the venue to rest. He didn't take Netero seriously at all. This scene surprised everyone present, and they began to speculate about the identity of this person. He didn't even take the famous Hunter Association president seriously. Something is wrong. Yunyi had some guesses in his mind. He vaguely felt that this Dija might be related to some major events. With the end of Dija's game, only 3 people in the entire venue had not participated, including Xisuo and Leike. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them were the last to compete. This luck is really amazing. Due to insufficient number of players, the last match will be played in a draw mode. Those who draw the red lot can advance directly without participating in the competition. The 2 who didn't get the chance will start the final round of battle. Netero announced the final rules. Luck. It's also part of strength. As the rules were announced, a beautiful woman in a bunny girl costume came to the 3 people with a pump. The 3 looked at each other and didn't choose to take the lead. The last challenger was named Tili, who looked like a big and honest man. His simple smile made people feel good. Who goes first? Terry looked at the other 2 in a dull manner. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Tili stretched out his hand to the draw tube. With continuous stirring, a stick was pulled out. Looking at the end, it was pure white. Tili was very lucky to draw the challenge stick. What bad luck! Tili scratched the back of his head in distress. Let me take the second one. Hiso pulled out a stick with a smile on his face. Looking at the end, it was the same color as his own. Bright red. Oh, it seems that my luck is not bad. Xisuo waved his hand in a very provocative way, showing off to the 2 of them. Seeing this, Tili was full of envy. As for Lake, he was very calm, because he knew his luck, and more importantly, the lot he wanted to draw just now was exactly the opposite of Xisuo's. Even if he made a move in advance, he would still get a white lot. It seems the result has come out. Netero looked over. Hisoka handed the red ticket to the owner with a relaxed manner, and returned to his original position to continue watching the show. Great, the roster for the final game is out. Lake vs. Tili. Netero officially announced the result. The 2 also appeared on the big screen above. Luck has been triggered again. Yunya was somewhat helpless. Since Greed Island, Leike's luck has been obvious to all. It is estimated that Alan's appearance at the beginning had something to do with the risk dice. Please, 2 contestants, come to the ring. Netero made the final announcement. The 2 of them stepped on their feet at the same time and reached the 2 sides of the ring. They looked at each other and were alert to each other. Contest. Begin. After saying that, Netero quickly left the center of the ring. Just as the fight started, a powerful aura burst out from Terry's body, causing his clothes to flutter. Sorry, I have to win. Prisoner's time alone. The next moment, a solid cage formed by air trapped Leike. Execution. Seeing this scene, Tilly slowly opened his mouth. In an instant, countless sharp weapons appeared in the cage and stabbed directly at Like. Once stabbed, he would be cut into pieces. Wall of wind. Just when everything was going according to plan, a wall of wind surrounded Like and blocked the fatal attack. But after just a short while, slight cracks appeared on the wall, indicating that it could not hold out for long. Howling of the wind. Lake was not panicked at all. Countless wronged souls suddenly appeared behind him and attached to the blade, rendering it green. Staring at the front, he slashed directly at the wind wall with one knife. Bang! The huge force directly cut through the wind wall and the cage. Prison escape was successful. Damn it! Tilly's eyes became fierce, and he gathered his energy into his fist. He kicked his front foot hard, rushed to Like at lightning speed, and punched him in the face. Like reacted quickly and held the long knife in front of him. Bang! This powerful blow forced Laker to move back several steps. But the next punch followed, and the punches fell on Laker's blade like raindrops. Bang! 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 Both sides fought back and forth, neither of them gave in. The people in the audience couldn't help but admire the two men. Strong! The strong are worthy of respect. Isn't it better to wait for death here? Tilly took a big step back impatiently, and his mind power bloomed again. The warden's punishment. In an instant, the decorations on Tilly's body began to change, and he transformed into the appearance of the warden. He wore a hat, a uniform, leather shoes, and held a spear. His strength was further enhanced. No one present thought that this ordinary and honest man would be the real dark horse. Let's end it. Tilly made a throwing gesture, mobilized all his strength and threw the spear at Lek. It was as powerful as throwing a javelin. The spear pierced through the air and rushed forward with overwhelming force. It's you who should end it. Lek sheathed the breeze in front of him. A strong wind instantly brewed in it. Just when the spear was about to stab, he swung the long knife at a speed that ordinary people could not understand. Buzz! In an instant, a blade of wind rushed out. Bang! The two forces collided with each other, and the huge force directly destroyed the ring again. The dust raised spread directly to the entire venue. Haha! Yunyi smiled slightly, and he already had the answer in his mind. Chapter 79. Suddenly, a rampant voice interrupted everything. Turning around, I saw Dija looking at everyone present with cold eyes. Suddenly, 3 figures in black robes jumped down from the helicopter and came behind Dija. What do you want to do? One of the challengers shouted angrily. But Dija just looked at him coldly. The 3 black-robed men behind him attacked the man collectively. The black energy burst out from their bodies, and in just a moment, the man was killed to the ground. This unexpected scene caught everyone off guard. They didn't understand why such a thing happened in the fighting competition. Who are you? Seeing this power, Netero asked with a serious look in his eyes. Don't you recognize me, old man? I said, even if you kill me, I will still come back. Dirge's words were filled with hatred. This sentence made Netero uncover his dusty memories. You are, Jade. Netero narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out to be this kind of person. Yunya instantly understood why he felt so uncomfortable seeing Dija. Jade, the creator and user of the grudge ability. The grudge ability is completely opposite to the mind ability, and they are 2 completely different systems. The power is the grudge that is formed by the constraints and oaths formed by a task that must be completed by oneself. It is a force that is opposite to the yin and yang of mind. Without the constraints of the 6 systems of mind, the more demanding the task set for oneself, the stronger the power. Once the oath is not completed, then he will die directly without any room for regret. 10 years ago, the last grudge user Jade was buried in the wasteland by Netero himself. It stands to reason that Jade's return should be in 4 years, but now he has appeared surprisingly. This actually aroused Yunyi's interest. Do you remember? Our battle is not over yet. Jade looked at Netero with a fanatical look. But I don't intend to end your life right now. After saying that, a black-robed woman behind him quickly came to Netero and instantly stabbed her in the stomach with the dagger in her hand. The next moment, a huge black tail appeared behind her and instantly wrapped around Netero's limbs, imprisoning him in the air. Just like Jesus being nailed to the cross. Look at how embarrassed you are now. Let the whole world see what you look like now, President. This scene was naturally captured by the camera and projected on everyone's electronic screen. Gra, take Killua and leave here first. Yunyi said to Gray calmly. Okay. Gray immediately agreed and took Killua away. You guys, we have more than a dozen powerful Nen users here. Just surrender. Seeing that there were only 3 people left on Jade's side, someone warned. According to the current situation, there is no weakling on the challenger side, not to mention the inestimable strong men like Yunyi and Xisuo. Hehe, do you think I'm not prepared? Jed's weird smile made everyone present feel uneasy. Bang! Suddenly, a helicopter dropped a huge container. As the door opened, 50 figures in black robes walked out, all with a strong sense of resentment. The situation is not good. Seeing this scene, Yunyi realized that the plot had deviated. These 50 black-robed men were several times the number of challengers, enough for them to drink a pot. Attack! Jed gave the order, and 50 black-robed men collectively attacked the challenger. Haha, it looks like we'll have a tough battle. Hisoka smiled as he fiddled with the poker in his hand. You'd better not slack off. Yunyi warned. Hisoka liked to slack off at this moment or even run to the side to watch the battle, and then come back without leaving any trace when it was over. How could it be possible? Even though he was exposed, Hisoka still had a smile on his face. The challengers present saw this scene, and they no longer hid their trump cards and used their best tricks. Suddenly, countless Nen abilities bloomed here. It is no exaggeration to say that it was a dance of demons. This scene was also successfully captured by the camera, and once again set off an unprecedented wave of popularity. This is a scene that most people will never see in their lifetime, but now you can see it on TV. Who is this guy? Jed looked at Yunyi, who was killing people with cold eyes. After learning the information, he suddenly burst out with amazing resentment. As if receiving an order, dozens of black-robed men deliberately led the challengers to the sky arena for a fight. After a while, only Jed and his group and the imprisoned Netero were left on the rooftop. After Jed said something to the 2 people behind him, the 2 black-robed men instantly disappeared. Like, make a quick decision. Yunyi realized the purpose of the black-robed man and shouted to Like. Hearing the voice, Like understood, and the speed of killing in his hands became faster instantly. But the black-robed man was not weak at all, and the power of the resentment ability was stronger than they imagined. So far, 3 challengers have died. And only 10 black-robed people have died, 5 of whom were killed by Yunyi. I hope everything is all right. Yunyi no longer hid, and countless shadows appeared on his body. Brother, where are we going? Killua asked innocently. He didn't know why he was taken away, but he had already vaguely felt that something was wrong. Go to a safe place. Jella quickly shuttled through the sky arena, looking for a place to put Killua. While he was still looking, 2 black-robed figures appeared in front of him, with resentment on their bodies. These 2 people were the 2 who followed Jade at the beginning. Not good. Jella quickly carried Killua on his shoulders and ran in the opposite direction. If he was alone, he might just start fighting, but now Killua was by his side. For his safety, running was the best choice. Gray didn't have the confidence that he could keep Killua safe while defeating the 2 strong men. The 2 black-robed men saw this scene and slowly chased after Gray. What are they trying to do? Jella was confused when he saw the 2 men even slowed down to chase him. But the current situation did not allow him to think carefully, and he kept speeding up and running forward. Finally, under the constant pursuit, Gray was forced to the rooftop. Is it finally here? Chapter 80. At a glance, Jed had been waiting on the rooftop for a long time. His grayish-yellow pupils stared straight at Gra, and the resentment in his body was ready to burst out in the next second. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you die, how deep will that kid's resentment be? Jade laughed and looked at the 2. Yes, Jade's goal was to kill the 2, so that Yunyi could activate the resentment in his heart and become one of them. At the same time, 2 black-robed men also came and stood behind Jade. Stand behind me. Jella slowly pushed Killua behind him. Suddenly, a strong energy burst out from his body, clinging to his body and activating various acupuncture points. In an instant, his strength increased linearly. Haha, you 2 go and test his strength first. Jed didn't take Gray seriously at all, and turned around and asked the 2 men in black robes to go and test the water. Puff! The 2 men in black robes threw their robes into the air, revealing their true appearance. A tall, shaved handsome man and a sturdy strong man, the 2 formed a sharp contrast. As you command. The 2 men accepted the order and rushed towards Gray. It's not good, Yoon. The imprisoned Netero narrowed his eyes and watched everything. Humph. Gray drew out the two swords from his waist and rushed straight towards the two people who were coming towards him. Waltz of death. His body and the blade began to spin rapidly, attacking the two like a spinning top. Seeing this, the sturdy man relied on his strength advantage to fight against Gra, and his broad palms wrapped in air kept rubbing the blade. On the other side, the long-haired man rushed from the other side, constantly calculating Gray's flaws in his mind. Finally, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly came in front of Gra, trying to trip the spinning top with a sweeping kick. But Gray had already prepared for this. He jumped up and kicked the sturdy man in the chest, and at the same time, the sharp blade in his hand ruthlessly chopped at the long-haired man's neck. Puff! In just a moment, the sturdy man was almost kicked off the rooftop and fell from the top of the towering sky arena. The long-haired man retreated again and again, holding his neck tightly with his palm. A large amount of blood flowed out from the gap. You two, do you want to die? Seeing the two of them losing, Jed shouted angrily with an unhappy expression. Hearing that the two of them dragged their bodies to attack Gray again even though they were injured. Perhaps because of the fear of death, this attack was more fierce than before. In response, Gray resisted while observing calmly and trying to find flaws. Jade, what is your purpose? Netero shouted at Jade. Purpose? I want you to take out the dark notebook sealed in the Hunter Association, the public, and the world. And lift the restrictions on hunters going to the Dark Continent. Jed finally showed his true fangs at this moment. Hearing these conditions, one more excessive than the other, Netero's pupil shrank. Who told you this? Netero said without any emotion, his eyes filled with silence and darkness. You don't have to worry about it, you just need to answer now. I am willing to include you in the entire Sky Arena life. If you don't agree, everyone within 100 miles will die, including you. Jade issued the final notice. This made Netero fall into a deep choice for a while. The Dark Notebook records countless secrets that cannot be revealed. Once made public, it will cause shock to the entire 6 continents. As for the Dark Continent, needless to say, Netero, as someone who has been there personally, naturally understands the degree of danger, so after returning, he immediately issued a notice that all hunters cannot go to the Dark Continent. Use yourself as a shackle to restrict all hunters. For a while, countless figures flashed in Netero's mind, and began to look for the ultimate mastermind. Because he firmly believed that it was impossible for Jade to get to this point alone, and he also released the conditions for removing the shackles. Finally, after a large number of random checks, a figure appeared in Netero's mind. Bijand. Netero said a name expressionlessly. It was his biological son, Bijand Netero. Apart from this, he could not think of anyone else. Bang! 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 The battle on the other side was still going on. The long-haired man and the strong man were both exhausted. But Gray was still fighting against the two men with full energy. The next moment, he finally found a way to break the situation. When the long-haired man relaxed, he slashed at his already injured neck again. In addition, he used himself as a flaw. At the moment when the strong man attacked, he stabbed his head with another knife. Puff! In an instant, two figures fell to the ground with a bang. They showed a look of relief on their faces, and then there was an explosion. The huge power generated by the two explosions directly lifted Gray up and fell rapidly to the outside. Just as he was about to fly to the rooftop, a young figure forcibly pulled him back. Brother Gra, are you okay? Killua asked with a worried look on his face. Many thanks. It's okay, just move back a little bit. Gray stood up again and looked at Jed who was staring at him. Yes, he took care of my two men by himself. You are qualified to fight me. Jed threw away the black robe that was in the way, revealing the gorgeous clothes underneath. I will ask you about your question later, and I hope you can give me an answer then. Jed turned to Netero and said. The next moment, he came to Gray at a very fast speed and kicked him into the wall. The powerful force embedded Gray deeply in it. Then he looked down at Killua. You and that kid look so much alike, you must be related. If I kill you, will he lose control? Jade looked at Killua with interest, and his evil hand kept approaching Killua. For a moment, endless darkness enveloped Killua. Don't touch him! Gray yelled, and with a shake of his arms, he forcibly broke free from the wall, quickly came in front of Jed, wielding his two knives and slashing down fiercely. It's really annoying. Jed dodged the attack slowly, with a look of impatience in his eyes. A lot of resentment wrapped around his hands, and he punched Gray's chest. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Gray's mouth. You know, Jed was a man who fought with Netero. Even if he was defeated in the end, his strength should not be underestimated. But the next second, Gray stood up again and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Like a cockroach. Your mother is not a cockroach, is she? Jed laughed at Gray mercilessly. In an instant, 2 blades passed by his ears, and a trace of black blood flowed out. What happened to my mother?